Welcome back to another episode of Two Average Husbands. We are live tonight for the NFL Draft. Kyle, how we feeling?
Oh, I'm so stoked. Welcome back, everybody. Another episode of Two Average Husbands. This time we're going to be, like Jake just said, we're going to live react to the NFL draft and talk just NFL football in general as we fill in the time between picks. And we have been waiting for this episode. We are so excited for this one. Please, please, please hop in the chat and hang out with us in the comments and bring up everything that you've got in terms of your own commentary about whatever we're talking about with the NFL as well as the draft as well, so we can have a good conversation about it as we press.
Yeah, man, I'm excited. I posted my pre NFL draft rankings last night. I know you didn't love some of them, but
Sure don't.
we'll get into that, I'm sure. But as always, guys, anybody who does hop in the stream tonight, make sure you guys leave us a like, comment on the stream, share it with your friends. Let's get some interaction up in here. I know there's a lot of content going on tonight, a lot of people live streaming for the draft. So anybody who does stop by or even checks out this video afterwards, we certainly appreciate it. But Kyle, let me hear what your problems are, my guy.
Dude, I need to crack a beer before I can even talk to you about my problems.
So what are we
But
drinking tonight, Kyle?
thanks, man. Thanks for skipping that in the intro, but we'll catch up with it now. So I've got two that are sitting right here, and I've got a third in my fridge if I decide to go down the route. Jake's gonna break with tradition and go with mixed drinks tonight because he's Jake and he does whatever he wants. But for me, I'm
I
gonna
make the
start off.
rules.
I'm starting off with the Belching Beaver peanut butter milk stout, which is different than their other peanut butter stout that I've tried in the past. So
Yeah, because wasn't that one like a Mexican chocolate peanut butter?
Yep, so good. I actually went back and bought more of that after the podcast because it was so good.
Nice.
What about you? What are you drinking tonight, Jake?
I am drinking some Pink Whitney New Amsterdam pink lemonade flavored vodka with this Mountain Dew Rise Energy thing. It's like a energy drink juice mix. I don't know. It was at our convenience store here, and I was like, I'll try it. It's free. Why not? So we'll give that a go. But I've got a nice, healthy, about 4-finger pour in this Yeti cup here. So
Yeah, Jake's already alluded to the fact that I don't love his pre-draft rankings. That's true and not true. First of all, and I've already fully admitted this on several occasions, both on our podcast and on some of the other stuff that we've joined in on. And that's not, or the fact that I'm not a huge college football fan. I watch Hawkeyes football and football only. I don't watch literally any other college football. So I'm not as familiar with a lot of the players going into the draft as Jake is and some of the other guys that we talked to. But because I'm in Dynasty Leagues this year, 3 of them now, I've started to pay attention a lot more to the different rookies that are going to come in this year. And I've formed my own opinions without having watched a lot of the tape or any of the games, just listening to a ton of analysis and then watching some clips on some of these. And the biggest one that I have a problem with, obviously, is Jake has ranked Mac Jones above Zach Wilson in his final quarterback rankings, and it blew my friggin' mind. And because of that, I now threw out the challenge on Twitter that if somehow, some fucking millennium away from here, that Mac Jones ends up having a better rookie season than Zach Wilson, I will exclusively be drinking Malort on an episode of Two Average Husbands at the end of the football season.
yeah, man, that was a bit of a bold take from me. I don't know if you saw it a little bit later on in the comments, but other people were kind of questioning the same thing. My reason for that is I don't love either of them. Both of them have a lot of reasons for me to have pause with their game at the NFL level. We all know how I feel about Mac Jones. He's not worthy of being a top 5 pick or a top 10 pick like he's likely going to be tonight. But neither does Zach Wilson, in my opinion. While Wilson has more arm talent, Wilson is clearly more athletic. Wilson does have a lot of things that concern me about his game as well. Some facets of his game that he will need to develop at the NFL level that are things that are hard to develop at the NFL level. And him and Jones, I feel like, have the same likelihood of hitting at the next level. So when I have them both next to each other in my rankings and I'm looking at how I'm scoring them and it's nearly identical, I went for the bold take in putting Jones over Wilson. Do I love that? No, because I don't love either quarterback, but neither of them would be top 5 quarterbacks in other draft classes. Like if we compare this to, the 2017 draft class, which is, the other draft class that most people think of, or was it 2017 or 2016? It had Trubisky, it has Deshaun Watson, it has, Patrick Mahomes. In draft classes like that, these guys are not even going to be in the same conversation as a lot of these guys. And we'd be viewing these two quarterbacks at the level of like the Kellen Monds and the Davis Mills and Ian Books of this draft, which are guys who are going to be taken later on. Mac Jones kind of willed. If Mac Jones played for a school that wasn't Alabama and did the exact same things that he did, he would not be in the conversation to be a top 10 pick. Just flat out would not be there.
I just don't agree with you on Zach Wilson. I know he hasn't proved himself necessarily at the highest tier competition like some of these other quarterbacks in the draft this year, but I think he balled out at his pro day, and I think he's going to have a really good chance of doing well, especially with some of the new weapons that the Jets have picked up on their offense. So I'm really excited to watch him play this year. And honestly, there's a chance that Mac Jones isn't even a fucking starting quarterback this year. So Zach Wilson is most definitely going to beat him in his rookie season, which, by the way, I'm going to put the pressure on Jake during this episode to tell me what he's going to do if Zach Wilson beats out Mac Jones in his rookie season, because he has not countered my bet yet.
If Mac Jones or if Zach Wilson outproduces Mac Jones, I don't know, man. There's not a lot of things I don't like to do. Here we go. I don't like Bloody Marys. I will drink Bloody Marys of your personal favorite recipe for an entire episode. And I will let you pick everything. You could pick the vodka, the tomato juice, the toppings, any seasonings I add to it.
If this is going to happen, it's not going to be my favorite recipe, right? It's going to be like the worst recipe I can even possibly think of. Okay, just making sure we're on the same page.
I will still leave out things that I refuse to eat. Like if you try and make me put like a stalk of celery in there, I'm not going to do it because I'm not going to go waste my money on celery that I'm not going to eat. But we can do that. I think that's a fair thing that I will not enjoy doing. And you will see me make gross faces the entire night. I would say I'd join you in the Malort
definitely going to
bet.
be worse, but you like Malort. Malort's disgusting. And I don't understand how anybody could like Malort, but
it's because it's unique, man. It's different.
Quick shout out to the wife, by the way. She picked me up this dope ring light as a gift, and I actually have some decent lighting now, and I'm not constantly in a half shadow. So big shout out to her for bringing this out for me and increasing the video quality even a little bit more. Excited to have it for the further episodes of the podcast.
Yeah, man, it's the video quality on your end is noticeably better this week. So
100%.
I might need to steal that ring light from you. I don't know. So
I'm excited.
Get that Amazon link real quick.
Yeah, they've got some good deals on them too. So I think it's obviously been worth it for me. I think both of us, Jake and I too, when we talked about how we were gonna upgrade the quality of our podcast after episode 1, we're like, man, how are we gonna do this? Like, what are we gonna do? And we were both talking about like, what webcams are we gonna buy to make this work out? And they had the webcam on Amazon. They had the ring light already pre-built in, which I still have some buyer's remorse about not picking that up. But I do really like this webcam, so I'm not mad that I got it.
Mm-hmm.
I needed to get the light in general as well, because the lighting, especially in this hallway where I do the podcast, is not good. So had to pick something up. Thankfully, did that
the one
me.
we looked at, the Razer Kio, I was actually gonna buy that one, and then the Target I went to was out of stock, even though their website said they had that one in stock and not the one that I ended up buying, because you and I have the same webcam.
Yep.
They said on the website that this one wasn't in stock and the Kio was, and then I got in store and this one was in stock and the Kio wasn't. So that's literally the only reason that I ended up with this. Given I do have pretty decent lighting, I don't really need it, but also it'd be fun to have. I'm not gonna lie.
Hey, dude, it works really good, and it's actually kind of dope. There's like you can change the I don't know fucking terminology for lighting. You can make the light like warmer. You can give it like a blue tone, like a peach tone, change the brightness and all that crap. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah, Jess's the mirror on her vanity is kind of the same way. It's like a touch screen, but you can change it from like blue light to the more yellow lights and adjust it all the way around. And it's
just so the audience knows for this one too, I have the draft on my big monitor over here, so I'm going to be staring this direction like constantly throughout the day.
Same with, we're going to be staring at each other, and it's because we're both watching the draft on our own monitors.
Yeah.
This is going to be hard though, because you and I are watching on different streams.
Yeah.
There could be a delay. So maybe you need to switch.
I might pick them up before you actually.
You may need to switch to the ESPN one.
I'm not switching to shit. I'm definitely going to get the data before you.
I mean, also like it'll come through Twitter like 10 seconds before it'll come through that. So I'm trying my best not to be on Twitter a lot, but I know I'm going to.
Yeah. God, dude, I'm so fucking stoked. I cannot wait for this. Represent for Dallas, by the way. I hit the wrong shoulder. Here you go. There we go. I'm looking in a mirror and I can't fucking interpret that. But represent for the Cowboys. I'm so excited for pick number 10, hoping for Patrick Surtain. I don't know what you're expecting. I know you're wearing the Denver jersey. Why don't you tell everybody why you're wearing the fucking ugly ass jersey?
So this was actually the very first jersey that I ever got when I was growing up. Obviously, it used to be a tarp on me back in the day when I was like 8 years old and had it. But this is the jersey of the great Terrell Davis, one of the greatest running backs in Broncos history. But I am wearing this in hopes that Justin Fields falls to 9 and the Lord and Savior John Elway and Vic Fangio trade with Chicago so they can move up to 9 for Fields. But also, I've got a Tebow jersey over here. I've got a Phillip Rivers jersey over here. I've got a Johnny Knox Bears jersey over here. I may make some costume switches throughout the night. We'll see. We'll see how I'm feeling in case I need other teams to trade with the Bears.
What do you think, talking in the first round only before we get there, what do you think is going to be the greatest potential like upset, if you will, or like smoke screen of the first round? Like, who do you think goes wild and just does something completely off of what everybody expects in the first round?
I could really see the Jets, this whole Jets and Zach Wilson thing being a total smokescreen. I could see that just absolutely not happening at all. There's with the Aaron Rodgers rumors today, there's been a lot of rumors of the Packers potentially trading with the 49ers for that third pick in the draft. That would be really weird. I still wouldn't be surprised if Atlanta trades back from 4. I wouldn't be surprised. We're hearing rumors. Ian Rappaport tweeted that there's a chance that either the Panthers trade up or they trade back out of 8. I think the biggest surprise, though, I wouldn't be surprised to see Zach Wilson and Mac Jones fall in the draft. I wouldn't be surprised to see Micah Parsons fall in the draft just because of his character concerns.
Dude, the biggest one that I expect, like 100%, is I don't think San Francisco picks up Mac Jones. I think there's a 100% chance 49ers take Justin Fields at 3, and there's no way they're going to pass up on that value. If they do, holy shit.
So I try not to talk about it too much, just because, you know, everybody here's a fan with sources and they start to get like, oh, that's just bullshit. But I have friends, I have people I know that work in various organizations, that work for agents, that work at the training facilities that these guys work out at. For 3 weeks now, I have been hearing Lance at 3. And I've slowly had more people who have different sources than myself confirming this rumor over and over and over again. What I've been hearing a lot of is that it's basically everybody in San Francisco wants Trey Lance, and then Kyle Shanahan wants Mac Jones for some reason.
Yeah, so, I don't think it's Mac Jones at 3. I really don't. I think that's going to be the biggest smokescreen that we see, because there's been a ton of hype around that over the last 7 to 12 days ish, where people are like, it's definitely 49ers taking Mac Jones now. And I think Shanahan is going to face a fucking massive backlash, probably from his coaching staff, in addition to the general public, if he picks up Mac Jones over either Lance or Fields.
The crazy thing is, you hear Shanahan talk consistently and describe the type of quarterback that he wants, which is a mobile quarterback, a quarterback who can threaten a team with the run, a quarterback who can throw really well after threatening a team with the run, so the team can't commit to the run and they have to always be cognizant of the pass, which just opens up the field for his offense. And then to hear that he's enamored with Mac Jones. Mac Jones is a guy that I guarantee you right now, if I were to walk out to a football field and Mac Jones was to stand right next to me, I would beat him in a foot race. The man is slow. He's out of shape. He's like, I saw this thing on Twitter. I don't know if you saw my retweet, Kyle. It was like, this guy's girlfriend said Mac Jones is built like a Lego.
Dude, he is consistently described as the least athletic quarterback in the draft.
Yeah, he's like, I don't get why Kyle Shanahan would want him to run an offense. Like,
my favorite thing is that you say all these things and you put him above Zach Wilson in your fucking rankings. So I can't wait for you to be chugging Bloody Marys on the episode 2 advertisements.
I went for the bold take there. I have a couple bold takes in my rankings, like Elijah Mitchell being the fourth running back in the class. That got a lot of flack. My tight ends were pretty solid. Most people agreed with me there. Wide receivers. This wide receiver class is so all over the place. You know, some people are much higher on guys than I am. I'm much lower or much higher on other guys than some people. So, you know, I'm just excited to see how this all plays out. By the way, my uncle popped in the chat, said the Bears are going to disappoint as usual. Probably. Kyle, you're probably right. Kyle, and my uncle's name is also Kyle, and he's also a Cowboys fan. So you guys are just like running on full parallel here.
Go.
So you're
Dude,
not.
let me talk about what I want to be the upset that I would love to see in this draft is somehow Jerry Jones comes out of the fucking blue, trades with Atlanta up to 4, and takes Kyle Pitts. I would love to see that happen.
But like, why? You don't need your offense doesn't need Kyle Pitts. Your offense has targets upon targets upon targets. You need
Dude.
defense.
Oh yeah, obviously.
It would be the most Jerry Jones move.
Exactly. That's why I want it
year.
to happen. I just want him to prove how Jerry Jones is and come out and just fucking ball out just to get Kyle Pitts, even though we all fucking know that like Dallas's defense is absolute dog shit. Like without drafting, and the shitty thing, honestly, if we're gonna talk about that too, is that we have the big problem now where the Panthers have now traded for a quarterback. And if the Panthers don't draft a quarterback, Dallas is going to be going behind them in the draft and struggling to pick up defensive players because the Panthers are going to be looking to draft about the same prospects as Dallas. And so it's going to be a struggle for Dallas to pick up the picks they want for defense if the Panthers don't go quarterback in the first round, especially.
Even if the Panthers don't go quarterback, though, like at 8, or at 10, even if they were to take Surtain, for example, like you can still get J.C. Horn, you could still get Caleb Farley, you still have Greg Newsome on the board, you still have Asante Samuel Jr. if you want a slot corner.
My point is that it's going to have layered effects throughout the entire draft because we're constantly going to be looking at our number 1 pick, like Patrick Surtain. It's going to go to fucking to the Panthers, and then the next round it's going to be the next thing that we want. Is going to, you know what I mean? Like we are fighting for the same types of players. And they're always going to be one step ahead of us in the draft. So it's going to be a tough battle for Dallas to come up with the players they want, depending on how the Panthers decide to go about their strategy.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to happen a lot in the draft, though. If you look at a team like the Bears versus a team like Washington, a team who's picking one spot in front of us, we both need a quarterback of the future. We both need wide receivers to kind of pad our past our top 1 or 2 guys. We both could use assistance at cornerback. Their corners aren't phenomenal. Their defensive strength is their front 7. It's again kind of an example you're talking about where it's a team picking right in front of us that is going to have a lot of a lot of comparables. But
yep,
I just don't see the benefit of, as Kyle in the chat pointed out, that's a Jerry Jones move, is to trade up for the best offensive player in the draft.
Yep.
But also
100%.
like I feel like he's smart enough to realize that like between Jarwin and Schultz, like y'all are fine at tight end, and Pitts is going to be utilized more as a wide receiver in most offenses anyway. He's going to line up as a tight end, but that's just to create a mismatch more than anything.
Dude, I will say, though, that I was excited last year when they could have started drafting defensive players and they picked up CeeDee Lamb. Like, he was the best wide receiver available in the draft at the time, and they decided to opt out of going for a defensive player, and they picked up CeeDee Lamb, who's been amazing, and I think he's going to continue to do great things for the offense in Dallas for a long time. There. So I was very excited about that pick, even though it was very unexpected for Dallas to go for that, and I was super happy with that pick.
But you didn't need CD.
No, we didn't, but we picked him, and I was happy about it.
Yeah, it obviously worked out. Like, you got one of the more talented wide receivers in the draft. You got a long-term potential threat for the offense there, but you can't admit that the 2020 Dallas Cowboys would not have been better by going more defensively focused in the draft.
Yeah, I agree 100%. That being said, though, Dak Prescott doesn't get injured, and it's a totally different season for Dallas.
I agree, but I still think it ends the same in that you probably don't win the Super Bowl because
I agree with that.
In the playoffs, the teams that succeeded in the playoffs had really good defenses with really good offenses. That's obviously.
I do think the likelihood of us making the playoffs, though, was significantly higher if Dak doesn't get injured.
Well, I mean, yeah, you had to go 500 to make the playoffs.
True. I mean, the division was terrible, but obviously, like, in a terrible division when Andy Dalton is the starting quarterback. By the way, I really fucking hope that Andy Dalton is the starting Bears quarterback this year because I'm not
worried about it. Andy Dalton is fine as a quarterback.
I was fine with him as a backup quarterback. I didn't expect him to be the backup that became the starter for the entire season.
Well, when your quarterback has his leg fall off.
Yeah, obviously it was a problem.
Well, also, you got to remember that Dallas had a ton of injuries at the offensive line position as well. They had the second worst pass blocking offensive line in football behind the Giants.
Yeah. Yep.
Like, if you look at Andy Dalton's numbers compared to some of the other quarterbacks that had, like, when you compare Andy Dalton to Jared Goff, this was a conversation I was having in a group chat today. Like, when you compare those two, Goff looks better. His stats look better, but then you, like, really take a look into it, and he had one of the best wide receiving cores in football. He had 3 arguably really good running backs that he was working with, multiple really good tight ends, and an elite offensive line. And then you're like, okay, his stats were barely better. Give me a second here. It's about to start thunderstorming and my window's open.
I'm still not sure if I would take, while he's out and he can't argue with me, I'm still not sure that I would take Andy Dalton above Jared Goff. I'd probably take Jared Goff before Dalton. Not everybody's going to love that. That's my decision, but I was okay, like I said, with Dalton being a backup quarterback in the league, and that's fine. But if he's going to pick up and take the starting role for a team for the entire season, I think you're accepting the risk that you're probably not going to be a playoff caliber team with Andy Dalton.
I'm back.
And see, now that Jake's back, he missed my entire statement there, so he can't even argue with me about it.
What'd you say?
I was just talking shit about Andy Dalton.
I mean, yeah, he's not an elite quarterback, but you don't. There was a ton of stats that came out last year that showed if the Bears offense had at league average quarterback play, we go like 12-4. Our quarterbacks were so bad it was disgusting.
Yep.
And again, that's not to say Andy Dalton's good. I
could have the same conversation about Trubisky, right? Like, I am like one of the most avid shit talkers about Mitchell Trubisky of all time. Like, I fucking hate Mitchell Trubisky, but I'm 100% confident in him being a backup quarterback in the NFL. I think that's where he should be. He should be a backup quarterback that can fill in as necessary, and he can step in and play the games if there's an injury, hopefully a temporary injury and not a fucking Dak Prescott level injury. But I have no problem having a little bit of confidence in his ability to play at the NFL level, if required, to fill in for somebody that's a starter. And that's the same thing with Andy Dalton. Like, I don't mind him popping in and being the guy that has to take over for a game or two while somebody's recovering from an injury, but I would not want Andy Dalton to be my starting quarterback going into this season.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I don't love it. It's not what I wanted, but it's what I get.
The big thing is like where it gets curious, right? Is if they don't draft a quarterback. Like, if the Bears don't trade up to get a quarterback, right? We'll have to see what their strategy is in the draft and how they're going to set themselves up for success next year, hopefully deviating away from Andy Dalton.
Yeah, that's why I do think it's very likely that the Bears are either trading for a quarterback, or if they're not trading for a quarterback, that just like trading up for a quarterback, that signals to me that one, Pace and Nagy have no fucking clue what they're doing, which is something that we already know. But also it kind of signals to me that they're on secret extensions where they're willing to just like play the season out and then attack the quarterbacks next year. There are some really good potential quarterbacks in next year's draft. Most of the quarterbacks in this year's draft are still, I won't say most, there's at least 3 quarterbacks in this year's drafts that are better. But
yeah,
I mean, you know, if you end up with a Sam Howell or a Spencer Rattler or a Keaton Slovis, like those are probably like the top 3 quarterbacks in next year's draft. You know, that's not bad, but you're gonna also have to lose enough games this year to put yourself in position. The thing that hurts me the most is there's all this talk about the Bears trading up, right? It's all we're hearing. The Bears can trade up for a quarterback. The Bears can trade up for a quarterback. There was a point in the season where we were 5-5. We had lost 4 straight games or whatever it was. If we lost out from there, we'd be picking in the like 7 to 9 range where we're talking about trading up for a quarterback. Instead, we won a bunch of fucking pointless games to lose in the first round of the playoffs like we all knew we were going to. That pissed me off so much. I tweeted about it so many times last year. Don't trust me. I don't like throwing. I don't like what the Eagles did in the last game of the year last year where they just flat out threw the game. I'm not asking them to throw the game, but like just let Nick Foles get fucking sacked 20 times a game and play, you know, Sam Mustipher and Rashawn Coward out there every, you know, his name's not even worth saying right. That's how bad of an offensive lineman he is. Like, just let these guys fucking sit last year. Let the starters just get healthy and then just lose these fucking games. Take it, you know, there's no reason we should be picking at 20. Like, we knew we weren't going to win even if we beat the Saints, we're not going to make it past the next round there. Like, we're just flat out not going to do well. And it was just dumb. It was dumb then. It's dumb now. And I hate that I'm even having to talk about trading up.
Yeah, dude, that's why I am like, that's the nice thing. Like, obviously not a nice thing, but it's the kind of nice thing about the fact that Dak Prescott did get injured is it is giving Dallas the opportunity to build a little bit on defense going into this season, where now we're going to have an elite offense, which is going to have a defense that can kind of support it a little bit better, depending on how these rookies pan out, but hopefully a lot better defense.
Yeah, man. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how we're feeling here, but my hopes are not as high as they once were. But oh man, I just want this. I'm just ready. I'm just ready for this
I'm
draft.
so excited, dude. It's they should be on the clock already, right? That should have already started.
Just about. I'm trying to get mine to load.
It might be
right
late.
now.
Well, I'm watching right now, and it's still just BS. So I don't think anybody's talking about it.
Is it still basketball highlights for you?
No, dude, they're still talking about
Okay.
the draft. They're doing mock draft nonsense. Go to the fucking countdown. Logan says they're on the line. Why don't you hop into the podcast, Logan? Speaking of, I said this on Twitter for those that are watching or that have followed us on social media. By the way, we're at 2 Average Husbands, number 2 AVG Husbands on Twitter and Instagram. So feel free to follow us there for some commentary as we talk. But we're going to bring some people in today that we play fantasy football with mostly, and some people that pay a lot of attention, a lot more of attention to college football than I do specifically. Speaking of, bringing Logan into the chat, although I can't hear him right now, so his mic's clearly not working, but we're going to bring some guys into the chat as we talk, and we're going to have some good conversations with a bunch of people that love football, and so we can continue to keep people in, and as you guys add into the comments, we're going to be happy to respond to you guys as well. So welcome, Logan.
Is that better?
Jake's brother.
Oh,
Yeah, that's
you are
better.
loud. Hold on, let me turn you
You
down.
are loud.
Oh.
It's all good. I think it's picking up your webcam microphone.
No, I just switched it to my Snowball.
Okay, I got you. Logan, you have YouTube TV, right?
No, I have YouTube Red.
Oh, I hate you. My ESPN login or ESPN stream info isn't working.
Dude, why don't you literally just go to Twitter?
Is there a stream on Twitter?
Yeah, it's what's happening. 2021 NFL Draft is live. There's a Fox Sports.
Oh, NFL on Fox. Okay.
All right,
Oh, yeah, I
sweet.
see that now.
Send
All
it
right,
out
yeah,
on the
but
old
anyways, for
Instagram as well.
those who haven't met him yet, this is my brother Logan. He's in a dynasty league with us. Looks like Hugo's in the queue as well here, so let's grab him and
Let's
pop him in
go.
here.
Bring him in.
Our friend from overseas in the dynasty league.
Oh, terrible.
What the fuck?
Oh god.
Hugo,
No,
your
stop
mic
it.
is unbearable. I gotta mute you, man. Nope, still not. Oh,
Well, we
okay.
almost had Hugo in.
Almost had Hugo. It's the he's overseas, so it's the info or the lag that's going on there. But Logan, how we feeling about this draft, man? How you think everything's gonna play out for you?
Wonderful, because I have 2 picks.
Yeah, Logan's referring to our dynasty draft where I have fleeced every single one of his draft picks possible off of him, not just me, but other people too. But yeah, I'm talking. So when you look at the well, let's see, what are you? Let me pull up your.
I have 1-1, and then I think 5-4.
Yeah, man, you're looking a little rough there. You're gonna get, this likely, it's coming up here in a second, or in a minute here once they announce Trevor Lawrence to the Jacksonville Jaguars. But, you're
Dude, the embarrassing thing is that they're even making this run on the clock. Like, get the
Bro,
fuck
they
out of
do
here.
it
Don't make me
every
wait 10
year.
minutes. Get out of here.
this is
Make
the
your goddamn
assholes.
pick.
This is the
Jets literally
asshole.
tweeted, "All right, hurry up,
Yeah,
Jaguars."
I saw that. Like, this is the what's it called? Like the guy in Dynasty slow drafts that pick 9, or they pick at like the 12 spot. They pick on the turn. They take the full 8 hours for their first pick and then the full 8 hours for their second pick. And those people should be banned from Dynasty leagues.
Hey,
and
be
slow
glad that
drafts.
wasn't me, because I could have done that.
Yeah, thank you for having your picks ready like a goddamn decent human being.
Logan, if you're going to be joining us on the good old at 2 Average Husbands, we're going to need you to start drinking. So as soon as you're ready, let us know what you're drinking so we can tab it into the Excel file and start getting the guest rankings in as well.
He's probably gonna have some bullshit twisted tea.
Speaking of, I once again, for the second episode in a row where I thought I was going to be prepared, did not grab a bottle opener, but I have finished my first beer.
I don't have
and-
any like beer, so I'm just drinking Doers.
Yep. Doers.
For the
15,
second
right?
Belching Beaver stout that I tried. This one being just the traditional peanut butter stout. I give it an 8.1, which is just one score below the Viva La Beaver Mexican chocolate stout. I think it's fantastic, but it's not quite on the same tier, so I gave it a 0.1 down. But it is a fantastic beer. And my next one is the Breckenridge Oatmeal Stout, which I'm going to go get a bottle opener for so I can actually start drinking.
Kyle, wear your wedding ring.
Yeah, well, okay, I will.
I'm gonna yell at you instead of your wife. But yeah, Logan, how does it feel to know that you have no draft picks?
Wonderful. Speaking of,
How does it feel to know that I have the 104, 106, 206, 208, 303, and 307? How does it feel?
not great.
Yeah,
Not great
well.
at all.
Your boy knows how to trade.
I mean, the Irv Smith trade was pretty okay.
Yeah, I still like the value that I gave you in that trade. Like I obviously
Yeah, and then I traded him away for Matthew Stafford, which also pretty good trade.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. That
I
was
don't
a
hate
very
that
solid
trade.
trade.
I hated
yeah.
it at first, and the more I looked at it, the more I liked it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, okay, this trade is like, am I overpaying? And then I'm like, no, not really.
Speaking of overpaying, me trying to move into the second round again with Kyle here.
I know. I told you I'd wait until the first round of the NFL draft is over, and then I'll make a decision.
Also, why did Panico decline my other trade? Did you
Bro-
see that?
Bro, Panico has been declining my trades like crazy. I tried to send this
Okay.
man like
Dude, shout out to Panico, though, because in our redraft league, I have a bunch of fantastic keeper options because of the terrible trades that I was able to pull away from Panico at the end of the year.
Okay, so I offered him Todd Gurley because he doesn't really have running backs.
Well, I wouldn't
Gurley's
want Todd Gurley
not
either.
Really a running back.
Yeah, I mean, but it's better than what he has.
That's not saying
Eh.
much, though.
Yeah. Tyler Lockett, my 2022 second, fourth, and fifth, and my 2023 first for Gus Edwards, McLaurin, his 1-5 and his 3-5.
Hold on. What?
What were the picks you offered?
My 2022 second, fourth, fifth, and my 2023 third or first.
Jesus, I would take that in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like the I like the value of 105 in this draft, and I've been trying to trade with Panico for that pick as well.
Yeah. And I was like,
But-
okay, this is a pretty good trade because Gus Edwards is not that great. So I was like,
I think Gus
mean,
Edwards,
Gus Edwards
is a
is
bit of a
fine.
sleeper. He's a guy who's gonna, especially in deep leagues. Like Kyle has him in another dynasty league that he picked up an orphan in with me.
Oh god, it's so fucking terrible. The roster is just absolutely ass.
Your roster
It's a 2-quarterback league, and the only quarterback I have is Tom Brady, and there's not a chance that I'm going to be able to trade for anybody else. It is a goddamn nightmare of a roster. I just took it
not-
on because fuck it.
you have to realize my other quarterback option for until I traded for Stafford was Dwayne Haskins.
Yeah, but you also
Yeah, that's because everybody in okay.
What was your pick in the first round originally? What'd you trade away?
1-3 or 1-4.
So you could have easily picked up a good quarterback at the 1-3.
Who
Yeah.
is the first pick about to be in?
Yeah, it is. It looks like they're about to announce.
Why
Which
do I
is-
have no audio?
Aren't they late?
No, I think they get 10 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, they do, but shouldn't they have started at 5? Well, 5 my time, and it's 5:13.
Yeah, no.
So
Yeah, but they're always
They're
late.
late.
Roger Goodell is the friend in the group in the Discord server who's using a webcam microphone. This shit is so I have this audio down
I have it
like on
muted.
literally like the last dot, and it's still so loud. Are they in Cleveland? Is that why they're introducing all these Browns fans?
Yeah, they're in Cleveland.
I don't even know where they are. That was so a couple years ago, it was actually pretty cool. We just happened to be in Nashville. We just happened to plan a trip there, and it was right before draft week. So they were like setting up for the NFL draft right there on Broadway. Oh, that was so cool. Like we got to see the stage and everything. We went to a bar that was like right next to it. Oh, that was sick. But yeah, I honestly, unless it's in Chicago again, I couldn't care less as to where it is.
Dude, speaking of my terrible orphan roster that I picked up, where do you think Lev Bell signs after the draft? Because obviously he hasn't signed yet, so it's probably going to sign after the draft.
I mean, he's ring chasing, so he could sign back in Kansas City, and I don't hate his, potential role there. If you really think about it, there's not too many teams with a need for like a guy like him.
He's
right
also
now.
a 29-year-old running back, so
Also doesn't help.
I'm curious, but I don't have high expectations, but he's one of the only running backs I had, which is why I way overpaid for Ezekiel Elliott in that terrible draft.
I honestly think though, like you're not in as bad of a position as some of these teams. Like I look at some of these teams and I'm like, oof.
Yeah. Picking up Zeke definitely helps me,
Yeah.
but I also had to sacrifice some really good receiver talent to do it.
Could be worse.
It could be. Like I said, the big thing for me is going to be if Cortland Sutton hits, it's going to be a huge overpay for me. And if he doesn't, then it's going to be probably like a net neutral trade, which is fine with me.
Yeah, but I mean, if you look at the trades that I made, like especially like to get some guys off of your roster and to just
Which
like
is
put
exactly
yourself,
what I have to do.
yeah, like just to put yourself in a better position for the future. Sometimes you almost have to take like worse trades like that. So like if you look at like what I've done, let me see if I can pull up the actual trades.
Dude, nobody cares what
themselves.
any of these motherfuckers are saying. Just announce the goddamn pick.
Yeah, I know. I'm like,
Yeah, their 10 minutes hasn't even gone down yet.
why? Okay, I'm gonna have to pull it up on mobile. But like, I've made 2 trades that some people could argue I've like undersold the guys that I've traded, but also like again, it's guys that I need to clear from my roster to set myself up for the future. So we look through. Okay, so I traded Michael Thomas and my 401 for Caden Smith, who's currently one of the backup tight ends in New York. The 111 and the 407. So essentially, realistically, value-wise, I'm swapping Michael Thomas for the 111, which I would have done straight up. And I needed to get into the first round of this draft. The previous owner of the team that I took over had traded out of the first, and I had to get back in the first round of this draft. And while Michael Thomas is a really good asset, like we saw him on a bit of a downslope last year with the injuries, and not to say that his injuries are going to continue. Like I think he'll be fine, but also the value I can get out of 111 right now is something that's too much to pass up with the amount of talent that's in this draft and how low I am on Michael Thomas. And then if you look at the other trade that I made, which I can't currently find here.
Dude, I tried so hard to get back into the first round through my Higgins trade, and I just couldn't convince him to do it, which is why I was willing to accept, because Zeke is good, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
So I was willing to accept the risk there to pick up Zeke, but I only made it into the second round. And the fucking idiot that had my roster, and I hope somehow he listens to this podcast sometime and just like hits me up in a DM so I can tell him he's an idiot. But he traded away his 2021 first and second and his 2022 first and second for nothing. Just absolutely like Gabe Davis, dude. Like he was trading first round picks like fucking candy, and it left me in a position where I'm going to fight to give a roster back that's even somewhat valuable.
Hey man, after 2022 though, you got some picks there. You could turn this around real quick.
Yeah, except for in 2023, what I'm probably going to do, because I found out the commissioner doesn't believe in vetoes, so I'm probably just going to trade all of my number 1 players to Jake and then dip out of the league.
What the fuck?
Not our Dynasty League,
not
but
our
Oh,
the other
okay.
one.
I was like,
Different
what
league.
the heck? I was like, you have a good team.
But yeah.
Oh, I love my team in our
But
league.
here's what I mean, Kyle. Like you can create value in this league. Like I traded Derrick Henry for Aaron Jones and a second round pick. Like I already like Aaron Jones more than I like Derrick Henry, and I will take Aaron Jones. I will draft Aaron Jones above Derrick Henry.
I don't know how I felt about that one, honestly. I probably would have kept Derrick Henry. I don't hate, because I know you needed picks, so I don't hate it from your perspective, but I think if I had it, I would have kept Derrick Henry.
Here's why. Derrick Henry, extremely big workload, which does lead to a lot of fantasy points, but also, as we've seen,
2,000 yards.
yeah. But one, is he going to do that again? 2, are they going to continue to give him 300 carries a season? And how long can they do that, given that he's about to be 28?
Sure.
So, there's enough reason. And Aaron Jones, while yes, he's not going to be a workhorse in the same way. They've shown a desire to kind of always have a spell back with him. He's still going to put up running back 1 numbers, and I'm getting a pick with it. Like that's a no-brainer for me. And if I'm looking at if I go and pull up, so if you go to like fantasypros.com, you can see a lot of their ADPs. So if you look at like the 2021 draft rankings here, Derrick Henry is, taken as running back 3, and Jones is consistently taken as like running back 8. But within those like averages, their averages spots are only off by like 4 picks. So I'm sacrificing 4 picks worth of value to gain a second round pick in a deep draft that I don't have a lot of picks in. Before that trade, I had 303 and then like a bunch of fourths. and I still have a bunch of fourths that I'm gonna end up doing fuck all with because they're gonna be 4th-round picks, like they're prayers as it is. But like I'm getting essentially similar return value out of my player, especially if you compare them last year. So if we look up like Aaron Jones versus Derrick Henry 2020.
Dude, what I did not know is that this is the first time Jacksonville is picking up the 1-1 in the entire the entire history of this franchise.
But yeah, so if you look at it, I don't think this is PPR. I think this is standard. Yeah, it's standard. So let me switch it to PPR. Derrick Henry was 2020's running back 3. Aaron Jones was 2020's running back 5. Like, the value is still there just because Jones does get so much work in the passing game, and this was a year that his workload was down even from last year. And even on a points per game basis, you're looking at Henry at running back 5 and Jones at running back 8. Like, I'm not taking too much of a fall off in value, especially long term when you consider that I think Henry's a few years younger. Yeah, he's 26 versus Derrick Henry's about to be 28, I believe. Obviously, Derrick Henry's built like a fucking tank. The man has barely been hurt, and Jones is a little bit of a smaller running back, but Green Bay just extended him. Like they gave him a 4-year, $48 million extension, and we've seen teams who pay running backs really just be willing to feed them. So like worst case scenario this year, I'd take a fall off of a couple spots of overall value, but I gain a pick out of it. And Jones arguably is going to be a more valuable asset to flip after this year if I need to than Henry will be, especially if Henry comes down with an injury. Because running backs cannot anymore anyway. Running backs do not sustain a 300 carry a year workload.
Like I said, dude, I don't hate the pick or the trade, but I also don't love it. It's not something that I would do, but I understand your reasoning for doing so.
Well, plus if Rodgers leaves Green Bay, Aaron Jones already gets a ton of use from Rodgers, but like, what's their backup?
Jordy except Love? For when fucking Aaron Rodgers gets traded.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. But like Jordy Love, is he really that good at passing?
And even if he's not, like, we saw what happened last year with James Robinson. The only reason James Robinson had consistent value is because he got a bunch of dump off passes. He got a lot of work just because there was nobody else that the quarterback had time to go to, and the running game was really the only thing that was working for them. Green Bay's offensive line is so good that even if Jordan Love isn't a prolific passer like Aaron Rodgers is, I'm still going to get a tremendous workload out of Jones. And say the Titans draft another really good wide receiver in this draft, which they probably are in one of the mid to late rounds, we're going to see a second target for Ryan Tannehill, who was already arguably a top 5 quarterback last year. Their passing game could, and with Arthur Smith, the offensive coordinator who's now the head coach in Atlanta, he liked 12 personnel. He liked running the ball. This new offense this year may not go as heavy on Derrick Henry as we've seen in the past. And if that's the case, then I come out a mile ahead in that trade.
Yeah, like I said, time will tell, man. Hindsight's always 20/20. Maybe I will change my mind after I see the results and say, hey, you made the right decision. Like I said, for me, it's for the trade that I was talking about. I could have made an absolutely great decision or a terrible decision. It just really depends on how the chips fall this season. What I will be curious about with my trade is, do the Bengals pick up another receiver or Kyle Pitts somehow? Because if they do, then I don't feel as bad about trading Higgins away. Because if you add another weapon that's going to take targets away from Higgins, then maybe I did make the right choice in getting Zeke instead.
Yeah, I think in that trade, Higgins was definitely the piece that I'd rather not have traded from the guys that you did send. But also, like you're saying, if they come on the clock at 5 and they take Jamar Chase, Higgins' value falls for me because not only because you're gonna keep Higgins outside, so your two outside guys are gonna be Higgins and Chase, and then you're gonna have Boyd in the slot. And Boyd already showed a really good connection last year with Joe Burrow.
Absolutely.
Burrow succeeds very well throwing passes into the slot. Like, I see no reason that Boyd isn't the wide receiver to own, at least for next year in redraft purposes, versus a guy like Higgins who's going to be stuck splitting targets with a better wide receiver.
Which is why I'm happy in this league. If I will be happy at least if the Bengals pick up an offensive weapon instead of a defensive piece in the first round. I'll be happy in terms of that trade. But I'm also a Higgins and a Burrow owner in our dynasty league, so I wouldn't be necessarily as happy if they did it for that league. But then again, Burrow's gonna have more weapons, so I'm still happy to own Burrow in that situation. Obviously.
Oh, come on. You are okay. Your guys are clapping. That means you've already He's wearing a fucking green suit. Like, we know you're picking him.
Yeah.
Stop
Big
making us
shocker.
wait. God.
I really hope the
their
Jets are
pick's
just
in.
like, fuck it, Zach Wilson, go.
Oh, the pick is in. Is it? I just
That's
saw
what-
the clock start over.
Yes, it is. It's in. Let's go. Tell me who it is.
Who's it gonna be? Is it gonna be Trevor Lawrence, like we all know?
Dude, that would be like the biggest fucking upset of the entire draft if they just like
Mac
pick
Jones.
Well, yeah, Mac Jones.
Yeah, Kyle Pitts.
Kyle Pitts, I could even understand like reasonably, but it'd be so fucking funny if it was Mac Jones.
Why do they need a tight end? They got Tim Tebow trying out.
Ethan,
They
you're-
don't, but he's so fucking good, so I would get it.
Ethan, you're right. It is all about the suspense.
Yeah, fuck the suspense.
All right, let's see what Jacksonville does. See, this pick is like dumb because we all know who they're gonna pick. It's their next picks that I'm actually curious about.
Oh yeah,
because they
dude,
could
2
go a
and
lot of
3,
different ways.
Probably the biggest suspense there, honestly, because if this either one of those is a smokescreen, it's gonna throw off the rest of the round at least.
It's gonna if it's like Fields at 2 and Trey Lance at 3, shit's gonna get weird. But even just like looking at like just Jacksonville, like I don't care about this first pick. We know who they're taking. It's their later picks where there's a lot of guys like they could fortify their defense. They could go offensive line. They could take a running back and fuck over James Robinson owners across
Yeah,
the world.
sure.
Like we don't know. It's just there's
That
so
would be
much to do
sad,
here.
honestly, for James Robinson, who really proved himself last season. It would be shitty to see him have that issue. Oh, Hugo's got a new mic, but he's still muted from you, so we'll see how this goes.
I'm trying to unmute him and I can't. So I think it might.
That would be an absolute disaster for me
There
if
we
they
go.
drafted.
Yeah.
I
All
mean,
right, Hugo's here. You're
We
gonna have to
already
turn
know
it
what
down
the
a little
Raiders
too,
did
he's
to
wild.
me.
Hey, there's
So-
my first pick. Thanks,
Yeah,
Hugo.
so Hugo and Logan made a trade for Logan to get the 101, and I think Hugo to move back to 103, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
And then
Hugo
he gets
got
Jones and I get
James
Robinson.
All right, the pick is in.
But you know what? I got Aaron Jones out of it, so like I'm happy.
Yeah, I just
Big
like
shocker,
Rob.
QB Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah. Okay, you're like 10 seconds ahead of me. No, you're
Oh,
like,
I'm so shocked.
oh wow, yeah, no surprise there. What a fucking shocker. All right, well now that that's over, this is Hugo. Everybody, Hugo is a guy that I met actually through just a random Cubs group chat. Hugo, our friend overseas here, is a big Cubs guy.
That was
but
a weird chat.
Yeah, it was a weird one. That's why I'm not in it anymore.
No, I left about the same time as you.
Yeah, but you know, we've got he's in our dynasty league now. He's a good dude. Huge Darnell Mooney fan. Sorry I traded him someone else, but did you see that trade?
Yeah,
weren't gonna
I
beat
didn't
that.
get that bad.
I sent the trade offer and he said okay, so I rolled with it. But
I was pleased for you, but I'm like, I would not have done that.
yeah, Kyle, how'd you feel about that trade that I had?
Which one are you talking about? I missed it.
Cooper Kupp for Mooney in 2/5.
Yeah, that's another one that I looked at it initially and I was like, man, what is Jake thinking? At the same time, I don't hate that one either, but dude, 5th round picks to me are just a fucking joke, dude. Like you're not getting shit out of the 5th round. It's a huge toss up if you're ever gonna have success from somebody out of the 5th. So in my opinion, you're literally just waging the Cup versus Mooney battle there. And for if you place better value on one of the other players, then by all means take it however you want. But a 5th round pick means jack shit to me. So
Yeah, I mean, at least in our league, being a 10-team league, like the guys that are taken at the end of the 5th are the same guys that are being taken at like the end of the 4th in 12-team drafts. So at least like there's still going to be some value there, and there's still a lot of potential in this draft. But you do have the benefit of you're getting a younger receiver, you're getting a guy who, in theory, next year if they let Allen Robinson walk, Mooney's the one. Like you're getting a lot of potential
that's
there,
fair.
and I'm taking a bet on an older guy who's had injuries, but also is getting a huge upgrade at quarterback because Matthew Stafford is a million times better
Yeah.
than Jared Goff.
Yep.
Like it just seems.
I
like
think that's a
value
major
play.
win for you, to be honest. I love Mooney, but I think Cup is good enough to where if you have the chance to get him for Mooney in 2/5, you do that every day.
Exactly. Like I sent that trade offer fully expecting. I send a lot of trades where at first like the value is very clearly in my favor, and I expect somebody to counter back to me.
Oh, that's the best way to do it. That's all
Yeah.
you got to do.
Like I'm playing a mind game there almost of like, here's what I'm expecting, and that's what they think, and then the trade plays out and it's like I'm really willing to take a lot less than this, but I'm just gonna see what I can get. And I sent that, and then it was accepted as soon as I messaged him in the sleeper chat and I was like offer, and then like a minute later he accepted. I was like, okay, works for me.
dude, that
And
was
I-
so funny. Like about my trade too. I know I keep talking about the exact same trade, but the Zeke trade that I made in the other league. we were messaging back and forth in PMs, and he's like, he sent me his counter. He's like, this is the best I'm going to do. And I was like, dude, we are not seeing eye to eye. Our valuation's different. I can't do it. And literally 30 seconds later, I just hit accept.
Yeah. Sometimes you just got to play those mind games, man. It's just fun.
It wasn't even a mind game for me. It was just I stared at the trade, and I was like, fuck it. I have to have this player.
Yeah.
And so I rolled the dice, man. And we'll see what this draft plays out. And like I said, this could end up super good for me or super bad for me in that respect.
Speaking of trades, Logan here has sent me a trade.
Oh,
Right now, what's the trade?
He sent me Robbie Anderson, Royce Freeman, and Darrell Henderson for my 2021 second. Which pick is that? Is that like 2-0 from Panico? That's the 2-6.
Nah, I'm good.
Yeah. There's just not
Damn
value.
it.
There's just not value for me there, Logan. Like you're giving me like Robbie Anderson. Obviously, he.
I
put
love
up,
Robbie Anderson,
I do
100%.
too.
Not worth a second round pick to me.
Yeah, just
Not
with
in
the
this draft.
With the talent that's in this draft, especially 206 and then a 10-team draft, I'm getting what's that, the 16th? Yeah, 16th best prospect off the board. Like these first 3 rounds are so full of potential starters where guys are going to come in right away. And not that I don't think Robbie Anderson isn't good enough to put me over a hump right now. He's 20. He's going to be what, 29? Right?
I tried to trade for Robbie Anderson in the redraft league with Jake towards the end of the season, and I couldn't end up making the trade happen, which was fine. Especially since DJ Moore ended up popping off at the end of the year too, and I love DJ Moore, and I'll continue to pick him up in different leagues as well. But Robbie Anderson is definitely, I think, regardless of what they ended up doing at quarterback, I think Robbie Anderson is a huge asset to that team. And you're going to continue to get fantasy value there, probably at a wide receiver 2 level, but you're going to continue to get value out of Robbie until he gets out of the NFL. He's a great receiver.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. Like you're saying, like Robbie's a guy I love, and Logan, I like him, which is why you continue to include him in trades to me. But like,
that's why I keep sending Rojo trades to Logan, but he says he's not interested. I call bullshit.
Bro, send some
Because they said that he's not going to be the fucking starting running back.
send me some Rojo trades. Shit.
you're a big believer in this draft, aren't you, Jake? Like you're kind of hoarding picks for this year.
Oh yeah.
Like
This is going to be a good draft class,
It's
man. Especially
pissing
the
me
first
off.
2 rounds, even at the
I
beginning
keep
of the
trying
third.
to keep trying to see if people have picks, and then I've seen that you've already picked them off.
It's
I'm
me.
just like, all of my trade ideas have been ruined by you, essentially.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, Jake could literally pick a player off of my team and go, "I'll give you a 2 and a 4," and I'd be like, "Done."
All right.
Jake, that
It's funny
movie
though,
trade you
Josh
sent me,
Allen?
I was
Pick is
lost.
in. New York
Yeah,
Jets
no.
pick
Did
is
I
in.
send you again, Hugo?
The
You
pick
said
is
to me
in.
you wanted like a Faust and Rigo for Mooney.
But yeah, like I'm saying, man, I'm sending out trades. I'm establishing a fake value and then seeing how it plays off.
I couldn't believe it.
Jake, I'll give you Josh Allen for like
Zach
your-
Wilson, BYU.
for like a first, a second, and a
Wait,
third.
did they take him or are they just showing him on the screen?
No, the pick is in. It's not been announced.
He looks like a fucking like Disney
Hey.
character.
He does. He's young, man. Well, he looks young, I mean.
Of course, the Jets fans can't even wear their masks right.
While we're waiting for the announce this pick, though, I will say that Rojo, although not announced as the starter right now, I think Leonard Fournette is not a 3-down back, and so you're still going to get a lot of production out of Rojo this season.
Here's what I hate about NFL teams, man. How do you have a talent like Rojo and then you just don't fucking use him? The man put
Free
up
Aaron
almost
Jones.
1,000 yards. He put
That's-
up 978 yards on not even 200 carries.
Yeah,
like the
dude,
man
he's
is
so good.
fucking good.
The
They've
weird thing
always
is
just
that
done
they
that
keep
with
saying that they
certain
value
teams.
Keyshawn Vaughn, too, and I'm like, what are you going to do with him?
Yeah, fuck that.
Yeah,
He
no.
sucks. He sucked when they drafted him.
There
He
he
still
goes,
sucks
Zach
now.
Oh,
Wilson.
there we go.
Zach Wilson. Yep. Okay, so I
Zach
don't,
Wilson, not a
I
smoke
don't get
screen.
that pick.
They take the pick. I love the pick. You
I
guys don't
like it a lot too.
He's
I
at
fucking
best
love
the
Zach
fourth.
Wilson.
I'll wait till Ryan's in here and Ryan will really go in on me because Ryan thinks Zach Wilson is quarterback 2.
Dude,
maybe
what
even
this
quarterback
proves to
1.
me, is that you're going to lose my bet. 100%.
But why?
What was the
Zach
bet?
Wilson. So I told Jake that if Zach Wilson has a better season than Mac Jones this year in their rookie season, I will drink Malort exclusively on an episode of Two Average Husbands. And he hates
get
Bloody
ready for that.
Marys.
It's
He hates
happening.
Bloody Marys. So if Mac Jones loses this bet, then Jake has to sit and drink my recipe of my choosing of Bloody Marys for an entire episode.
Oh,
Yeah. So, but like, I don't.
Let's go, baby.
Even if
Zach Wilson
even
taking the stage.
if- ignore our bet, ignore everything else. Zach Wilson is not the second best quarterback in this draft.
I don't agree.
I don't know how you. So I know you don't watch a lot of games, but I don't know how you can watch Zach Wilson's film versus Justin Fields' film and tell me
So
that Zach
okay,
Wilson is. a
I
better
will say
quarterback.
that there is definitely an argument to be made that Justin Fields is a better quarterback. I will accept that. What I will not say is that there's an argument to say Mac Jones is a better quarterback, and I can
Again.
say full fuck you on that. There's no fucking way Mac Jones is better than Zach Wilson, which is why I'm going to win this bet.
I'm kind of with him there.
I
Can
said
I
it.
just say my favorite thing of this draft is that both Alabama receivers could go to Miami, and both of them said they prefer Mac Jones over Tua.
Yeah.
How
that's-
uncomfortable is that going to be?
Bro, Tua sucks. I get, yes, he's coming off a major injury. It was a weird year because of COVID and everything.
Dude,
Even in
free
college, I didn't
Ryan
like
Fitzpatrick. Talk about let's free somebody. Free Ryan
Tua.
Fitzmagic.
Hey, my man's
Let
is
him
gonna
go
go
out there and
My
ball
man's
out.
is gonna go win the division in Washington.
Dude, I
Yeah.
cannot believe they just pulled him off though when he was having a balling out season in
Yeah,
Miami.
that
And
was-
they're just like,
that-
oh, we gotta
yeah,
get two of
So
some
here's-
reps.
here's what
Killing
it
it.
was. It was they were 3-3 and they had to make a decision. It was the same decision the Bears had to make at 5-5 as to whether they were going to lose out and try and go for better picks or if they were going to win out. They went with Tua, and then because they thought Tua was the worst quarterback at the time and they thought they were going to lose out and they just wanted to give him some game experience. And then their defense went fucking beast mode and turned into a top 5 defense for a few weeks there. And all of a sudden they were like 8-4 and had no choice but to try and make the playoffs at that point. And so they were stuck because they were trying to just boost their draft picks up. And then we see what they're doing now where like they've traded back because they realized the value that they could gain there. Like Miami might have the best front office in football.
Dude, they
right
just
now.
showed that ball and ass throw during the pro day too of Zach Wilson just fucking throwing off his back foot
Bro, everybody
across
can
the field.
Every
He looks
fucking
great.
quarterback in the draft did that. Except
Nah.
for Mac Jones. Mac Jones is on
Except for Mac Jones, the one person you're like, oh yeah, he's better.
So
Breckenridge Oatmeal Stout 6.3. Hugo, I don't know what time it is in good old fucking the Queensland, but
It's
hopefully,
1:30.
hopefully you're having a drink as well.
No, I'm furloughed. I'm furloughed till May 17th, so I just have nothing to do.
Perfect. Grab a drink with us. Let us know what you're drinking so we can throw it on the guest list. I'm gonna go grab another beer.
I'll put some rum in there then.
There we go.
Oh, fuck
But
it.
yeah, like so like yes, I get Mac Jones isn't as talented of a prospect as Zach Wilson is, but for me they're a coin toss. Like you look at both guys and I'm like both have the same chance, of succeeding in the NFL to me. So I'd rather go with the bold take and put Jones at 4 when everybody has him at 5 than just be that guy who has Wilson at 4 like everybody else does. Hi George. I see George in the background there.
Can you see him?
I just saw him walk. I saw like his hind legs.
Come here, bud. Come here. Come here.
There we go. That's our silver lab George for anybody watching in the chat.
Here you go.
But yeah, Logan, I mean, you made a lot of trades that traded away a lot of picks, but you have a lot of talent on your roster.
I do. I have a good team.
You have 2 guys that I don't like currently in like your quote unquote starting lineup, but besides that, like you have
Let me guess. Is
super
it Todd?
talented.
One of them's Todd Gurley.
Is Gurley's not your
Oh, no,
quote
he's
unquote
not.
starting line. It's Connor and Kirk. I think Kirk's going to be basically useless after this draft. I think they're going to take a better wide receiver. And then
Yeah.
Connor, again, a guy in Arizona who's at least at best he's splitting carries with.
God damn it, dude. I just came
Chase
back and
Edmonds.
look at this dude. He looks like a goddamn 12-year-old on camera. I love it and I hate it at the same time.
Bro, the memes on Twitter about Zach Wilson today have been hysterical. There was like there was one where he like tweeted a picture of himself like looking at his phone and smiling, and somebody like put a picture next to it of them like spelling boobs on a calculator, and it was like him smiling at it.
All right, I'm gonna pull this beer out. It's another one of my favorites. So I've tried this one. I'm cheating a little bit, but I'm gonna do it anyway. So the State 48, which is a local Arizona beer, mango wheat, is gonna be my next beer of choice. And I'm the only one sticking to tradition on this podcast and actually drinking beer. So I'm
Maybe
gonna continue.
I'll break out a beer
to
after
do that.
this one. We'll see.
You
I've
know,
got these
I didn't
ambers.
have, I didn't have the option.
I've got these
I
ambers.
drank
gotta
all my
eventually
beers
drink.
today.
There
so
you go. What are you drinking, Hugo?
I'm just drinking some Captain Morgan's and Diet Coke.
Hey, I'm also in the mixed drink gang.
I'm
That's
also
all I have in the
Jake.
house.
So for this Mountain Dew Rise Energy and the Pink Whitney mixture, I'm gonna give it. My mixed drinks have to be a separate scale, in my opinion.
Yeah, I almost don't even want to put this in our roster because I hate you so much for not sticking to the tradition.
Have a mixed drink. We talked about this that we were gonna do mixed drinks too.
Yeah, but I'm still gonna just advocate for the fact that I hate
So do you guys have like a drink stick where every day you have to do a different
every
drink
week.
or something? Or...
Every week, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I
We
like
do
that.
beers every week.
Yeah. So we do new drinks, and I just had,
Clearly, Hugo's not a fan of Two Average Husbands because he has
I
no
have- I
idea what we
have-
do here.
I have clipped on it. I have clipped on it once or twice, but you know, you guys are a bit late for me.
True.
That's fair. It's always rewatchable.
All right.
Shout out to everybody that can rewatch after the live.
I've got my other brother shaming me in the chat, so I'll break out a beer after this. But this mixed drink, I'm gonna give it a 7-9.
Okay, still not gonna write it down. You can
Write
make an
it
Excel
down.
file for all the mixed drinks. I'll let you do
Okay,
it.
fine. I'll be in charge of that. All
Hey,
right.
Jake,
What, Logan?
Mine's a 3. I need
what,
more
what draft
mixer.
pick will you give me for Tyler Lockett?
That's a good question. I like that there's 4 of us here though, so like people could counter my offer if they want.
What? Hold on. What
40,
about?
hold on. 49ers
about
pick
Tyler
is in.
Lockett
Shut
and
the fuck
Robbie
up.
Anderson?
49ers
Picks
pick is
in.
in.
Oh,
Pick is in. Dude, this is the biggest
I'm
one.
going Justin
Is it a
Fields.
smoke
Yeah.
screen or is it Mac Jones?
If
no,
it's Mac
Justin Fields.
Jones, we party. That's all I'm saying.
This is literally probably the most suspenseful fucking pick of the
No,
draft.
this is the pick that like this changes the next 8 picks.
I listened to the Ringers mock draft today, and like, if it's not Jones, the entire draft changes.
Yeah,
Yeah, 100%.
100%.
Trey Lance.
So many teams get on the clock. I think it's Trey Lance. That's what I've been hearing for 3 fucking weeks.
Also, they just someone just said on Twitter.
Shut
Trey
up.
Lance.
No,
Shut up. Your stream's ahead of mine. Shut up.
Dude, he's
I'm
way
not
ahead of
even
me
going
and
off
I'm
of the
watching live
stream.
on fucking
I'm going off of
through NFL.
like a source.
Oh yeah,
And I didn't get Barry McCocknerd again.
my source said Lance too. Holy shit.
Oh my God, it's Trey Lance.
So, dude, now the biggest question now, then, right? So, like, you guys are obviously way ahead of me and just watching through Twitter. So now, where does Mac Jones fall?
He could free fall completely.
He could.
That's right.
The Bears could draft him at 20. If the Bears at this point, if the Bears take him at 20, if he's still there, I'm not as mad about it as trading up for him. But if
It's a
this-
completely different matter because we need so much.
Dude, can
That-
you
but,
fucking
like, still
imagine
taking
picking
it without
Trey
trading
Lance
up would
over
be
Justin
fine.
Fields? Are you
Bro.
fucking kidding me?
That-
Lance
I
is
even
good.
called,
I
was
like Lance
okay,
a
it's Justin
lot.
Fields, but
I like Lance a lot, but holy shit. It's fine.
Can you? I can't imagine, dude. Are you fucking kidding me? Dude, I hope this just fucking completely collapses on the 49ers and that Trey
Trey
Lance just fucking
Lance.
dive bombs.
Now I
Let's
root for the. I
fucking
like
go.
the 49ers. They're
I like that
a
pick
good type of organization.
Yeah. I like that pick so much more for them than Mac Jones. That pick makes so much fucking sense.
I like it more than Mac Jones, but I still
It-
cannot believe they didn't pick up Justin Fields.
Bro,
Yeah,
from-
I
Can't
was
fucking
like,
believe it.
I was like,
agree.
okay, Mac Jones. I was like, yeah, I get that. I was
Well,
like, okay.
and see,
Dude,
here's
what do you
why-
think Justin Fields is thinking right now? What's going through that dude's head?
Bro,
It's
he's
like
fucking
what
that
the fuck
Rogers face in
happened?
03.
Yeah, right.
he fucking knew this shit was gonna happen. Like, teams are just like, as soon as the character concern bullshit like started coming out with him, like he knew like this shit was gonna get weird.
Well, that's why he did
Like,
2
really-
pro days too.
I like that they're showing a highlight reel and they just showed an interception.
Quarterback 1B is going off the board at the 4th pick or later. Like, what are we fucking doing here?
Trey
No, but that's
Lance.
it's almost good
Dude,
for
I
him
was
to go later though. If you're a quarterback, you get
Oh,
put into a
yeah.
better team.
Agreed. I
Like
agree
you'd rather
there.
be the first. You'd rather be
Dude,
the
trade
25th
secret
pick.
here, but I'm really hoping that Mac Jones falls in the fantasy drafts now too, and I can pick him up at the 208 or some shit in that terrible league that we have. Damn, that's crazy, man. Good for him.
Yeah, I
By the way,
like that.
Kyle and Hugo, if there's anyone on my team you want for draft picks, your boy's desperate.
I mean, you can always send me. You can always send me trade requests. Honestly, the first league I ever joined, all of the people in the league had the veto on the first night I got drunk. They're just like, "This is unacceptable, Hugo. You're losing so badly on this." Honestly, it was like I was trading Rodgers and 2 firsts for like an average running back. I'm just like, guys, I'm drunk.
Dude, that's what
That
I
was
always do to
Panico
Panico.
last year.
It's still not
Panico's my
better
bull.
than
I always take
Panico
drunk
trading
advantage of
me,
Panico.
The best part is Panico Snapchats me every time. Like every day, we talk like all the time, and so he'll Snapchat me like him at the bar, and I just send him a trade offer.
Dude, yeah.
Well, yeah, I
every
mean,
time he would
there's
tweet to
Panico, who was
our
like-
fucking group chat, he's like, guys, I'm at the bar. And we're like, ooh, trades, baby. Let's
Yeah.
go.
Well,
Yeah, we're
like
like, let's
last year,
go.
I was real close to like beating or like playing Jake in the like championship. Like my team was doing real well, and then all of a sudden my team just fucking died. Don't know what happened there. Oh, actually, never mind. Ezekiel Elliott happened. We're
Hey,
all
this
back.
is another
Hey,
huge
hey,
moment,
guess
actually,
who
by the way.
Guess who traded Logan Zeke? No, yeah.
It wouldn't
this is a
have mattered,
huge moment
Jake.
because Atlanta's either.
Does
gonna go-
Atlanta trade back?
All right, here's
That's the
Ben.
question.
Let's get Ben in here too.
Ben,
How we doing?
welcome. Taking a
Take it
giant
up.
bite.
Yeah.
With the
Yeah,
half-
sorry, that was so awkward.
Yeah,
No,
taking
you're
a
good.
fat bite.
It's more
yeah,
respect.
now that the
than
real
like
draft
anything.
I don't
started.
even remember. I
Yeah,
think I
for
said,
real.
I said Panico like two garbage players for Stephon Diggs, and then Stephon Diggs was drafted so late for some reason that he's now my keeper in I think the 5th round.
Yeah, you get like a guy who's probably gonna go in the second round of most drafts.
Dude, the crazy thing is our mock draft is already completely out the window.
Is it?
We didn't fucking take Trey Lance at pick 3. I can promise you
Yeah,
that.
I think Trey Lance went 4, so I mean, it's not like.
Yeah,
It's
but
not
dude,
like-
this
I
is
mean,
gonna
Mac
happen.
Jones
But like
Yeah.
would be all
Justin
over.
Fields is
Yeah,
still
but so
on the
Jake-
fucking table.
Because we have
Jake also
Fields-
traded up with the Bears to the 4th pick, right? And that's probably
Yeah.
not going to happen here. So, like,
Hey, it's
between the Trey
possible.
Lance pick at
Hey,
3
but
and
I-
the Bears,
It's not
I
happening.
think
Maybe
it's
this is
more
why they
likely
picked up
now
Andy
that the
Dalton.
Bears
They wanted
trade
to
into like
trade
6 or
Andy
7.
Dalton for Matt
Yeah.
Ryan. You
Maybe
know,
so.
So the guys that I've been talking to, like my quote unquote sources, aka guys that I know that have sources, so they're technically sources. They've been saying that Miami is like flat, like they're either they're staying put at 6. They are very confident that Jamar Chase is going to get to them at 6, and that's where they're leaning. But Atlanta,
Yeah,
they could go a few different ways. Atlanta could go Pitts, they could go corner, they could go linebacker, they could trade out. Like there's so many different things that could happen here.
If we hear trade like here in any moment, I'm like almost gonna piss my pants.
If the Bears trade to 4 and draft Justin Fields, I'll shotgun 2 beers in a row.
dude, honestly, Atlanta should take
I'll
a
do it with
quarterback.
like.
Atlanta should take a quarterback.
Who does
They
everyone
should
here
take
support,
Justin
by the
Fields.
way?
We're pretty much all Bears fans. Logan or Kyle is clearly a Cowboys fan, even though I'm wearing a Broncos jersey.
Let's
today.
go, Dallas.
I was a bit upset about that.
That's
Jake.
Terrell Davis.
All right,
I
hold
noticed
on.
that.
Yeah, it is a Terrell Davis jersey. It was the
Sick.
first jersey I ever got. But hold on, I'll switch into a Bears jersey here.
Dude,
I have.
Atlanta should take Justin Fields here. Get the successor to Matt
if the
Ryan. Let him
Bears
sit for a
get
year.
Justin Fields. I'm going to the White Sox game on Saturday. I'm gonna duct tape over my Mitch Trubisky jersey.
Yeah, you should.
Oh,
You should
Just
do that
goes
anyway.
duct tape over the 0, duct tape over the name.
oh, the pick is in.
Is that Knox?
All right, Bears. Yeah, Jesus. Yeah.
So they
Johnny
picked.
Knox.
They didn't trade back. Pick is in.
I imagine
How
they're
are
going
you
Kyle
so-
Pitts.
How are you so fucking far ahead of me? I've got like 3 minutes on the clock.
I'm not. I have 2 minutes and 52 seconds.
Logan,
on the
get
clock,
off
but-
Twitter.
I'm sending trades. I'm also still watching the stream. I know the pick's in. I just don't know what it is.
Yeah,
I'm just
nobody
watching
looks
on my
at Twitter.
TV.
Has to be the surprise.
Yeah. No leaks.
What is everybody's opinion on Mel Kiper before I give my
He's a
own?
fucking idiot.
Oh, okay, good.
Oh, dude,
I don't know
do you
what
guys?
the fuck that is.
motherfucker.
I cannot stand Mel Kiper.
I hate the number of people making millions of dollars to talk about sports with no fucking clue what they're saying. Mel Kiper's a
Yeah,
guy.
like
who,
I don't mind Louis Riddick at all.
Yeah,
Like at times he takes some hot takes that I don't care for, but like I love that they always go back to that Mel Kiper thing with the Colts,
Oh,
as
I
if it
love that
vindicates
so
Mel
much.
Kiper. Like he wanted them to draft Trent Dilfer, so they kind of made the right decision in not drafting him because he's
yeah.
probably the worst Super Bowl winning quarterback in NFL history.
My
Dude, so
neighbor
one of my
knows
favorite-
more than Mel Kiper.
One of my favorite fantasy football podcasts, the Fantasy Footballers, locally here in Arizona. Andy Holloway just tweeted a guy jumping. You know those hot air balloons where like they had the guy in the spacesuit jumping down to Earth.
Yeah.
He just
Yeah.
tweeted that, and he's like,
Oh, yeah,
Mac
the Red
Jones
Bull.
drop it begins."
Oh,
Bro, he legitimately.
do you know
could
how
fall-
much that pick just cost Mac Jones? Like
Oh, yeah,
in
dude,
terms
he's
of
gone.
money, that's like $20 million down the drain.
Mac Jones is 100% going to be in the second round now.
Well, it's so hilarious to me when they kept showing that like top 5, like that intro. I'm like, this is gonna be a 30 for 30 for someday, and everybody's gonna keep looking at
Oh.
Mac Jones and like, who
Have
the
you guys
fuck
got the
almost
pick?
drafted this Pillsbury Doughboy?
Oh, hold on. It just came in.
It's in.
If you guys fucking tell me who the pick is before this comes up on my
Yeah,
screen,
be
I'm
quiet.
gonna
Let's
piss.
Tom,
let
Let's
Roger
say
do it.
Kyle gets to announce it each time it happens, so we don't skip ahead Kyle.
Any gamers? in the
Jake might
chat
be farther
comments?
behind than I am, but
Okay,
yeah.
Jake then.
Not surprised there.
All right, thank God.
Kyle Pitts. Yeah.
God damn it!
Kyle Pitts.
Kyle Pitts.
Ah, shit, my Hayden Hurst.
My ju-
draft
Your
value.
Hayden
Justin
Hurst
Fields.
stocks just went boop. But so
Yep.
did mine because I have him in like 4 fucking leagues.
I still think he'll be good.
Now both of my tight ends in that orphan league, Kyle, both of my tight ends are now not going to be starting for their current teams because I have Ertz and Hurst.
Yep.
Fuck. You think Pitts will fall to 108? Am I taking fucking Brevin Jordan at 111?
Yo,
If they
in
do
our,
not take Penei Sewell right here, this is
All I'm
like
saying
I'm
is
gonna
that was
lose-
a good trade.
I will call Joe Burrow and donate my left ACL so he can have another one just in case.
dude, I will say I love this pick for Atlanta. I think this is an absolutely fantastic pick for them. I
don't
love
like
this pick for
So
Atlanta.
here's why I don't love this. Obviously, Kyle Pitts, one of the best
Hugo,
tight
you
end
like
pros-
it. You know you like it.
One of the best tight end talents that we've seen in a very long time. They just traded a second for Hurst last year. They have one of the worst defenses in football.
So fucking trade Hurst.
Don't do that to him. The guy's so depressed as is. You can't do that to him.
I feel like
Too
I have
soon.
to
Too
accept
soon.
that, Logan.
Too soon.
It's so
Dude,
good. But it's
I
also
love this.
like it's like
Dude, you could do a
iffy.
2 tight end set now too. You can have Pitts.
Yeah, you can run a lot of 12
I'm just
personnel.
going to accept
Pitts,
that,
Hurst,
Logan. And if it turns
And
out
then you've
shit, it
got
turns out
Ridley
shit.
and Jones.
Let's go.
Did you see that tweet though, where it was like Pitts, Ridley, Jones, and Todd Gurley? Who's stopping this offense? And so we just put Atlanta.
Jesus.
What is this trade? I gotta see this.
Logan
I feel
just
like-
sent Hugo, Gurley, Lockett, Tim Patrick, a 22 fifth and a 22 second for a
For
21
the
second and
10th
third.
and the Damn, Logan just got robbed.
Am I
Damn.
crazy or did I just have a big win?
You just had a
fucking-
huge win.
It's a lot of faith in Logan in this year's draft class, and realistically, like Gurley's
Dude, I don't care
probably-
about Tim Patrick and I don't care about Gurley, but the Lockett alone
Yeah.
is probably worth that deal.
Well, and also
Honestly.
Logan doesn't know this because I know more about the draft classes here than probably anybody else in this live stream right now. The 22 class is fucking loaded.
Oh,
like
great.
there's so much talent
Love it.
next year.
There's just like
Thanks,
not a
Mike.
lot
This
of
is
high-end
beautiful.
quarterback talent.
Yeah, you're losing quarterback talent, so it's nice to kind of stock up on them right now. But like the receivers running backs are insane. Like there's even like really good tight ends. Like it's gonna be a really good draft class next year. But yeah, man. Oh, that's
Who do you think's starting running back for Atlanta next year? Do you think
It's
they
Matt
might
Ryan.
end up starting Davis?
it's
No,
Mike
it's 100% Matt Ryan.
running back.
No, running back.
Oh, I thought you said
Running
quarterback. My bad.
Yeah.
Oh no,
yeah.
I'm not insane, Kyle.
I wouldn't be.
Yeah, they're just
surprised if
gonna
it's Mike
run Matt
Davis.
Ryan into the ground.
I would. I
Oh, yeah, I'd
really
love to
wouldn't be
see it.
surprised if it's Mike Davis. They could take. I think worst case scenario, like Davis is at least like their third down guy, their passing roll back, and they maybe go for a speed guy. Like they could take a guy like a Chuba Hubbard a little bit later, or
I love
Michael
Chuba Hubbard,
Carter.
by the way.
Yeah, I do
I am
too.
so excited for
he's-
him in this
He's
draft.
really growing on me. Okay, this is from my sources. The Patriots are trading up to 7. We'll see how true that is, but
Who has the 7th right now?
Frankly, a startling amount of
The
people.
Lions. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. The Lions are. I mean, even if they
There's
draft
been loads
someone,
of
they're
stuff
gonna-
about the Lions wanting
do
to
well.
trade back.
yeah. They were trying to trade up for Jamar Chase, so that makes me think Cincinnati's taking Chase here. If they're willing to trade back, that or they know Miami's going to take Chase, and there's no point in sticking at 7. But
Yeah, also
We'll
now
see.
that you got Stafford, so they don't have to try to pick up a quarterback.
hey, man, my source has been right. I'm going to roll with him here, and I'm gonna
Detroit does not have Stafford. What?
Oh, my bad. Yeah, sorry.
Jared Goff.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
But yeah.
They're not going to trade for a quarterback, though, now that they made the trade to get
Yeah.
Anyways, while we got a moment here while this pick is still coming in, Ben, I see you sipping on a beer over there. If you're not aware, on Two Average Husbands here, we rate our beers and tell everybody what we're drinking. So what do you got and what do you rate it?
I've got Off Colors beer for ball games.
I've had their beer for golf. I haven't had the beer for ball games.
I think I just released it. I would give it like a solid like 8.1 out of 10.
Solid.
Yeah,
the company?
it tastes
I
like
missed it.
beer.
It's off color brewing.
off color.
Yep.
All right,
I'm
it's in the
gonna
list.
Yeah, they're like northwest side.
Yeah, they're a
Chicago?
localer brewery for us. Kyle, I'm gonna crack one open as well here since I'm being shamed into
I
it.
really hope that it's one that I already have on your list, so I don't have to fuck. Oh, just kidding. You've drank all this.
It might be. It's Pothole City, and it's by Pipeworks Brewing.
Pothole City by
Pipeworks is
Brewing.
good.
Yeah, they have another one at a couple local places that I really want to try. It's an imperial stout ale with vanilla, cocoa, lactose, and marshmallow and almond. Ben's
God.
giving us dirty looks.
Here
over
comes
here.
the trade from
I,
Logan.
I mean, hey man, whatever floats your boat.
Kyle and I both are stout guys, and then we both also strangely like stouts with like a sweeter element to them.
Yeah, I can go with that. I always get so terrified when lactose is in there.
Yeah, because it does give that like sour taste. Because that's if you're not if people aren't familiar, that's how you make sour beer. You know, a lot
right,
of sour,
and I feel like it's such a delicate thing to use that like if you fuck it up just even a little bit.
Also, my roster for 2021 is going to be so fucking small.
Logan's gonna have no fucking players.
I mean,
But
like,
yeah,
I'm not actually trading anyone that's like that I plan to like keep on my main roster for like most of the time. Like, I would probably put them in for bye weeks, but like I'm gonna draft hopefully 2 players that are gonna be good starters that I can put in place of them, and then I just sent Kyle a trade for 2022 draft picks.
Yeah, so Pipeworks Brewing, they've got another one here that I've seen pop up at a couple like local bottle shops called Baked and Layered, which is an imperial stout with chocolate malt, lactose, cocoa, toasted coconut, and vanilla, and I'm really excited to try that one out.
There's a really good one from if you
God damn it, Logan.
depending on how you like your stouts, Off Color makes one called Mishka. That's they call it like a surf stout, so it's basically like a stout, but it's like 3.8%. So it's like super light, super chocolatey, and like incredibly drinkable. Which is like it's nice to have a stout that like I could have 4 of them, and I don't feel like I'm gonna die the next day.
Yeah, that's been the problem with drinking stouts on the podcast. Is we had one episode. Are you familiar with Transient Brewing or Transient Artisan Ales out of Michigan?
Did you say
Yeah.
Transient?
Yep. They have hands down the best like sweet stouts that I've had, and I drank 2 of them in an episode, and theirs are like legitimate stouts, so they were both like 15%. So I drank like 2 of them in an episode. I walked into my living room and I looked at Jess and I was like, I'm drunk.
Have you been to Workforce?
I haven't. She has.
Oh, we'll have to go. I'll meet you there for a beer. They last time I
Let's see
was
what
there,
this
they
is.
have like this Sleepy Bear stout that I think is
You're
like
not gonna like
12%.
I don't think I am, but I'm gonna look
And I had like 2 of them, and I had like somebody had to drive my brother back home to Chicago, and I like literally looked at him. I'm like, I know I can make the drive home, but I'm not driving you home. Like I
Yeah.
couldn't like. I was like, I can
I'm
make this
not
drive home
doing
with my
this.
eyes closed, but I'm not doing all the way to Chicago. Like I am a bit drunk.
Yeah.
Logan, I can tell you straight up, I'm not giving you a 2022 first. That is off the table.
There's some guys I would trade 22
I can tell you that
first
Logan's
for.
trade was not going to convince me to give a 2022 first.
I kind of thought that, but I was like, I can maybe squeeze one out by like the balls.
Dude, let me tell you how terrible this dude is in our other league at trading. He offered me like I think it's like the 3rd running back on a roster and asked me for my 2023 1 and 2. And he tried to justify that. And I was like,
picks in.
are you out of your fucking mind?
Pick is in. Please be fucking Peony Sewell.
That makes the most sense for them, obviously.
Drafting wide receiver here.
I wouldn't be mad at them for doing it, but it would be the
Oh
wrong.
my
fucking
god, you
kidding
fucking
me?
idiots!
Are you fucking
God
kidding
damn
me?
it.
they did it!
Are
They
you
did
fucking kidding me,
Jamar
dude?
Chase, let's go!
Holy shit.
Let's fucking
The
go!
Higgins
I
stock
think
though,
that actually
unfortunately,
fucks
for Kyle.
over
Yes,
like
no, dude, I love this
6,
for
7,
me
8.
because I just traded away Higgins in one of my leagues, and I fucking love that they picked up Chase instead.
Yeah, because now Tyler Higgins is garbage.
Dude, his draft value just went fucking way down.
like Hayden Hurst could still be good because like Matt Ryan has the best completion rating since 2012 of any quarterback. But
Most
like
completions, not best completions.
yeah, sorry, most completions. So it's
Dude,
like he throws
I
the ball a
love this
fuckload.
pick
Bro.
so much.
Like-
Yeah, this makes your trade look so much better. But
Dude, it makes my trade look better, and
my
I have
knee
Joe Burrow
hurts.
as my starting quarterback, and I am so excited.
my knee
What was your
hurts
trade?
for Joe Burrow. My
I
knee
traded
hurts.
I know, like this is a great
Higgins
like,
plus
Madden
Cortland
selection.
Sutton plus a fuck. What tight end did I throw in there?
don't
I just
remember.
sent you another.
It was Higgins,
trade.
Sutton, and the Washington tight end
Okay.
for
Logan Thomas.
Logan Thomas. Thank you for Zeke and a 2021 second rounder.
What place?
It's looking a lot better after
Yes,
this pick.
yes. I was nervous about it, but after that pick, I love it. Let's fucking go.
Yeah.
Bro, my knee hurts
Can
as
you
I'm
imagine?
sitting here.
Miami
for Joe
literally
Burrow.
traded back, and they're still going to probably get one of the best players in this
That's
draft. Like,
that's what I said what I said when they made the trade is I was like they just went from drafting Jamar Chase at 3 to drafting Jamar Chase at 6. But now what do they do here? Do they go? In theory, Sewell is the best player on the board. Do they go with a Waddle? Do they go with Smith? Do they go defense? Are they a surprise and they take like a Surtain off the board here? Do they go linebacker?
or do they trade back?
Yeah, do they trade back? Do the Bears come
Like,
up to
just
6
get
here? Do the
3
Pats come up?
first-round picks every single year for the next 3 years.
Yeah,
I would love if they did that.
bro,
but
I cannot
that's selfish.
believe that the Bengals bengled this fucking hard.
Well, they've got history of 2 years in a
Really?
row
Yeah,
drafting
I mean, you
wide
wonder
receivers
why
early.
bad franchises
happened a lot.
continue to be
Yeah.
bad.
Who did you guys think they were gonna take?
Penei Sewell, the best fucking tackle prospect in the
Sewell.
draft.
Yeah, that's fair.
Oh, the pick's in already for Miami.
But Jake, I think the Bengals would get so much shit if they took another defensive tackle in their first.
He's an offensive
I'm-
tackle, first
or-
of all.
No, he's offensive.
What
I
tackle.
love this pick for me.
But
I don't know
still-
that I love it for the Bengals, but I love this pick for me.
Yeah, no, your Joe Burrow share just went. You trying to
Joe
trade-
Burrow's
you want Joe
up.
Burrow?
Higgins is down a little bit.
Now I'm kind of mad that when I traded back into the first in another league, I took CMC instead of Burrow. But also Christian McCaffrey.
Hey, no, Ryan just made a bunch of money apparently.
Yeah.
Also,
I'm starting to drink a little bit, and now Logan's trades are like starting to get like confused in my brain, and I'm like about to hit accept on this, and I gotta fucking take a second and actually think about it.
Kyle, I almost said no to the trade because I've been drinking since 4 and it's 1 here.
That was some of the worst coverage I have ever seen on that highlight.
Well,
That's how good Jamar Chase is, though. Is like you can put
I
him
know,
up against.
but it didn't even look like the corner. Like, he didn't bite on the hitch. He didn't pick either route. He just like kind of kept coasting up the field, and then he was surprised when Chase was 5 yards past him, and he's like looking at his safety like it was the safety's fault.
Ben, I'm not sure if you saw it when they showed Trey Lance. They showed one of his highlight reels was him throwing an interception.
Well,
and not
so
even,
they
like-
show like the bad too. They don't just show the highlights.
Okay, well,
No, he zipped that interception. What are you talking about?
Jake, I need you to know that if I accept this trade from Logan, it fucks your trade with me.
Then don't accept it. My trade's probably better.
He's trying to pick up a second rounder for me this year, so it's gonna
Kyle,
fuck
do
your
it.
trade.
What's
we
he
always
giving
know
you?
there's
Dude.
one guy in the league you need to fuck over and trade.
I'm actually really close to accepting this trade. I'm not gonna lie.
What is it?
I'm not bad at trading.
We've all
That's
been
the
openly
thing. It's
talking
just
about
like
our
all my
trades here,
trades get
Kyle. You can't be out
All
here
right.
being secretive.
So Logan threw me Robbie Anderson, a 2023 first, a 2023 third, and a 2023 fifth for a 2021 207 and the 2022 second rounder that I have.
I feel like if you're in this for the long term, you do that.
That's what I'm saying. This is a
Yeah.
dynasty league.
It's
Yeah.
a long-term play, but also like
I sacrifice 2 second rounders and I pick up Robbie Anderson plus a first.
yeah, but if you're good, that first at best is like 12-10 or like at the end of the
Who knows
draft
if I'm
there.
going to be good? I drafted young.
Yeah, but also that could be that in and of itself
Also-
is a dynasty play. Like picking as many young guys as you did, so I think you can take like you don't have to trade your picks as much. Like you can take continued risks on those picks because you're already
But Jake, also, let's be real. This is me. Those 2023 rounds are going to be like first.
no, you have a good fucking
That's
You
the
do have a
spirit,
good
man.
You do have a good team in this league.
I do have a good team, but also this is fucking me.
I'm gonna have to
He
think
just
about it.
he did just trade me one of his star receivers. To be fair.
All right, the Dolphins pick is in. Have they actually
I
announced
did not
it?
trade.
No, they haven't
Tyler
announced.
Lockett wasn't one of my
Kyle,
star
before you
receivers.
go, what
A
is
star
my,
receiver.
what's the
Yeah, I
highest
mean, I have
rating I've
Amari
given so
Cooper
far?
and I have
On beer?
Yeah,
I've
The
got Amari
highest one that
Cooper
you gave was
and
at
I've got,
8-4. No, 8-8.
8-8 to
Tyreek Hill.
to
Transient
Oh, fair
Artisanales,
play.
Judy goes
Yeah, you
nuts
did not
rages.
need him.
Was an 8-8.
Okay, I
Yeah,
know
that's why
this
I was
is
like.
this beer's an
also,
8-7.
Tyler Lockett shares so
8-7.
much with
It's
DK Metcalf.
it's just a hair below.
He didn't even really do well last year. He's like an entire boomer bust player because DK Metcalf is just so fucking dominant on the field.
But also
pick
you
is
have,
in.
You have to consider though, Logan, like while Lockett was boomer bust last year, he's still like his booms were so big, he still finished the year as a top 12 or top 14.
Oh, it's
No,
a big one.
Don't announce this shit yet.
Miami Dolphins select.
Honestly, I think having fucking Roger Goodell's Bark Lounger on the stage is one of the stupidest things this NFL has ever done.
I loved it. Okay.
Oh shit!
Okay.
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 At least
All right, so
Devon-
everybody knows, so we can talk about it now. So Miami takes Jalen Waddle.
He even looks surprised.
Yeah. Wow. Wow.
I mean, it's not a terrible play.
Dude,
but
it's
this
not.
is
He's definitely
dude,
better
Mac
than
Jones
Jaden
to the
Smith.
fucking floor. I want to see this dude go in the third
If I'm
round.
Devonta Smith, though, I'm fucking pissed about that. 'Cause
Oh,
that
yeah,
means
100%.
I'm sure they asked Tua, which one do you want of those two?
Well, they both said they prefer Mac Jones. So I bet he was
Yeah.
like, fuck them guys, get me a left tackle.
I'm surprised they didn't take.
Well, who's the
Devonta
left
Smith,
tackle in
to be
Miami right now?
honest.
That's a great question.
Well, they traded what's his name to Houston for
Yeah.
now it's turned into 5 first-round picks.
Yeah, that shit's insane. Austin Jackson.
I
is
mean,
their-
granted,
their
they
starting
might
left
be
tackle.
thinking tackle is so deep and there's such a run on skill players, they'll get their left tackle with their second pick in the first.
Yeah, when's their
I mean-
second first round?
23, I think, or 22.
Oh
Somewhere-
shit!
somewhere
Mine's
around
is
there.
already in.
Yeah, it's because they're trading with the Patriots who are taking Justin Fields.
Yeah, I mean, we all,
I hope not. I hope not. I hope not.
it's gonna happen.
It's gonna happen. We're gonna let Bill Belichick get the second best quarterback in the fucking draft, and he's gonna.
He's
sit
the
under
best
Cam-
coach ever. He
he's gonna
knows
sit
when
under
to take
Cam Newton.
opportunities.
How much would you piss your pants if they trade up and get Mac Jones?
If this pick is somehow the fucking Bears, like I said, I will shotgun fucking 2 beers. Or if the Patriots trade up here and draft Mac Jones, I'll shotgun a beer.
Yeah, I'll do
It's
that. With,
Justin
I want to
Fields.
see
I mean, I'm
that.
gonna
so
pick
I'm
something
Bill
hoping-
lighter.
Belichick
but-
even said he does not like Mac Jones.
I doubt he would say that because of all of his Alabama connections.
Honestly, I hope
Well,
that there was
he
a
said that
deal
he-
on the
he said
table,
that he wasn't gonna
and
trade up.
Penny Sewell getting
Oh,
there.
okay.
The Lions were like,
Yeah,
"Sorry,
he
we're
said he wa-
nixing it.
It's
We're
not that he
taking
didn't
the
like
tackle."
Mac Jones. He wasn't going to trade up for Mac
Yeah, I mean
Jones.
the Lions would benefit so much from
makes
taking
sense.
Sewell here. Like that seems
Yeah.
like such a smart move for them.
Like literally, you're in the NFC North. Pretty much every defense is predicated off their edge rusher.
in our
take-
mock, we did have wide
Take
receiver
Penny
going to
Sewell
the
and
Dolphins.
like protect Jared Goff, that fucking statue.
Dude, the fantastic thing for me here is that it's looking better and better for the options that are going to be available for Dallas at 10.
Yeah, no, you're looking at a really good chance that you guys get at least Surtain
Yeah.
or Horn if Horn's the guy that they have as their cornerback 1. I like
Yeah.
Surtain more.
I do too.
Surely
I
you're
talked about
taking a
this-
corner here, though.
Did Sean Lee just retired? Didn't he?
He sure
Right.
did.
They
Yeah.
could go Parsons. If
Yeah,
they don't- and
dude,
Dallas
I
has a
love
history
Micah
of-
Parsons.
Dallas
I
has a
cannot-
history of not giving a fuck about personal, like off the field issues.
I
Also,
will
he's-
go to bat for that guy. That guy is the next great linebacker in this league.
There's a lot of good linebackers in this draft, though.
I hope
I'm
you
good.
draft receiver and just go to the moon on
I just
offense.
remember
Just go,
watching-
fuck it.
Micah Parsons
If
like
they draft a wide
single-handedly
receiver
stopped
in the
Memphis
first,
in the Fiesta Bowl.
that's sad because they even are just showing
Detroit's
it now.
pick is in.
The
We didn't
last
already
wide
say it.
receiver that they picked was Calvin Johnson. This better be a fucking like a bombshell
Yeah,
if they
I'm-
pick a wide receiver.
We'll see if my source is right and they trade with New England.
They're trading with New England.
I,
I'm
guessing
praying
you
they're
guys are
not.
fine
This
with
is
me
the
swearing
last-
here.
No,
I
no,
trust
no,
the
no.
sources. I'm praying they're
Parsons.
not.
Who do you think is trading with New England?
I don't know if the New England trade's still going through, but my source is saying if even if it's not, it's Parsons here. It's Parsons here for Detroit.
Detroit
They're
is
not trading.
their pick is in. They're not trading.
But they still.
I don't know.
put their
Like
picks in,
I,
even with
to
their
me,
trading.
that seemed
And the pick
Like,
is
almost
because what they
odd
do
that
is they
they'll
just
trade up
they
for
they
quarterback.
switch the guy who's on the clock from being the team that has the pick to the team that they're trading it to, and they just have them put the pick in.
Dude, the
And
one
most
thing
of
that
the
really
times
sucks
plus
for
the
me
pick
is
was
by
in like literally it was like 12 seconds, I think.
No,
one thing that
so-
really sucks for me is that Miami picking up Waddle makes the Will Fuller value go down for sure.
Yeah,
And I really need Will Fuller value in all of my dynasty leagues.
yeah.
How many are you in?
3.
Oh, I couldn't. I
Are
don't
you-
have that much
are you
focus.
counting
I'm
the one that we
struggling with
haven't
one
drafted
league
in
and then
yet,
a
Kyle?
league with friends.
Yeah, that's yes, Jake, I am. But I have
The
I have 2
stress-
ownerships of Will Fuller. Plus, I would 100% draft him if he was available in that league too.
I started in all Jake's dynasty league today, So
I saw
there's
that.
like-
I
there's like-
almost made a new Jake account.
Dude,
There's like
the
12 of us in
depression,
the league.
the depression in that Packers little zone is like culpable. Like you can like feel it.
Yeah.
Like everybody's looking down.
Well, yeah, because they might lose
Excitement.
Aaron Rodgers. Of course they're
They're like,
sad.
yeah, like there goes our dynasty.
I mean, they've won 2 Super Bowls in the last 20 years
Jesus
with 2 of the
Christ,
top 5 quarterbacks of that time. So still not classified
Hugo,
as a dynasty
Hugo.
technically.
Right, yeah.
Let's not
It's
go
hilarious
over
to me.
that.
They've had 2 Hall of Fame quarterbacks and only got 2 titles out of it.
Honestly, I'd start hurting
Well,
people
I mean, they've
if
blown
that
what,
happened to
five,
us.
five.
Even though I'd kill for that as
championship
a Bears
games?
fan.
I think Aaron Rodgers has lost 5 championship games.
Bro, Aaron Rodgers has not lost shit. The fucking incompetency of the Green Bay front office for historic amount of years. We're talking about a team that wouldn't trade a 4th round pick for Randy Moss. Like, what?
Yeah.
Yeah. that's-
Even end of his career, Randy Moss, I'd trade a 4th round pick for.
even retired Randy Moss, I think I would trade.
Yeah, if I was the Bears and Randy Moss said, give me a 4th round pick just to do whatever the fuck I want with, and I'll come out of retirement for you, I'd do it right now.
Be like, sure, yeah, why
Him
not?
and
What's
Chad
the worst that could
Ochocinco,
happen?
both of them can come out of retirement and probably be fine.
Did you guys just see the Lions locker room? They were all dancing and hugging.
God damn it.
It was like a really big thing. So
What if they grab Micah Parsons? That seems like a Dan Campbell.
seems
Type
like
of player.
something's happening.
It could be Sewell. Sewell falling might have been the thing that kind of made the Lions falter on the trade.
I
Well, what-
swear to
what
you, that's
changed
like
here,
they.
Kyle? Oh,
I
you
moved
get
you
your
back into
Jesus
this round.
Christ, what is that guy wearing?
I'll take that.
Oh,
What the?
oh,
That guy is straight Detroit.
Selection. Hurry up, I gotta pee.
I like this for them.
Who'd they pick? I missed it.
Peony Sewell.
So
Nice.
Yeah, makes sense.
All right,
falling-
good for you, Detroit. You finally
Him
made a
going
good
from
decision.
being like the 2nd pick in the draft to like falling to 7 there. That's a
Dude,
no.
Stafford's gonna need protection too. Yeah, 100%.
Goff.
you mean
I was-
Goff.
God damn it! I keep saying that. Goff. Yes.
Do you
thank
know how badly once I just want them to cut to like the family and then them not be excited about who they got picked by? Just them.
It's like the video
Shit,
of
I
the,
got
the
the Lions.
it's like the video of the player
right,
who
but-
did like the signing
Dude,
day
talk
and he
about
picked up
every
the
player
hat,
that's gone to the
and his
Bengals for the
mom
last
like
10 years.
walked away from the table.
Yeah.
All right, if you're the Bears, do you try to trade up to 8?
Yes, you 100% fucking call Carolina and say, "What do you want?"
Dude, Justin Fields is
And
still
they-
on the
you
goddamn
don't even
board. Are
make
you
an
kidding
offer.
me?
We
You
know
just go, what do you
Carolina want to
want?
trade back.
Yeah,
Like they've made it very clear.
Dude, if Justin Fields doesn't make it in the first round, I'm gonna throw up.
me too, because that
Well,
means
yeah,
the
I mean,
Bears
the Bears
pass on him
trade
at
up.
20.
Yeah.
I'm a big Chris Sims fan, and even I was like 32's low Chris.
Chris
I'm
Sims
like,
is a
that's-
fucking idiot. I will straight up say it on the podcast. He's brain dead.
When,
He
when
changes-
you look at his quarterback ranking over the
He
last
ch-
3 years,
he changes them after the draft.
I
Every
don't know.
year.
I was
and that's
he
all
was
that, all,
on the Mahomes hype
Who
and on
does?
the Lamar hype, and 'cause
Mahomes.
I was
No, I found a clip of it. Mahomes was his
Who?
quarterback 6 before the draft.
oh were they?
Are we talking
Yeah.
about Mel Kiper?
At
No,
least
Chris
Lamar, he
Sims.
was on that.
Yeah, Mel
He
Kiper's
was on the
supposed to
Lamar.
be shit.
He was on the Lamar train, but like what he does, he literally he posts rankings after the draft, and then that's his final ranking, and that's all that is kept like on.
To be
record.
fair, I have met him in person, and he is an absolute delight.
Yeah, he's a good dude. He's just kind of wrong sometimes. Kellen Mond as like quarterback 4. Like, are you kidding me? My
Dude, I'm
left
like-
arm is better than quarterback 4. If Kellen Mond is quarterback 4.
Ex-quarterbacks, though, they all
Dude,
have
Chris
their own
Sims has
particular
been
thing.
snorting something recently too. That guy's been off his rocker.
Yeah.
All right, there it is. Logan and I have made the trade.
You fuck.
It's a better trade than you offered. I'm sorry.
Come
See,
on, Brian.
like, the
Come on,
best-
Pace. Do it. Come on.
I
Just
saw
one
a
time.
counter offer and I'm like, God damn it, what is this now? And then I was like, wait, what's different? And then I'm like, oh, I get 2.9 instead of 2.7. I'm like, fuck it.
Yep.
Process trade now. See, this is
Yeah,
why I
buddy.
give this is why I give Skylar some slack on like not vetoing trades. Like, for the most part, trades should not be vetoed.
Dude,
Yeah,
I
know
don't-
it's,
have
to
like,
be sometimes,
absolute
though, when it's just
horseshit, like-
stupid.
okay,
like,
so
yeah,
I need
the trade
everybody's
last year
opinion on
should
this because
absolutely got vetoed.
Jake fought me on this. So listen to this. You have a guy who owns a dynasty roster, right? Within 24 hours, he trades away a bunch of his first pick in the 2021 and 2022, as well as his second in 2021, 2022. And then within 24 hours of making those trades, fucking kicks rocks. Just drops the league.
Yeah.
And by the way, the trades were
I've reversed
shit.
those trades.
Kyle,
Yes,
so
so
I
would
sent
everybody
you-
else.
I sent you what the trades were before you took the roster.
Okay, so listen to me. Like, I knew what I was getting into when I took the roster. I didn't have a problem taking it. It was a challenge that I was like, fuck it, I don't care. My problem is the mentality of the league owner was that I don't veto trades no matter how bad they are, which is why I told Jake when I decided to exit that league, I'm just going to give him every single fantastic player that I have and then just hang out for like 3 days because they told me that they don't care and they're never going to veto it. So I'm just going to make Jake's roster stacked in this dynasty league and then I'm going to fucking kick rocks because I don't give a shit because clearly
Yeah.
they don't give a shit.
Yeah, see, and that's fine because then when Jake inevitably wins, he can give you back whatever money you paid in for that
Dude,
year.
it is 100% mandatory that a league commissioner seriously consider vetoing trades where somebody is obviously and drastically bettering somebody else just to say
Yeah.
fuck it on their own behalf. Like you have to look at the circumstances of a
Yeah,
trade
I mean,
and go.
especially if it's not like
Interruption here per news sources. Aaron Rodgers to the Broncos is almost a done deal.
Really?
Take that for what it's worth. I'm gonna pee real quick.
They just got Teddy Bridgewater. Why the
They'll just cut
hang on,
Teddy,
who's trading?
or maybe
He
What's
said
going
that
on?
Denver's going to try to, or that Denver is 100% confirmed trading for Rodgers.
I
Aaron
think that
Rodgers.
makes sense. I think
I
that
mean,
makes
I-
sense.
it
Like
definitely
Green
makes
Bay,
sense, but,
you
like,
don't,
what are you gonna do?
you
With,
definitely
I
don't
guess, are
want
they
to
gonna give him
trade
Bridgewater?
Aaron Rodgers in your conference.
Dude, Bridgewater is forever going to be a backup quarterback. He needs to just deal with it at this point.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
that would actually be a big power play. Is picking up Bridgewater and just going, hey, we'll give you Bridgewater plus like a bunch of other shit, and you can have or we'll take Rodgers.
Well, I'm sure they probably gave
Actually,
him Drew
I
Lock.
really hope
I'd
Aaron
imagine
Rodgers
if
does
you're
not
if you're
go to
Green
the
Bay, you
Panthers.
want Lock. You don't want Teddy Bridgewater.
If Aaron Rodgers goes to the
100%.
or goes to the to the Broncos, never mind. I'm not mad.
well, unless they don't feel like Jordan Love is ready yet and they want to be competitive this year, they play Bridgewater for a year, and then if they feel like Love's going to be ready next year,
Yeah.
that could be all
Can
right.
you
for them.
imagine how pissed you would be if
Panthers
you were like
pick is
a
in.
free agent who signed
Also,
like
I was
2 years
talking
ago
about the wrong
and
team
they
the entire
traded
time
away
because
Aaron
they were talking about the Panthers.
Rodgers?
Oh, you'd
Like,
be
that's half the
spitting-
reason I came here.
Well, I mean, why else are you going to go to Green Bay? The ambiance,
Yeah,
the cheese.
If I'm like
Yeah.
Zadarius Smith, I'm like, now I just live in Wisconsin. Like, this fucking sucks.
I know they call it the Paris of the Midwest, but I mean,
I mean, it's not. Like, it's, like Milwaukee or Minneapolis could have a claim to that. But
So
sure as
Denver
shit
is
not
going to have the
Green Bay.
opportunity to pick up Fields at 9, and I think the better option for them is to pick up Fields and not try to trade for Rodgers, in my opinion.
I gotta go no Jersey for a bit. My room's getting a little warm. Perks
I
of
mean,
living
I
on
agree
college
with you.
campus.
That's the smarter move. But I also feel like Elway is so fucking desperate to get a friend. Like he has almost proved to himself like his only way to win a Super Bowl is to just get a finished product Hall of Famer at this point. All right, Carolina, what are you gonna do?
Carolina, the pick is in. J.C. Horn, cornerback. Oh, Surtain's still an option there at 10.
Okay.
Okay, not gonna support
So-
Sam Darnold.
Okay, so here though, if Denver is really not taking a quarterback, I think this is the point where we might see the first trade up. If this Aaron Rodgers thing is real.
I mean, if Denver's
Yeah.
not taking a quarterback, the Bears need to seriously consider trying to trade with Dallas or New York.
Like Justin Fields is still fucking
Dallas isn't going
available.
to trade back. Jerry Jones isn't going to trade back now that Pitts is off the board.
If I called if
Do you think
if I'm Ryan Pace and I call Dallas and say I will give you 20 and Jalen Johnson for 10, you don't think they take it?
No, I don't. I really don't.
I do.
what if it's two firsts, Anthony Miller, and like a 2023 second?
Yeah, maybe. Like, I mean, but it's going to have to be a really intense deal like that to be able to make it happen. And I just, oh, there goes J.C. Horn. Fuck yeah, Surtain.
Bro, did you not hear me fucking 4 minutes ago?
I didn't
Hugo
hear you,
just
and I
dipped.
probably zoned you out anyway because I'm trying to focus on
Where'd
my own
Hugo go?
stream.
Did Hugo have to get off?
Maybe.
I have
He's
no
probably
idea.
just exhausted, too. Didn't he say it's
Yeah,
like 1
true.
a.m., 2
Yeah.
a.m.?
Perks of being over the big blue.
Dude, I'm stoked. Surtain is going to go 10, and that is 100% awesome to me. I don't think Dallas trades back.
Yeah. See,
What did we have in the mock there at 8? We had Surtain at 8, so at least we got the position right.
Yeah, suppose so.
I don't even
Dude,
know.
this was
like,
this was my point
eight?
though, right? Is that I think Dallas
Oh.
and Panthers are going to go head to head in terms of trying to get picks, and I think Dallas probably wanted Horn, but I'm more happy that they're going to get Surtain.
So the difference between the two for me is Surtain is much more of a true corner who just understands what his assignment is. He plays his protection. He's not a guy who's going for the home run plays, which I think is what Dallas has now. Is they have a lot of guys who want to go for the home run play, so they.
I
miss
feel
a
like
lot of
Surtain
easy
is
shit.
the safest defensive pick.
Yes,
Yeah, he's the best. He's, in my opinion, the best defensive player in the draft. He's a guy who understands his assignments. He can play press. He can play zone. He can get up and he can get on the line. He can cover. He is not going to get too mismatched by pretty much anybody. Like, he can do whatever you need him to do, which is why I like him so much and why he's my cornerback one. Horn is probably the most talented. If you compare the two, like, I think Horn has literally the highest relative athletic score that we've ever seen out of the cornerback position, and Surtain was like 7. So you really, like, at least from like a physical skills perspective, you can't go wrong with either. I think Surtain is just a guy who understands his assignment a little bit more and fits the role that he plays a little bit better.
So for the record, just because this podcast is typically an hour and a half long podcast and we're already at an hour and 40, I am going to stay on until the Dallas pick and then I'm peacing out. So you guys are welcome to stay and obviously hang out in the podcast, but I am no longer going to be here after the Dallas pick. Just so you
Wow,
know.
rude.
I'm happy to continue to tweet live updates about this, but I am not going to sit and watch the draft all night long live.
I am probably going to go to bed after this, but we'll see because I'm still sick.
I mean, I need to see what happens with Chicago.
Oh, I'll still be watching. Like I said, I'll throw it in the
I've
tweets.
invested too much of my life into it.
Yeah. Come on.
I'll tell you
Kyle,
what,
stay
though,
on.
I am
What do you have to
so
do?
Carly's
I
going
am
out of
so
town tomorrow.
stoked. I am so stoked to not see mock drafts on Bleacher Report, like
Yep.
from like the community section anymore.
Yep.
They're like, hey, I traded a 2023 second to move up 15 spots, and I drafted our quarterback of the future. Like, oh, okay.
Oh man. This is
Come on.
I hate that I have to just continue to refresh Twitter to try to get my fucking picks, since I know they're going to come on Twitter before they come on my actual stream.
Kyle, at least stay till like 9 o'clock. Stay till when our podcast is normally done, like 9:30.
No.
Come on.
No.
Come on.
No. Dude, I don't even want this podcast to be live for like 2.5 hours long.
That's fine. Oh man. Well, while we're waiting here, Kyle, you want to make a trade?
I mean, you can send me a trade.
let's look at the other league.
I'm completely happy with the one I gave with Logan.
Let's see. You got you don't have your starting lineup set up, so I like have to.
I can't
look
because
and
I have too
see.
many fucking players.
Just fucking drop somebody.
I'm not dropping shit until I know what I'm going to do after this draft.
Drop like Chris Manhertz. The guy's 29 and is like the 4th string tight end.
I don't
Yeah,
even
man.
know who that is.
Yeah.
Dude, you know what's
exactly.
funny is right now on their website, he's listed as their number 1 tight end.
No, it's Tyler Eifert. He's definitely.
If you look at their roster online right now, Manhertz is their number 1.
Their roster online right now on Sleeper has him as tight end 3.
I'm going to pull it up right now on ESPN. ESPN. Jacksonville Jaguars, tight end number 1, Chris Manhertz.
Is Eifert not under contract?
It goes Manhertz, then Shaughnessy, then Davis, then Ellifson.
Even so, they probably draft a tight end. They probably end up with like Fryermuth or Brevin Jordan. Hunter
Maybe
Long.
so,
Wow,
but either
10%
way,
deep on
Manhertz
that.
is the number 1 right now. So
Just drop him.
I'm not dropping shit until I know what's going to happen with this draft.
Mac Jones looks high as shit right now.
He's been crying because he thought he was gonna go 3, and now he's like, "Fuck me, man."
I'm going to go.
I guess
fucking
I'm going in
30.
the 4th round now.
Yeah.
Please no. Please no. Please
Nobody
no.
cares about fucking Mark Wahlberg and Kevin Hart and shit. Get them off the screen. Give me the damn Denver pick. Denver has to be trying to trade right now.
That's
I can imagine that white guy with
Yeah.
Justin Fields was his agent.
probably. They can sign
Come
as
on.
soon as they declare.
Come
so-
on, Pace. Come on, man.
I know. I'm just waiting to hear a trade is in. Chicago
Yeah.
Bears trade up to 9. Oh, the pick's in.
Oh, picks in.
But that could be a trade too. We don't know until they officially announce it. Oh man. This is a nerve-wracking pick for me. This man on the Twitter broadcast. Backup quarterbacks are my favorite people in the world.
'Cause they're
Why?
rich and they don't
Because
have
they're
to play.
rich and they don't have to play.
Dude, Louis Riddick is like not even hiding the fact that he wants the Bears job now.
No, not at all.
Like he's just like any chance he gets, he's like, if I was the Bears GM, I would do this.
If I was
Like,
Ryan Pace.
It's always seemingly exactly what the fans want too.
Hey
Well,
man.
yeah, because he's not.
Dude, what do you think
fucking
happens with Drew Lock now that they've got Bridgewater and
I think
that
Lock
they?
beats out Bridgewater until they go 0-4, and then Bridgewater takes over and they go like 6-10 or 6-11, I guess, this year. And then they say fuck it, end up drafting high in the draft next year and take either Howell or Rattler.
Yeah.
They have Bridgewater for what, like $3 million this year, and they gave up like a
It's
sixth round
super
pick
cheap.
for him. Yeah, and Locke, I think this is the last year of Locke's rookie deal, no? Because he was
Yeah, I
taking
think
the
so.
second, so it's only a 4-year deal.
Dude, I honestly
You
really
see how
do
little
like
these
that
people care about Denver? Like half these people are still wearing Peyton Manning jerseys.
Dude, I really do like Teddy Bridgewater, though. It's unfortunate for him that he's going to be a second or backup quarterback for his entire fucking career.
Ooh, interesting.
But don't say it yet. God damn it. Hold on.
You're gonna be
Oh my
pissed.
god.
Did they fucking take Surtain?
I'm not saying.
I can't even get it on Twitter.
Patrick Surtain, cornerback,
Fucking kidding me?
Alabama.
Horn and Surtain off the board. What
You
the
might as
fuck
well-
is
you might as
Denver
well go
thinking?
Micah Parsons now. You might as well, or
Yeah.
Rashawn Slater.
Yeah, you guys could go
Dude.
offensive line.
Fucking take.
Take Farley or Newsome at this point. You're reaching for either, but that's why you trade back.
What-
You trade
or
back with the
or
Bears.
you can trade back with the Bears, and you can
Still
Dude,
get
honestly-
get that 20.
But for real now, it's more realistic, right? So now we've
Yeah.
lost Surtain and Horn. Now it's probably the time to consider it. Trade
Come
back with
on.
the Bears.
Pace,
You can-
I swear to God, I will forgive every bad draft pick if you do this right now.
Yeah. I will never say Mitch Trubisky's name again. If you
Which I
traded
was
for Justin
planning on
Fields.
doing that anyway, but
yeah, I mean, same, but
I was trying
Do
to.
you know what I would
forget
love
that.
to see here? I would love to see them take Devontae Smith. Just
Right,
fucking say
that's what
full
you
fuck
need.
it and take another receiver.
Yeah.
Oh, hello.
We're just gonna
Yeah, we
run
got Hugo
5
back.
wide every play.
I was just rolling a cigarette, and then I'm just like, you put me back on live right when that happens.
yeah,
That was
shit
a nice
happens.
little. That was a great little highlight to show us why you shouldn't draft Kellen Mond.
Surtain.
Dude, damn, that sucks.
Oh, Kyle's pissed.
That
Honestly,
sucks.
I was in the back room when that was happening,
Dude, I don't
and
have
I
an
just
idea
see
of what
that
Dallas is
pick.
going to do now. I don't have a
and I
clue.
was just so excited.
They could trade. They
Trade
could
back,
go. They could
trade
go
back.
offensive line. You could see Rashawn Slater come off the board here. You could see a linebacker, especially with Lee retiring. You know, he was
Who's
more
the
of a
Michigan linebacker? What's his name again?
from
Quiddy
Michigan.
Pay.
I don't know. Oh,
Dude,
No,
where the fuck
yeah,
does Justin Fields go in this draft?
Never mind.
Chicago, goddamn.
him and Mac? The Washington football team and the Bears might end up with quarterbacks at 19 and 20.
Well, surely the Patriots will draft one
Yeah.
if they can't get Jimmy G.
Yeah, I mean
If-
they're gonna have to jump New England.
There's
if
no
they
way
want
the
that.
Patriots pass on Justin Fields if he's at 15. There's
That's
no
the
way.
thing. It's like the Bears have to jump at some point here.
Because otherwise they're gonna lose Justin Fields, and I mean, like, they might go for Mac Jones, but
God,
The Bears
I
would
hope
draft
not.
Jones if
I
he's
don't
there at
think he's
20.
gonna fucking drop to 20.
He's not dropping 20. It's not happening.
He won't just because I think Washington will take him.
Yeah.
I don't think we thought he was going to drop to below the top 10. And here we are.
You ain't wrong.
No, I think over the last 2 months, it's kind of looked like
I mean, I'll say
just
this:
teams
for Pace,
don't
if
like
he's
him
still
enough in the
planning
top
on
10.
trading up for him, he's much more patient than I am.
Yeah.
Because I would not have
Dude.
lasted this long.
I'm so pissed about that pick. Oh my
He's
god,
gonna-
I hate it.
So
This-
Tane's gonna be
this-
so good in that freaking Denver defense.
This highlight is why Surtain's so good though. Like he understands his assignment. He plays his guy. He goes for a pick. Obviously, like he gets a pick on this play that they're showing right now. But the play before, like he recognized that it was a run play. He's a secure tackler. Like he does everything super well. Like and that's why he was my cornerback one. Is just he plays better all around the field. Like here he is right now. You know he's manned up. He jumps the route, but he doesn't like. It wasn't a sellout jump the route. It's not like it's a jump ball. It's a 50-50 ball, and he's just going for it. You know, that was a clear just here's the route. He read it. He gets the pick, as opposed to a guy like Horn, who occasionally I felt like jumped the route too much. He jumped the gun and just kind of went, full send on a couple plays. And I don't know. That's a great pick for Denver, no matter how you swing it. It sucks for Dallas, and this Dallas pick just got a lot more interesting.
Dude, I am now team trade with the Bears. 100%. I'm with you
Dude,
guys, and I
Skip
hope they do
Bayless
trade back.
is like pissed on Twitter right now.
Skip is, Dallas go hard, first of all, but also another one of those guys who's just absolutely brain dead.
Apparently, Adam Schefter said Dallas is likely to trade back.
God, I hope so.
I hope so too. Also, Jake, slight issue
Chicago.
I just realized.
Chicago.
Oh, trade alert.
For real?
Oh, please, God.
Yep,
one
trade
time.
pick.
Fuck yes. Let's go. Trade with Chicago. Give me all
Cowboys
of
trade
the
to the
fucking...
fucking Eagles.
Fuck! Who are the Eagles taking at 10? Why is Dallas trading in the
Wait,
division?
Dallas traded with the Eagles?
What the fuck?
What did they get?
Everyone's surprised.
Every
What did they get
analyst-
from the Eagles?
Every analyst has their fuck. Oh my god. What is this trade? What is this trade?
Give me the trade.
Who are they taking? Devonta Smith? They could have got him at 12.
That's who
Who
I
are they
had them
taking
getting
here?
at 12 too.
You think New York is going to take Devonta Smith? No.
Dude, what is the trade?
It's Phillies 1 and a third rounder.
In a third?
They only moved back 2
Yeah.
spots though, Kyle.
I don't fucking care. What are you gonna take 2 spots back? Like,
Bro, you
we
get a
needed to trade with
third.
Chicago to try to get
Hey,
defense.
they took down all the Carson Wentz stuff pretty quick.
Oh my god. I
Oh,
hate
Jerry's
this.
not even there.
But you get a third out of it, Kyle. Like you
Yeah,
get,
fucking great, dude. I'm cool with that, but like that net benefit for me is nothing here. What are we gonna take 2 spots back?
the same guy you were going to
Dude,
take.
what
here.
does Philly take here? They take Devonta Smith.
Dude,
you think?
I think they take Devonta Smith here, but I don't know why they unless they were afraid
How
New
pissed
York,
are you
going to
be if they draft a guy that is like the bane of your existence for the next 5 years?
By the way, Jake,
I wouldn't be surprised.
I worked during the draft. What the fuck happens then?
Figure it out.
All right.
I set the draft
Dude, what if
fucking a month. And
what
a
if
half
Philly
ago.
takes Fields right here?
I was shit my
and
pants. My
if they
Jalen
do
Hurts.
that, then the Bears need to be on the phone for Jalen Hurts.
My Jalen Hurts stocks will be in shambles.
Wait, Jake, can I preset picks for?
Yeah,
the
you can
draft?
set all the players you want in the queue order, and since I'm the commissioner, if you text me who you want at the certain spots, I can pick them for you.
Okay. Obviously, like if I don't get to it 1-1, I want Trevor.
It has
Everyone
to be
fucking knows
Devonta
that.
Smith, right? We're all
Dude, all of
agreeing
the
on that.
highlights they're throwing on the screen right now are all the fucking embarrassing picks that Philly has made over the last few years.
It's got to be Smith, right?
Especially
It
after
has to
passing
be.
on Jefferson last year.
Unless they're going offensive line and going Slater. But again, either way, I don't know why you trade up here. Like you're giving
Like,
up
you
a
were gonna
third
get
to
one of
jump
them.
once. Yeah, and
Why doesn't
New York's gonna get the other? Like
Why
New
doesn't
York is-
Chicago trade up?
Probably because they are.
They're probably waiting to the last.
Dude, what if
possible
Dallas
moment.
trades back again at the 13th?
It's set is the Eagles may like Quiddy Pay according to Albert Breer, but also that he thinks this pick will be Devonta Smith. But like, if you're worried about Smith going here, you can still get Bateman at 12 if you want. It's maybe a bit of a stretch, but he's clearly the second best wide receiver in the class. You can get Terrace Marshall later. You can get Tylan Wallace. You can get Elijah Moore. You can get Rondell Moore. Like, there's so much wide receiver talent. Like,
Dude, I would love to see Dallas trade back to the 12th here and then trade again with Chicago to go back again.
that would be the ultimate.
That'd be pretty
Jerry
sweet.
That would be Jerry Jones right there.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
how amazing would it be if, like, we talked about Jerry Jones making a rash decision like he always does, and then he makes the right call?
Yeah.
That would be.
Dude, that'd be
wild.
dope.
If
Well,
he
and it's
trades
like
back
when-
here and gets
So you gain a
Quinnipiac,
third, right? And then you potentially gain another pick or two from Chicago, right? Obviously to trade that far back.
yeah, you go with the double trade back.
Would you not remember when Jerry Jones wanted to obviously draft Johnny Manziel, and then his son like begged him to just take Zach Martin? It's like he's going to be a generational guard. Just take him. I promise you, it'll be worth it.
Yeah.
Johnny Manziel without the league
Yeah.
in a year and a half, and Zach Martin is a beast.
He needs Jerry Jones just needs that person to be like, hey, we don't need to always be thinking about selling futures.
Dude, it looks like Philly doesn't even know what the fuck's going on, too. Like the people in their room
Yeah,
right
they're
now
like,
are
oh,
just
did
like,
we trade
I
up?
don't know.
We traded up. The owner was like
Yeah.
on the phone with Dallas. Like, oh man.
Oh, we thought you were picking.
It's like when the Vikings missed their pick 2 times in a row.
Oh,
Yeah,
did you
that
watch
was-
that? Oh, that SB Nation.
Yeah.
Yes,
that
I-
was wild.
think-
I fucking love
They're
those
amazing.
videos on SB Nation.
Those are so good.
Another great video is watching the Vikings locker room after the Eagles draft Jalen Rieger. And
Yeah,
like,
What
get
was-
Justin
that was a good one.
Jefferson on the phone. now.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I said it like I wasn't active on Twitter as like an evaluator, like a fantasy guy or draft
Take us in.
reviewer or anything.
Let's
But I
go.
had-
Who'd they
Justin-
trade up for?
Jefferson
bet
was
you
my
went-
wide receiver 2 in the class.
Jake, I bet you went crazy. You could.
I drafted Justin Jefferson in every single fantasy league that I played.
So we think
in,
they
like,
take
the
Devontae
19th
Smith
round.
here, is what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
It has
Do
to
you
be. It has
Do you
to
think I reached on Jefferson this year? Or do you think I think
So
I
what's-
drafted him
No,
eighth?
no, that's
What's
about
the
his
anticipation,
value
right? So, like, do you think they thought the Giants were going to take Devontae Smith, and that's why they're going to
Yeah,
do it?
100%.
I like that. Then it's like when they went ahead of Dallas to get Dallas Goddard.
Yeah.
How
I love
old
that
is
move.
Roger Goodell at this point?
Goodell, he's 52.
Oh, he's still a young guy. All right.
I thought he was. I could be wrong. He was born in 59, so he's what, 62. Sorry, I was 10 years off.
Well,
I got the 2 right.
I like this pick.
Okay.
Yeah, Devonta Smith. Okay. So
Well,
that's
Joe
fine.
Judge
So-
is an Alabama guy, so it makes sense to want to jump the Giants because
Yeah, so Dallas made the right call here, Kyle.
Yeah, I don't disagree, but what I do hope now, like, right, obviously, so Patrick Surtain or JC Horn were the options that we wanted. And so now that that's gone, I 100% am with you guys. Trade back to the Bears.
Or
Yeah, it-
what if we
Just
see
get a
something
quarterback
mind-blowing
needy
here?
team.
Yeah. What if we see something mind-blowing here and New York takes Fields? They just say, fuck you, Danny Jones.
They're not going to.
They won't.
Danny Dimes had a bad season. He's coming back.
Oh, I got clowned in a dynasty startup recently. Quarterbacks were gone very heavy, very early, as they should be in Superflex leagues. And so my choices were like Jared Goff, Tom Brady, or Danny Jones in a dynasty league. So I traded up like 4 spots to take Danny Dimes. What people don't realize is he was like quarterback 14 last year, or in game. He's over the past like however many years since he's been in the league. He's like quarterback 14 with Saquon in the lineup. So you're assuming Saquon's back healthy this year. Danny Jones looked better last year than he did the year prior. Like if he continues his progression and has Saquon for a full year, I assume New York here, they could go Devonta Smith, but I also could very well see them going like Rashawn Slater, Elijah Vera Tucker, like fortifying that offensive line a little bit. Danny Jones could be a top 12 quarterback this year. I'm just
Right,
saying.
and like he
I
didn't
got him
get a
as
fair
quarterback, like,
shake this
28.
year because that offense is so predicated on Saquon Barkley. So it's like now you're replacing Saquon with Wayne Gallman, which is like Wayne Gallman's no slouch, but he's
The
not
Bears are on the
Saquon
clock.
Barkley.
Rappaport
yeah!
just
The Bears are
really-
on the clock.
They
Fuck
traded
yeah!
with Giants.
Yeah,
Let's
Let's
go!
go!
If they don't take Justin Fields,
If we get Justin
Take
Fields,
Mac Jones.
I'm shotgunning 2 beers.
You guys
If we
get
get
Justin
Justin
Fields,
Fields,
100%.
I gotta
I'm
go.
shotgunning 2 beers.
Dude, watch them take Mac Jones. I fucking swear to God,
No,
I'm going to.
Kyle.
I
I
will
will
shotgun
kill
2
myself.
beers if the Bears take Mac Jones.
I will literally end my life. No fucking way.
Dude, New York was probably so stoked when Dallas traded back to Philly too. They were probably like, "Fuck yeah, we're trading with fucking
man, I bet
Denver
the Patriots are fucking
or
livid,
with Chicago."
Jake. I bet the Patriots are fucking livid.
Hold on, I'll be right back.
These beers are gonna be really really cold, and I'm gonna
Kyle,
give you a rating on the
I have now
shotguns.
moved to a nice British strongbow.
Hey, I like
Never
Strongbow.
heard of that.
I have. It's not a bad beer.
I've never heard
Yeah,
of
It's
I'm
it.
gonna
a-
try to shotgun
It's a
beer
popular
for
cider
golf.
in the
It could
UK.
be-
I have my two shotguns are Alaskan Brewing Amber Ale and Capital Brewery Wisconsin Amber. Both of them piss cold.
Piss cold. You know
Yeah.
how warm pee is?
Yeah,
All right, sweet. Just checking.
yeah.
What
they're
is
I might have
freezing
to
Freezing
call
cold.
by
my
the
dad
way.
in a second. to be
Literally,
honest.
all of Twitter right now is like, "Oh my god, it's happening!" Like,
Everybody in my group chat
Let's
from my
go!
own podcast network is like, I can't breathe. I can't fucking breathe. Holy fuck, man. I'm losing
I
my
need a
shit.
hug, but my parents have
call
just
my
moved
brother.
to the US and I'm alone.
Oh,
sad.
damn. Giants got your 2022 first as well.
I don't care. That means
Fuck it.
Yeah.
I
that's
could
a
give a
quarterback.
fuck.
That
Make it
means we're
happen.
taking a quarterback.
The-
If we
oh.
get Justin Fields at 12, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind.
You mean at
Or
11?
11. Shut up.
here we go. Here's the details.
We already got the trade. It's 2164, 2022 first, and 2022 fourth for the pick 11.
So we
I'm
traded.
good with that. That's a good trade.
What is it?
If it's
It's
Matt,
pick 20, pick 164, and then in 2022, it's your first round and fourth for the pick 11.
We have 50.
So we give it 20. So we give 21-1, 21-4, or 21-5, 22 first, and 22-4.
Yeah.
Oh fuck yeah! Let's go. I was
Well-
expected to trade 4 firsts. Oh, we just lost Kyle. What the fuck?
I think Kyle is pissed.
well, Kyle did say he was leaving about this time, but
There he is.
I refreshed the wrong page. I was trying to refresh Twitter.
my internet just cut off for like 10 minutes, and I was just trying to reload this page for about 20 minutes.
I'm trying to warm these beers up. I don't think me just holding them in my hands like this is gonna be great.
Dude, I can wear that Mitch Trubisky turned into a Justin Fields jersey to the Sox game now.
Let's go. Well, if
Oh,
we draft him, if we take Mac Jones, I quit.
I'm shotgunning
Yeah,
2
don't be very
beers
mad.
the second you draft Mac Jones.
I have to stay up
Dude,
so
I hope
late
they
to watch
like
Bears
fucking
games that if it happens,
trade
No,
up
they
for
look
like
happy
Chuba
up there.
Hubbard or something ridiculous.
There is
I'm
no
taking my
way.
headphones
The Bears
off for
look
this pick.
ecstatic. They have
I just
to
want the
think
Bears to
Fields is
fuck
gone
something
by
up
now.
here.
Kyle, just look at my reaction for what the Bears pick is going to be, because you'll know.
I hope the Bears fuck this up.
You're not getting the delay. If it says Justin Fields, I'm going.
Just
I
look.
hope they fuck this up.
It's Fields. Let's go!
Let's go, baby!
Yeah.
Fucking finally, I can be excited about my quarterback. All right, I can't tear through these, but
Oh my God.
Oh man, good
fuck,
for
that
them.
hurt.
Good for the Bears. That's a good pick for them. Obviously, they didn't think it was going to be available. They were able to trade up. I'm stoked for you guys.
Go!
I'm down. Jake, I'll do it with you. I will down my.
Danny Dalton just became a fucking backup quarterback.
The Mike Glennon of 2021. You know it, Ben.
What the
You
fuck
know
just
it.
happened? How did we go from
How?
Oh my God, the Bears
Fucking
fucked this
how,
up. The Bears
dude?
fucked this up. The Bears fucked this up too. Holy shit, it's a thing.
Oh my god.
That's
How,
crazy.
dude. How did we do this? How did this happen?
The pure will of God himself.
Oh,
They took Justin Fields.
How? Dude?
I'm excited for you guys. That's awesome.
Dad
You
was
know,
like, "They're
Barstool
gonna
Big
take Mac
Cat?
Jones."
yeah, I love Big Cap.
Yeah.
He just tweeted, it's just Andy Dalton and Mike Glennon shaking hands.
That's so true.
Oh, the pick's on TV now.
Yeah, hang on, I gotta hear.
If you at first someone tweeted.
Oh, are they gonna
fail at
actually
finding a
do the
franchise
Steve
QB,
McMichael thing?
Try again.
Bro, how?
Good for them, dude. This is a fantastic option for
This
Chicago,
is the best thing that's
obviously.
happened to me in my Chicago Bears fandom.
Yeah, this is fantastic, dude.
Besides Devin
we
Hester
got-
taking back the opening kickoff, this might be one of the happiest things I've
We
ever had.
traded. We got Justin Fields for literally a next year's first, essentially a next year's first, a fourth, and a fifth. Are you
Goodell just won't
kidding
fucking
me?
say picks.
God bless
ever.
you, Giants.
The Giants didn't need it, man.
I like
Yeah,
that
I am
from the
so-
Giants.
I am so fucking
They
happy
must be
right now.
stoked.
Well, yeah, because the Giants are still going to get a lineman at 20. That's what.
Yeah, dude. And the
that's
great
probably
thing
what
for
they're
them
doing.
too is this gives them a season to continue to test Danny Dimes, and if it doesn't work out, they've got the fucking first rounder from Chicago next year.
Yeah,
Are
exactly.
you? Do you think Cowboys go Micah Parsons this next pick?
Yeah, probably.
I just hate it because I love draft night when my team has a draft pick.
Can you
Jake,
imagine
it's
those
funny 'cause
Packers
I'm
fans
thinking
up front?
that I
They're gonna
keep
have.
Dude,
They're
this might-
living with the idea that Rodgers is leaving and the Bears get Justin Fields in the same night.
This might be the greatest upset in the draft so far.
Ethan said, "I need to buy the entire Giants front office beers."
Same.
I just remember weeping after the fucking double doink, and every good thing after that
Yeah.
is just fucking sugar.
The Giants are apparently traded back and are targeting Christian
Let's
Barmore.
go!
Fields must be so stoked to come to Chicago.
Yeah,
Is he drinking? A
I'm sure
beer?
he is, dude. You talk about him losing the capital of he loses to Trey Lance to get the 49ers position, right? So that's shitty for him already, but then he's just wondering, where am I going to go? Where am I going to go? Where
Oh
am I
my
going to go?
god!
And then he
Oh
sees
my
the
god!
fucking
I'm so
the Bears
happy right
trade
now.
up.
Holy
I just love the
shit.
concept of going to a big market that's never had a great quarterback and a league where it's all about quarterback.
Oh, the headline
Yeah.
just
Oh,
said
yeah.
that the 49ers are expecting Jimmy Garoppolo to start for the entire 2021 season.
Yeah, that makes
What-
sense.
So Trey Lance is going to sit all year anyway.
That makes a lot of sense. I said that. I said even if they took Fields at 2, he would sit for a year. Or Fields at 3.
I
Holy
can guarantee
shit.
you though they're gonna mix him in on trick plays
Oh yeah, he'll play some Wildcat.
just to show him off to be like, hey, we know what we're doing.
Hey, we got
This
a
w-
little bit of an idea.
Is this what an out of body experience feels like?
I-
I haven't had one in a few years.
I feel like I'm shaking.
Jake,
That's the-
expect a drunk text tomorrow when I'm just absolutely slaughtered.
Hell
I'll just be
yeah.
like,
I'm gonna send some trades after I get that text.
oh yeah,
Oh my
don't
God, I'm
take
so
advantage of me. Come on, I'm only
Let's
human.
go.
I'm gonna
Dude,
just
when he
plan on, I'm
literally-
gonna wait
when
like
he-
an hour so you guys can keep drinking. Then I'm gonna start throwing all the dynasty trades.
No, wait.
Dude, when he posted,
Kyle, wait till it's 4 a.m. England time tomorrow, and then just start slaughtering them through.
Hugo, where at in England do you live?
About half an hour outside London. It's called Marlow.
Literally just send so many that
Where
eventually
at?
you just
Sorry?
hope to God he
It's called
accidentally
Marlow.
gets accepted.
It's like half an hour outside London.
Okay.
I live like
You
2
wa-
minutes away from Ricky Gervais, which is my one cool.
Oh, really?
yeah,
so
I saw
it-
him yesterday.
Do you have a team that you support? Like for
Oh, Bears,
He's a
All the
Bears
way.
fan.
No.
oh no, I meant
he was
for
he was talking
for
Premier League.
English football.
Man United.
Okay, so how was the last about 2 weeks for you?
Oh, mate, it's been pain since 2013.
I was about to
since
say,
we played?
I know a little bit about soccer or English football, and I'm like, not good at all.
Yeah,
I-
I'm a Bayern Munich fan, so like that last week
Oh.
was the one bit of pride that I had that we didn't fall
Dude,
for
this
that.
is an excellent highlight reel for Fields. I'm not gonna lie, he looks
Bro,
good.
Mate,
he
you've
is
had so much
closer
success,
to
so
quarterback
you're
1
fine.
than he is to quarterback 3. Like him and Lawrence realistically have very similar values.
But he's also like the thing I love about him is he knows he can be a superstar,
Oh yeah.
and
Jake,
like
Yeah, dude. Well, that's the whole point of his second
played-
pro day, right? Is he's like, I'm just gonna prove that I can do this over and over and over again.
yeah, and he's played for one of the biggest college markets in the country. So it's not like I mean Chicago's a step up from being a top college quarterback, but it's not like the lights are going to
I'm
be.
assuming
too
the
big
Dallas
for
pick
him.
is in.
By the way, the best team in the EPL is Fulham. Just saying.
If they can get out of the relegation zone.
Shut up.
Jake, do you watch soccer?
I don't watch as much as I should, but I thoroughly appreciate the sport.
All right.
When I was younger, I was very much like soccer's dumb.
Dude, so
But,
let's
like,
talk
as
about
I've
this though
grown
for
up-
real though. Do you think Dallas has the chance of trading back again? Because I do.
I think you're
with
going to go
them
Micah
saying-
Parsons.
yeah,
I don't
with
know
them
why
saying
you
the-
wouldn't.
With them saying the pick is in, I think it's Parsons, or I think it could even be what's the guy out of Notre Dame? I don't know how to say his last name. Kawasu Jeremiah. or whatever.
Owosu Karamoa.
Yeah, I was close.
You were so far off.
Shut up, Kyle.
By the way, I am on the vodka now, as it's the only alcohol I've left in my house.
Well, have fun.
I never rated it by the way, but the State 48 Mango Wheat is one of my favorite beers, so it's easily an 8.5.
Both of those amber ales that I shotgun / chugged were delicious. 7.2 for both of them.
You're just gonna have to send that to me. I'm not gonna try to guess right now.
I will read them out to you. Just wait a second.
After that, I'm going to go to bed. It was fun, boys. Thanks for having me on.
Of course, Logan. We'll have a full
Nice to meet
episode
you,
with.
Logan.
We'll try and have an episode with both of my brothers, and we'll see if maybe even Kyle's brother will get on here.
I have two
Oh,
of them,
God.
but I doubt that they would both join.
Well, I've
All
only
right,
met
well,
Sean. So
night,
I'll
everyone.
be your brother, Kyle.
Thanks, man.
all right, see you, Logan.
So yeah,
Oh my god.
yeah, I'm peacing out after this pick. So
It was nice to meet you, Kyle.
yeah, you too, man.
We're gonna try and do
I'll throw you
a
some trades for sure.
we're gonna try and do a Dynasty League episode as well. So we're gonna try and have as many guys from the league on at once as we can.
We should have
I
had a couple
find this-
more, but
I find this league really weird because none of my friends understand the concept of a fantasy league, but they understand it even less when I tell them I don't know any of you guys. And they're like, so you spend loads of time talking to these guys who you've never met? I'm like, oh, yeah, we just talk about fantasy trades. And they're like, so it doesn't really exist. I'm like, well, technically, no.
Okay, now is the point in the night where I feel really bad. Hugo, after I left that other chat, I made another one, but I talked to you so frequently, both out of the chat and in the Dynasty League, that I never thought to add you to the other chat that I created. So I just added you to it.
Micah Parsons.
Yeah, that's a
All
bit
right.
malicious.
Yeah,
Micah
I'll take it.
Parsons?
That's fine.
Yeah.
I think you're
And you-
Kyle. I
you-
think you're going to
so
be
you s-
very happy with that.
You still got the guy that you were probably going to take at 10 and you added a third round pick for it. And as deep as this draft, as all drafts really are good through 4 rounds. 5 through 7 is where you're really taking
Yeah.
the flyers.
Dude, like I
Parsons
said, I don't
here-
hate this. I was just really hoping that Patrick Surtain was not going to go to the goddamn Broncos, and then we could have picked him up. But
see, here's
I'll
the
take
thing:
Parsons.
you can still add a cornerback in round 2. You can. One of Newsome or Farley is going to fall. Asante Samuel could fall out of the first. Asante Samuel Jr. could fall out of the first. Like, there's still defensive back talent later on if that's the route that you do go. And even if your team was going to target a tight end, you could still get a Pat Fryermuth, a Brevin Jordan, a Hunter Long, a Tommy Trumbull. You can get one of them later on in the draft too. So it's like,
Yeah.
realistically, like, to add a third for getting the same prospect value as you were going to get at 10, like, with both corners being gone, like, this was the best move Dallas could make. Like, Jerry Jones actually did something right for once.
I just
No,
gotta
I think
say that I
Jerry
really
Jones is
love the
pretty
fact
good
that
in the
Andy
draft.
Dalton is trending on Twitter right now. That's my favorite
Because
thing.
he's a backup now. It's so
He's
No,
not.
it's
Do you
because
think-
bro.
Jake,
They just
who
said
do you
on
think
the-
Bears go after in the second now. You think the O line? I'm assuming.
You have to.
Yeah.
You have to go line.
Yeah.
If Liam Eichenberger falls to, what did we pick again? 52 or 53?
Somewhere around
You
there.
take him.
You take him in a
After those
heartbeat.
first 8 games last year, when it was just, we thought we had the worst line that ever existed in the world.
We do.
You
No, we
take a
don't,
left.
But,
No, in those first 8 games, though,
Yeah.
it looked like we did.
but if you
You
think
know
about
what, man? Had you told me at the start of this season the Bears were going to suck enough that we wouldn't fall for re-signing Mitch Trubisky, and we would still somehow make the playoffs, and then we would get Justin Fields out of it, I would have told you were bullshitting.
I would-
me.
yeah, I would not believe you at all.
Eddie Jackson just said we finally have a real quarterback on his live.
Oh
Wait.
no!
Whoa.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yikes.
poor Mitch.
But that's the thing. Like, Mitch, he wasn't a good leader.
He's a backup
wasn't-
quarterback.
He wasn't a great quarterback. I didn't like the pick when we drafted him, and I liked it even less as we saw him struggle year after year. Like,
Did you watch his Pro Bowl fun day when they were doing all the little things and he was just missing every target and it was just like, oh no.
And see,
Like-
here's the thing: is like in another one of those things, like Lamar Jackson missed just as many, if not more, throws as he did. But if you look at what Lamar Jackson is doing with the wide receivers that he has, Lamar Jackson, there's a reason he's been an MVP candidate for the past couple of years. Like, he still performs. Mitch has been so bad. Mitch's 2018 was the only thing that looked somewhat good, and even if you look at a lot of his stats, he was league average at best. And I was a defender of him after that season. I'll fully admit that I
Micah
went to
Parsons
bat for
balling out in
Mitch.
this suit, by the way, that matches in color with the Dallas hat. Love
Bro,
that shit.
He knew
They must have given him that guarantee.
Yeah, well, it's Penn State colors too. That's basically the Penn State blue to at least give him like some coverage there. Not like Trevor Lawrence, who just made it clear as fucking day.
Dude, it
I'm
is nice
so
to see somebody that's just absolutely stoked to get picked up. Like, he is fucking clearly just absolutely fucking chomping at the bit to be on Dallas, and I love that shit about it. So
Can we just
I'm happy to
briefly
stay.
talk about one thing before you get out of here?
sure.
The whole character concern thing that people bring up when it comes to football. Micah Parsons has, yes, some character concerns. There's been concerns with him with the whole hazing thing, with bullying, all of that fun stuff. Why do we hear about all of the character concerns with him, with Justin Fields supposedly? Why do we hear about it with black athletes, but Mac Jones legitimately has a DUI and nobody fucking brings it up?
I think we know the answer to that, Joe.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean,
made
there's
it
a very
I think it's
clear-
pretty clear.
It's
Like-
quite clear why, but like, I just want to talk about like how bullshit. Like, yes, there's fucking bullying that goes on in college locker rooms all across the country. That's not going to change. It's never going to change as much as we want it to change. It's just not going to happen. Hazing and all of this stuff has been a thing forever. But when we look at character concerns like bullying, like, yes, I'm against bullying. I've been bullied myself for most of my life until college, and even to an extent while I was in school. But like bullying is a whole different ballgame when it comes to legitimate drunk driving where you get arrested for a DUI. Like, the level of difference there, and like, I get why it matters, and I get why the bullying thing and the character concerns matter. But like, when you're pulling up bullshit character concerns like Justin Fields supposedly had, when people are saying he can't be a leader, yet we have tons of videos coming out of him leading Ohio State's locker room and giving these great speeches and rallying the troops. And we have, things about him not being smart, yet he scored higher than any position player or any player in general has scored on some of these readiness tests. Like, it's so clear that the bias against black athletes is there. Like, it's embarrassing for the NFL for this still to be a thing in 2021 in a sport that's dominated by black athletes and should be dominated more by black coaches and black executives.
I think a good way to look at it is there's
Go ahead,
conversations about Fields and other athletes about having bullying things, but it's only conversations. But there's clear cut Mac Jones endangered lives.
Yeah,
And it's
exactly.
like, that's a completely, it's up here and then down here. And one of those is focused.
And not to say bullying can't cause, but bullying definitely can
But it's
cause
a different
mental
thing, though,
issues,
because
and it can
there's
definitely
not-
cause problems. Like I myself,
Oh, yeah,
have
no, I agree with you,
experienced,
but it's not.
But you're
There's
legitimately
loads
putting
of evidence about it. But when there's a DUI,
Like,
you
one
have
is a
that clear
legitimate
cut.
crime.
exactly.
Yeah, good way to put
And
it.
I also think Micah Parsons came out and said, like, that's the way the leaders in his locker room acted. And he's like, it's not acceptable that I did it, but he's like, that's the way that I learned that being a leader was acceptable. And he's like, and I'll change my actions. Like, the fact that he even came out and acknowledged, like, he made mistakes.
I tell you what,
a
though,
young-
if we end up with another injury-prone linebacker, I'm gonna fucking lose my mind.
I don't think he's really.
Mate,
I don't-
Sean Lee was good, though.
he had
injuries,
no
but
injuries. through
Yeah, I was gonna
college,
say
so-
he's been
I
relatively
loved
healthy.
watching Sean Lee play when he was healthy.
Charlie's fantastic, yeah.
Kyle,
But-
I would
but again,
highly
like, we
suggest
hear-
just go watch Micah Parsons versus Memphis.
Yeah,
And
watch
he
it.
was,
No,
like-
seriously.
He
watch that
literally
game.
took the game over. Like, he just
Yeah.
like it was like watching Bugs Bunny play football.
Well, dude,
Like,
I
he
was just watching
running
that highlight
rapid
reel that
quarterback.
ESPN showed, and it was fantastic. It was a good looking highlight reel. So I'm not mad about the pick. Like I said, I just would have liked to see Patrick Surtain go to Dallas.
As any team would, if your goal is defense, like Surtain was the best defensive player in the
Yeah.
class. But like going back to like the little previous conversation we were having, like you hear about Micah Parsons and all these character issues. You don't hear about him with Damian Barber.
Yep.
You didn't hear about him last year with Yetur Gross-Matos. You didn't hear about Jesse
Joey-
Luketa being involved. Like there's other players who were involved in the same scandal who just aren't brought up. And whether that's a race thing or whether that's just a
probably
recency
team trying to
bias
get him
thing,
to drop.
like yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things that can go into that, but I think that race definitely plays a part in that. As
There's
well.
enough correlation with the different athletes to where it's happened enough time. And not
I hate
that the
that you
people
brought up
who
such a serious topic because I definitely have to go. And
Yeah.
I think we should continue to talk about this on Two Average Husbands. But it's been such a fucking dope time being with you guys and having a fucking tense first round so far. This has been a ton of fun, man. There is some awesome picks happening in this draft already, and I love it. I
Bro,
love it
I
for you
love
guys
it.
with Chicago getting Fields. continue to shotgun the beer so I can send you guys some terrible trades. But I am gonna head out. It's been a great time. See you guys
Feel
later.
free
Cheers.
if Carly gets bored of hanging out with you later, feel free to pop back in. We'll probably stay live for the whole first round.
I might if the Dallas second round pick is fucking something that I actually
Well, second
really,
round
really want.
second round will be tomorrow.
That's true. Yeah, you're right. We'll see what happens. Charges are in. See you guys later. Peace out.
All right,
Have a good
see you,
time.
Kyle.
Nice meeting you, Carl.
I'm gonna move my dog upstairs. He's an old boy. I gotta carry him up there. I'll be right back.
You're all good. But yeah, man, it's just like with the way that teams like and the media especially want to dog all of these players for like quote unquote character concerns. Like it's just a tired excuse. Like just say you like honestly, I would rather teams just come out and say like we don't want a black quarterback. We don't want I'd rather teams just admit to being racist at this point. Like just at least so then we can weed them out of the system. Like for Micah Parsons bullying and character concerns, like what happened to the shit from all the Penn State players when Sandusky was around and players were okay with letting that happen? And what happens to all of the other players? Like Richie Incognito literally has been
The worst bullying scandal.
yeah,
you could really
reported to
have.
call multiple players the N-word and say it during games, and like his
What was
teammates.
the Eagles player also? You remember
Yeah,
when he went to the concert?
Jordan Matthews, right?
No, but it was that one. Yeah, it's such a hard discussion. though, because
Riley Cooper from Florida.
in-
Yeah,
unless we're actually in the locker room and we're in their meetings, we can't really understand the reasons. But it happens so often, and it's so rarely the white quarterbacks that get the that label. That's like the correlation is just a bit too much to think it's not
Yeah.
about race.
But and here's the thing that has always bugged me about like the race issue in the NFL. Why is it that the quarterback position is the only thing that's really mattered with? Like when you look at it, linebackers and cornerbacks and like these defensive players have to make just as many processes and make as many decisions during a play as a quarterback does, arguably. Why is
Even
it
the
that-
center, you have to be so smart to be a center.
Exactly.
Like, you know, when you see a center who's not intelligent enough or experienced enough in the position.
They miss their blocks or they let guys go right through untouched consistently. Like, why is the NFL decided that quarterback is the one position that race matters? Like, we've heard it in Chicago for years. Like, what? Justin Fields is going to be our first black quarterback since
Cordell Stewart,
Cordell, and that was what, early
2002, 2003, I think.
Yeah, like it's been that long since we've had a black quarterback, and it's been a consistent thing that quarterback is the position that teams seemingly are most racist at. Like why? But quarterbacks make a lot of decisions, but so do every single position. So why is it that the NFL has decided that this is the position where race matters?
Do you see the Premier League this week is doing a thing to like against racism online to where no Premier League club is going to go on social media for this week. And that's just one of those little things that is actually quite helpful just because it shows like the togetherness.
Well, and I don't know
Well,
if it's
and
necessarily
also
been as
they
much of an
call
issue.
it out when they see it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Patrick
I don't-
Bamford was saying the other day, like when they were
Rashawn
talking
Slater
about
here at 13.
ESL, when he was like, it'd be nice if we called out racism in the way that we do financial
Super League.
inequality.
Yeah.
And then wasn't it like I think it was during the international break, there was like the dude on one of those like Slovakian teams that like racially abused one of the Rangers players.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And
He
then,
played
like-
for Slavia Prague.
Yeah, Slavia Prague. And then it was like Ondrej Duda or something like that.
Yeah. You're exactly right.
When when Gareth Bale was like going up for the header and he noticed that that's who was behind him, just jerking his elbow back. Like literally everybody I knew, we were like, it's so nice to see bad things happen to bad people. Like it's.
I freaking love that Slater pick, by the way, from the Chargers.
I like Darasaw more than Slater. I think
No,
Slater,
but as at getting a good left tackle
yeah.
is what I mean.
But see, here's my thing. I think Slater projects better as a guard at the next level than he does as a tackle. I still think he's a very good player and can probably play a sufficient tackle. I just think he could be an elite guard as opposed to a very good tackle.
Okay.
But also, like, it's very clear that offensive line had to be a position of attack for the Chargers in this draft. I drafted for the Chargers in an experts mock draft that we did, quote unquote.
Oh, that's cool.
And so I drafted as the Chargers, and in that draft, Slater was already gone at this pick, so I took Darisaw. I still think I would prefer Darisaw here than Slater, just because I do think Darisaw projects as a better tackle. But Herbert was one of the best quarterbacks under pressure last year, but you don't want to keep a quarterback under pressure, obviously. You want to protect him to the best of your abilities. So I totally get Line being the pick here. Some people were calling for a wide receiver at this pick, which I don't get. If anything, as a wide receiver for the Chargers, I think I took like De'Ami Brown in the 3rd. And I think like that guy as a Mike Williams replacement for next year is a better overall pick than, a wide receiver would be in the 1st here. I love this pick. I love offensive line being the pick. I just think I would prefer Darisaw over Slater.
I'll take your
Vikings
reasoning
with
for the
that.
picks because you definitely know a lot more about the specific players. Because I've currently watched about 4 college football games in my life,
Well, and that's the
and
one
then
thing
I just
that like
watch tape.
that like Twitter has been super cool with is like I'll never really be one to call myself like an expert or anything like that, but like there are people out there that respect my opinion on players, which is the coolest fucking thing to me. Like
I can imagine.
there are 3 people sitting in this live stream right now. One of us played college football, and it's not me and it's not Hugo. It's Ben. But like
Really, what position did you play?
I just about every skill position at some point. I showed up to play quarterback, got moved to wide receiver, and then I was safety, and then I got moved to linebacker.
What college did you go?
Aurora University, same as Jake.
Spartans, baby, D3.
Yeah.
My dad
You know
went
we're
to
trying to go
Kalamazoo College.
D1. What'd you
What was
say?
that?
Sorry.
My dad went to Kalamazoo College.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Cool.
I dated a girl who was from Kalamazoo.
Really? Yeah. No, I moved to England when I was 4. I'm originally from Kalamazoo.
Oh no shit.
Yeah,
there
that's
you go.
why I have this. Why I try really hard to follow American sports, because all my family's from the US and stuff. So it's like a nice connection and stuff.
Well, Hugo, I'm gonna have to like follow you on everything now. I'm in desperate need of people who actually follow the Premier League.
Ben, we're gonna have to get you in a fantasy league here soon.
Well,
I
you're
told
you're joining
yeah,
mine.
I'm joining yours, but I'm gonna have to get Hugo to join another one with me, and we'll get another one started here at some point.
If
Whether
you want
it's-
to, Ben, we can do a fantasy Premier League next year, which
No,
is
I'm
quite
I'm
easy to
game.
do.
I'm out. I'm gonna lose. I don't watch enough games. I'll
Do you,
just
do
draft-
you
It's
think
quite-
Man U-
It's not
do you
about
think
watching
Man United-
games. It's quite easy to do, though, to be fair.
Yeah.
Jets
do you
pick
think
is
Man
in, by the
United
way.
is really gonna hash the cash out for Jadon Sancho?
Yes,
Do you
because
think that's
Dortmund
the
want
right
to.
move?
It is because it gives Greenwood can have more opportunities up front because
Mhm.
they don't need to play him right. And then if we let Cavani go, it'll be him and Martial. But
Do you-
also, I think Dortmund want to sell, so they don't have to sell Haaland.
I think they're gonna have to, like, just for financial reasons. Do you like Solskjaer?
I love him, honestly. I'm very much the same with NFL as people have their reputations, but I think the stuff they do when they're coaching, you have to respect more than the reputation.
Yeah.
Like, if
Mhm.
someone's winning, then they're winning. Like everyone calls Oli a PE teacher. It's like he's second in the league and he's going to be in a cup final.
Yeah, I think he gets a very unfair shake because he doesn't come across like a tactical genius, but like he just puts the best team out there that fits the style they're trying to play. And then
I know it's very
lets it go.
different, but I've always kind of found the same with Tomlin, where I know he's won a Super Bowl, which is very different to Solskjaer, but like he's made his mistakes, always hasn't had this same success that he had early on, but he
Mhm.
still had so much success, and people just kind of look at a few incidents where he could have done better.
Right, which like is completely ignoring the fact that like coaches have to learn just as much as players. Like Sir Alex Ferguson doesn't become as great as he is without fucking up in the Scottish League beforehand.
Well, I mean, when Sir Alex was in his 4th year, he was about to be fired, and then he won the FA Cup, and then he won 13 Premier Leagues after that.
Right. Speaking of managers, I think I tweeted like right after this happened. I don't know if you follow like what Bayern Munich does at all.
I do to a certain degree.
So obviously you probably saw about the Hansi Flick,
Flick's going to,
and then
yeah,
so we're signing Nagelsmann.
yeah, which is bullshit.
But I like immediately tweeted out. That I
Oh,
was like,
Jets Vikings trade.
yeah,
Wait, what?
yeah, they traded a bit ago.
You're ahead of me because the Twitter stream that I'm watching is still showing Jets pick is in. The Vikings
Oh, yeah,
trading
yeah,
up to
yeah.
13.
The Vikings were 14. Jets traded with them, with their second first rounder.
They had the 23 pick, and
Right.
they traded up to 14.
Yeah, I tweeted out to like all the people on my Twitter that were like Bayern Munich fans, and I was like,
Are the
I'm glad
Jets-
we can like finally stop pretending we didn't want to sign this guy as our manager for the last 5 years.
I'm gonna
It was
interrupt
a
all this.
constant like,
Yeah.
will they, won't they?
This lovely football talk. I'm gonna interrupt with American football talk.
Yeah, no,
Are
I
the-
approve.
Are the Jets going Najee here?
God, I hope not.
I'd love to see it.
I
I'd
also
love to
hope
see it.
not because I have a lot of Ty Johnson shares, and I'm just kind of praying he like lucks into a starting role. But like
But you could find a perfectly adequate running back in free agency. Or
Ty Johnson is a perfectly adequate running back.
I think is
But-
one of my big opinions is as much as like people on social media and like in the news think that drafting a running back in the first round's bad. NFL teams obviously completely disagree because they do it every year, and they always
Right.
make us look like idiots.
It's not.
And
that-
I agree.
So,
I agree. Like the running back position is undervalued, but I feel like
Oh, here it is.
I don't.
wouldn't
Okay,
trade up for
Mac
that.
Mac Jones to the Patriots apparently is going to be the pick at 15. But that means
I mean, why not?
Elijah Vera Tucker at 14. That's what I'm hearing. That's my rumor. 30 seconds before
That
the
would
pick
be
is
a good
probably
fit if
announced.
they traded up for him.
That's huge.
Well, that is not Harris.
I don't think Najee's the best running back in the class. I just figured that would be a Jets move.
You
I'm a
prefer
I'm-
Etienne.
Yeah. I'm Travis Etienne over Najee, just barely, but I'm Etienne first.
I feel
But-
One
like
of
in the 80s NFL, who is it?
Yeah. If you're talking about like the 70s, 80s league, it's Elijah Vera Tucker here. The NFL account has already tweeted it, even though it's not been announced on the.
Oh yeah, it's Elijah
Sure.
Vera Tucker, and Mac Jones is on the phone, so I imagine he's going New England.
How far
Oh.
does Darisaw fall here then? Because I had Darisaw as tackle 2, and if
I mean, who
if
does Arizona have?
Whoever gets him is a lucky team.
Arizona could go corner. Arizona could go Newsome or Farley at 16. I do think Mac Jones to the. Yeah, okay. Pretty much everybody is tweeting Mac Jones at 15. Schefter is saying it. Breer is saying it.
They just showed Mac Jones on the TV, like he's on the phone with the team right now.
Yeah, so we know Mac Jones is going at 15, which makes a lot of sense. Mac Jones is like what I think of as like if I were to think of a manager or an NFL coach, I should say, not manager, who like fits Mac Jones's mold, it's definitely Belichick because Belichick just needs a guy who can hit the throws. And he can
Yeah.
sit for a year under Cam and learn an NFL offense. This offense is very, very clearly set up right now to be like a play action heavy. I don't want to say triple option necessarily, but you're gonna run 2 tight end sets pretty much most of the time, given that you've given a lot of money to Jonnu and a lot of money to Henry. So I
Right.
definitely can see why Mac Jones at 15, because you can let him sit under Cam for a year and then you can figure out your offense next year.
I think he might start after watching Cam last year in a few games
I don't.
because Cam was struggling to like hit anyone last year.
I
It's-
feel
but
like
I'm a
gonna
Cam
give
fan.
most
I
players
like
a
Cam,
pass for last year. Like, so long as they didn't play like Carson Wentz, like, I'm kind of willing to give some, especially if you joined a new team. Like, I'm kind of willing to give you like a little bit of a pass on it, especially at quarterback.
Here's another, but I don't.
You know what? I actually feel like 15 is really good value for Mac Jones.
That's a 15
Well,
and
considering
later
he
is
was meant
probably
to
the
go
range.
3.
Yeah,
That's a
15
great
and
value
later
pick.
is the range that I would. That's the earliest I would take Mac Jones.
Didn't you tweet that taking him at 3 was a bad pick, taking him at 20 is a good pick? Or it might have been someone else.
I retweeted that tweet, but yeah.
Oh, you read? Yeah, I
it's-
saw you.
It's like
Which I agree with.
yeah, it's like you're stretching for him at 3 is bad. But taking him in that like 15 to 20 range, it's fine because like that's about the value that he is, especially in this class. The quarterback's much later. If you're looking at like a Kellen Mond, a Davis Mills, a Felipe Franks, an Ian Book, a Shane Buechel, like that's all going to be later picks. And so if you're stretching for any of those, that's bad. But it goes the same in those first top 5 of any position. Like if I look at the top 5 running backs in this class, which after running back 3, it's a million questions. But so hold on, let me pull up.
By the way, do you think Bateman's going to go to the Giants now at 20?
That wouldn't be a bad pick.
Possible. My instinct is that the Giants go offensive line, given that they had one of the worst pass blocking and run blocking offensive lines in football last year.
I agree with you.
And
that makes a lot more sense.
With the Kenny Galladay trade, like a 3 wide receiver set.
I forgot about Galladay. You're completely right.
So, or not, I don't know if that was a trade or a free agency signing, but a 3 wide receiver
19
set
million
of,
a year.
Yeah, a 3 wide receiver set of Kenny Galladay, Sherling Shepard, and Darius Slayton. Like that's
Mac
better
Jones.
than yeah. Mac Jones at 15.
My mom's a big Patriots fan. Like, just like living in the UK, she just loved Brady. And then, obviously, every year we'd stay up and watch the game. So she's just like, fuck it, Brady's hot. Doing it every year. I'm going to support the Patriots. And then the Falcons year, she went to bed at halftime. And she was like, wake me up if something happens good. And I hate the Patriots. Honestly, I hope every single year they're the worst team in the league. And then right when it's turning good for them, I just bang on my mom's door like, you guys are fucking winning. And I just go to bed. And she stays up for another 3 hours and I go to bed.
Yeah. Mac Jones, I mean, it was clear that New England needed a quarterback. They only have Cam under contract for 1 year. Jarrett Stidham isn't it. Like, it's very clear that they, like...
I love that Jarrett Stidham buzz, though.
Yeah.
Dude, I am still so stunned we got Justin Fields at 11.
Bro, I'm not even talking about it because of how mind-blowing it is.
Did you hear what I'm going to do on Saturday?
No.
So
Oh, yeah,
White
the
Sox
like
game.
Trubisky, Fields.
I'm going to duct tape over the 0 and then just wear 1, and I'm going to duct tape over the last name and just put Fields.
I'm just upset you're a White Sox fan.
Oh, I'm not. I'm a Cubs fan.
Oh,
My
okay.
mom is
No,
a White
he's a
Sox
Cubs
season
fan.
ticket holder. So, like, there's just always tickets around, and I personally just really love baseball.
Oh,
So-
yeah.
So I'm just going to the games just to go to the game.
But anyways, so back to what I was saying about like the Mac Jones, like, or what Hugo brought up about the Mac Jones at 3 versus him at like 15 to 20. If we look at across the board, Trevor Lawrence, very clear quarterback 1. Najee Harris he's the consensus running back 1. Jamar Chase is the consensus wide receiver 1, and Kyle Pitts is the consensus tight end 1. If you're taking those guys as some of the first, like, call it 10 picks off the board, nobody's really going to knock you too much. You may get knocked from the running back, from the people who are like me, who think running back is a very important position, but also a very overdrafted position by a lot of teams. If you look at the 5, so there's this guy on Twitter, Coach Bruce122. If you're interested in fantasy at all, Coach Bruce does a really good job at putting together consensus rankings of what myself and a lot of other analysts feel are the proper rankings for players. But if you look at the guys who are in like that Mac Jones range, so he's the quarterback 5. So Mac Jones as quarterback 5, you're comfortable taking him in that 15 to 30 range. Chuba Hubbard as running back, as a consensus running back 5, he's going to be a 2nd to 3rd round pick. Terrace Marshall, he might sneak his way into the 1st round just because of how valued wide receivers are. I have Marshall as my wide receiver 3. I think he might be the only guy in NFL history that has a legitimate argument of being suppressed by other talented players because he's been behind Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson.
That's unreal to be behind those 2 players.
Yeah. And for Marshall to, like, if you look at him on paper, like, the dude is good. He put up really good numbers. Like, I think it was like through 4 games, which admittedly is a small sample size in 2019. His numbers were better than Chase's and were better than Jefferson's through 4 games. It's something that you have to consider. And then you look at like tight end, a position like tight end, like the fall off from Kyle Pitts to Pat Freiermuth, who's the tight end 2, is drastic. And the tight end,
And
the drop from
after Pat is pretty fucking bad.
The drop from Pat to Brevin Jordan, who's the consensus tight end 3, like, you're hoping a lot of projection goes right, given that Jordan's only about 20, but he's slower. His catching skills aren't as good. And then the drop from Brevin to like Hunter Long at 4, it's huge.
Where would Komet be this year if he was being drafted? Would he
He'd
be
be-
2 or would?
He'd
Probably
probably be
two.
tight end 2.
Okay,
Last year's
yeah.
tight end class was bad, which is why he was like tight end 1 last year. I still think Komet's probably a better blocker than Jordan, and he's a better route runner than Pat Freiermuth is going to be. Freiermuth's probably the only legitimate like 3-down tight end that offers a true threat in the receiving game and the blocking game. I do think Tommy Tremble is the best blocking tight end in the past like 3 or 4 drafts, and I think Tommy Tremble is probably going to end up as tight end 2 or 3 overall after this year, after it plays out, once teams recognize how good he is as a blocker. And I think just being in every down as a blocking tight end, he'll eventually get some passing work as well. And he's shown to be successful at Notre Dame with that. But like, he's the consensus tight end 8 right now. And that just shows like how bad the value drops off after those top few guys.
I think if it does, but then there's also those 8 who will like turn out to be the best player in the draft.
Yeah. There's
And you always just have to watch out for that.
yeah,
I
there's
also feel like Komet
Cardinals.
was like such a like almost nostalgia pick where like it met sort of a need.
Zaven Collins.
He was a hometown kid, and then like on top of that, he felt like that sort of attitude that offense needs of like a guy who's like not going to go down easy. He's going to stand up for his teammates.
I like Komet. I like what he can offer to a team. I like that he's like the hometown story and can add that to the team as well. I still don't love the pick. I think
Who was
there
the
were
safety that was right next to us at that pick?
It was
Wasn't it the Buccaneers safety?
Yeah,
it was
why-
Winfield.
Yeah.
Jr.
I
Antoine
wanted
Winfield
Winfield
Jr.
so bad that I was spitting
he was
angry.
yeah, no, I was angry after that pick because I also wanted Winfield. I was a little bit happier once they took Jalen Johnson a few picks later.
Oh, set
but-
completely the same.
But in my opinion, you could have taken Winfield, and that would have given a true compliment to Eddie Jackson.
Yeah, he wouldn't have to stay in the box all game.
Exactly.
So what would you do, Jake? Let me pose this question to you. So let's say we're in the second round and Caleb Farley, because of these back surgeries, is like careening down draft boards. If the Bears have the choice between like Eichenberg and Farley, what are you doing?
If Farley falls that deep into the second, I'm taking a lineman because he's probably going to fall that deep into the third as well. If teams are that concerned about the injury history with Farley, which they shouldn't be, it's came out that that's not a chronic thing that they really have to worry about. That by the time the league year starts, it's not going to be too big of a concern. Like, obviously he's got some other injuries that he's dealt with, and that's a big reason why he's probably falling down some draft boards. I know plenty of people who consider Farley to be cornerback 1. Just purely off of skill set. When you remove the injury factor from it, I think that you have to consider that. And that definitely has to be an option at 2. But with the talent of offensive line early and the way that so you hit like, I would say the first 15-ish offensive linemen are really fucking good in this draft. But the fall off from like,
Sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
no, you're good. The fall off from there is drastic enough that I think you have to consider offensive line there, and I'd rather take a flyer on a cornerback than like cornerback is an important position, but I think teams have proven that you can get away you can survive without elite corners. Like
It also
the
feels like
Buccaneers
Hayes
obviously
is
did
good
it.
at that. Like he's good at late round kind of skill talent guy. You know who I actually wouldn't mind? I was thinking about this earlier. If they're gonna just commit to having like a Fetty at right tackle, which
Oh.
I'm not
I-
crazy about, but if you decided like Creed Humphrey in the second round,
I'm full out on Creed.
you don't think you would?
So my big issue with Creed is that I don't know if either of you saw the report on it, but the way that NFL teams do their medical grades is a little bit unique, but his grade on his medicals was literally one step below failing.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
So it's just unacceptable.
He's such a talent, but the injury concern with him, for me, my injury concern with offensive line is almost more than my injury concern with other positions, just because with other positions, like for example, with the current Bears roster, if Anthony Miller gets hurt and your backup is Javon Wims, like that fall off isn't too much. Like Miller really isn't anything special. Your fall off from Jermaine Ifedi playing right guard to, at the time, Rashard Coward playing right guard, that is huge. You're off, like, protecting is so
Disgustingly
important.
bad.
Exactly. Like, I'd rather
Dude,
take like a
James Daniels going down this year was so catastrophic to that
It
offense.
was 100%.
I was so excited to watch him play this year too.
That kid
Like,
is a
I
beast.
rarely ever get excited about offensive linemen, but I was excited to see his progression this year.
Yeah.
Okay, boys, it is now 3:30 in England, so I feel like it's about time for me to turn off.
That's fair enough.
Hey, Hugo, we appreciate you stopping by, and we'll definitely have you on here again.
Yeah, it was nice speaking to you, boys.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you guys.
See you, Hugo.
See you, guys.
Oh man, the Raiders pick is in here. I get the Cardinals pick of Zaven Collins at 16. I probably would have gone with Jeremiah out of Notre Dame over him. I probably would have gone.
Where do you think Barmore is going to go?
He was the rumored Giants target, which is why they wanted to move down. But
They were
I
saying,
don't-
like, I was reading somewhere that, like, he's, like, all over the map. Like,
yeah,
there's some teams that are, like, he's not even on the draft board. And then there's, like, some that they're like, this guy's a generational talent. Like,
yeah.
Apparently,
I've saw as much as teams having them having him within their top 10. I saw, like you're saying, guys who don't, teams who want to fade him completely. I don't know where I stand on him. I probably have him as a first round pick just because of the scarcity at the position. I don't know. I think the Giants would be better suited going offensive line, especially if Darrisaw keeps falling the way he is. If Darrisaw makes it past 17 here, I could see Miami going offensive line. I could see Miami going running back. I could see Miami taking Jeremiah. Like, there's...
I'm so surprised that Washington wasn't more aggressive to get a quarterback.
They might have been just as aggressive as the Bears were. Their offer just might not have been there. That's,
But I
I
feel
mean,
like
that's
the
at least
Bears'
something we have to
offer
consider.
wasn't so substantial that, like, oh, hey, my brother just sent me something. My brother's at the White Sox game. He just sent me something.
Leatherwood. The pick at Leatherwood to Vegas. That's wild to me. The Cubs are up 9-3.
They apparently a Justin Fields chant happened at whatever the hell they're calling that stadium now.
I don't remember the name, but that's amazing to hear. I'm so happy about that.
Literally, like, fans are now like, I'm like going through Twitter and like everybody is suddenly forgiving Ryan Pace.
I forgive Ryan Pace for everything he's done. I forgive him for the Mitch Trubisky pick. Given that we could have won a Super Bowl if we had, Patrick Mahomes or Deshaun Watson, but given all the Deshaun Watson shit that's going on right now, and given that, you'd have to pay Mahomes $400 million, like, I can at least give a slight pass. But even then, like, this literally
It's
completely...
like a dream come true.
Yeah. I was happy with Mac Jones at 20.
Yeah,
To get Justin Fields at 12?
yeah.
I'm mind blown.
And like hardly giving up much. Like giving up another first rounder. Oh, Alex Leatherwood.
Yeah, that's mind blowing to me because he was my offensive tackle like 8. There were so many guys.
Don't get me wrong. I think he's incredible. Like, he'll have a very long, successful career. But
Yeah,
I
he's a
didn't think
dog.
I didn't think he was. What are your thoughts on Landon Dickerson then?
I like Landon a lot. I think he's probably one of the more underrated offensive line prospects in the draft.
So if he was there at the Bears' second rounder, would you go with him?
It would depend on who else was available, but probably.
Yeah.
If I'm higher on Eichenberger, I'm higher on Tevin Jenkins, depending on how far he falls. There's a few
I
guys
honestly
there.
would probably take Dylan. I can never get his last name right. The kid from-
Raduns.
Is it Raduns or Radun?
I don't fucking know. I say it wrong every time. I'm not that high on him. I fully admit he may be the guy that I end up being the most wrong on in this draft, but I don't. When I watch him, I see okay. I don't see
Right.
good. I see a guy who can probably like PFF grades. He'll put up like a 65 every year, and he'll be fine with that.
Also,
but
you know something funny? Every time I've watched either Trey Lance or Dylan Radins' highlight tapes or like just tape, I literally every time I'm surprised. I'm like, oh, Butler has a football team. I didn't know that. Like literally every time I'm like surprised.
yeah, like he's definitely not bad, but like I just don't see anything that like makes him stand out to me. He seems more of like that 3rd to 4th round pick range for me. The Dolphins pick is in, which is let's see how quickly they decide to announce that. This is another interesting pick for me. Given that they've gone wide receiver early, I could see them going running back here. I could see them making a pick for like an Etienne, a Harris, a Williams. I could see them going offensive line. I could see them going defense here. This is another pick that I'm super interested about.
A friend of mine just tweeted, guys, we got Justin Fields. I think that means cold beer till sunrise.
Pretty much. I'm not gonna stop drinking. I don't work tomorrow, so I'm just gonna keep going. Todd Archer has tweeted, after the trade with the Eagles, the Cowboys now have 5 picks within the top 100, which as he points out, could they move back into the first round? They have 44, 75, 84, and 99. In theory, you could probably package 2 of those for like a 25 through 32 range.
You could. I mean, it's just more like I feel like there's so much talent in this draft that like the Cowboys might be, because I feel like there's like the NFC East is so ripe to be taken advantage of. Like it's just going to be which one of those 4 teams is able to put together a 10-6 team that maybe keeping all those players and like really filling the cracks on that team would do better for them. Look at this fucking Dolphins fan acting like it's no biggie.
Dolphins pick. Who is it? Give
It's
it
got
to
to be
me.
Darisaw. Just take it.
Najee? Darisaw? Jalen Phillips out of Miami.
Really?
Going defensive end. I respect it. It's a position of need for him.
Isn't there like Kwity Paye is still on the board, isn't he?
I like Phillips better.
Man, he's got skinny legs.
I
Sorry,
like
it's like they just showed like him at his house.
I like Kwity Paye. I do think Phillips is probably better. I don't know. I don't hate the pick there. My Myles Gaskin shares in fantasy definitely appreciate them not going running back this early. But again, I do think a lot of the running back talent is probably looking at 6th round, or like not 6th round, 2nd round is early capital here. But even just those guys escaping the 1st round, like I think it goes to show like a true changing of the opinion of NFL teams, where passing is really taking a precedent here. Not to knock the running back position, I do still think the running back position is important, but teams
Where do you see
like
Washington going with this pick.
I was expecting them to go quarterback. If they're not going quarterback, that's where things like really start to get a little weird for me. They have a great offensive line. They have a great defensive front. I could see corner here. I could see like a Farley or a Newsome come off the board. I could see a Moreg out of TCU going safety here maybe.
Let's see what the big board looks like.
I think defensive talent is probably what we're what to expect here.
Isn't Russo still on the board?
Rousseau is still on the board. I don't know if I see them going. Maybe Darisaw here. Maybe going offensive tackle. I know like they do have a great offensive line. Like Brendan Scherf is one of the best offensive linemen in football, but he's a guard, so I could see them going that route. Their other listed needs, at least on ESPN, are inside linebacker, wide receiver, tight end. So they could go Jeremiah. They could. I doubt they're not going to go tight end this early. Pat Freiermuth is not a 1st round pick. Darisaw makes a lot of sense here. Kwity Paye. You could see if Farley come off the board here.
Justin Fields said it was God's plan for me to be a Bear.
Bro, oh my God.
Or they could go Owosu, the kid out of Notre Dame.
Yeah, I think that pick probably makes the most sense. He's in my top 10. Like he is, in my
Are you-
opinion,
Did you say you're a Notre Dame fan?
I am. Yeah.
That kid was. I mean, he was about during the Alabama game. He was probably the only player that I felt like deputized himself well by the end of that game.
Yeah,
Like-
he's one of the best weak side linebackers in this draft, and in my like, I would rather have him over Parsons personally.
I don't know if I'll go that far. Like I
It's
feel like
it's close. It's very.
I mean, granted,
I will
they
admit it's
play-
close.
they play wildly different styles of
Yes.
the game.
Yes.
Like Micah is the like terrifying presence that like almost Lawrence Taylor esque,
Yeah.
and like Owosu is more the like crafty, athletic, like reminds me almost of like a Mike Singletary esque. Like he's very smart, he's very quick. He seems to always make the right read.
I'm definitely an
Um,
advocate of floor over ceiling in a lot of cases, especially in the first round, which is probably my reason. I think Jeremiah has a better floor than Parsons does, but I like you're saying, I think Parsons has an elite ceiling, so I can totally understand why teams would stretch a little bit for him.
Mm.
But like I'm saying, like for me, Jeremiah has like a top 10 pick grade, and Washington's pick is in here, so we'll see soon. I could see them going Darisaw here, but I think it's between Darisaw and Jeremiah. Like I think like those are the two positions that probably make the most sense.
Let's get a campaign going to get Penn State and Notre Dame playing each other once a year again.
Bro, that would be such a fun game. Like two just gritty fucking teams just going
And on
at
top
it.
of that used to be a yearly rivalry for the longest time.
Yeah.
Like my dad went there and he played there. That was like why I became a Penn State fan. And he's like, the thing that sucks now is like now that they've joined the Big Ten, he's like, it's all well and good. Like we have a rivalry with Ohio State, but like other than that, we don't really have a natural rival anymore. Like we hate like Pittsburgh is supposed to be one of our big rivals, but we don't play them anymore because we kick the shit out of them too much. And then like West Virginia is supposed to be our big rival, but we don't play them. And then Notre Dame was like the big one because they were the two big independents. And he's like, I would kill for West Virginia to join the Big Ten
Yeah.
just to have like a team there because they were like, oh, we're gonna bring Maryland and Rutgers in for Penn State to have a rival, and it's like, okay, so you gave us two teams that we should easily beat by 30 every time we play them.
Yeah. That's like the downside of Notre Dame also not really being in a conference, but like kind of being in the ACC is like our default rival is I guess Clemson.
Or Boston College. Like Boston College is like a historical one, I guess.
But like it's just one of those like I love the rivalry aspect of college football. And
it's like Notre Dame doesn't really get that.
Yeah, like who's our rival? Like I guess like old school I guess you would say like USC,
Michigan.
Navy, I guess, maybe like really old school. But like you're not like it's one of those things where like a big part of the college experience is the fact that you like the rivalry. Like the rivalry games bring so much to a team.
Oh,
like
they went Jamin Davis.
That makes sense. I could see that. I don't hate it. I don't love it, but I don't hate it. Darisaw falling to this extent, I know that the rumors that I was talking about were Barmore at 20 for New York. You got to think Darisaw is on the table here. I know
Dude,
they
if
went
he
tackle
keeps
last
falling,
year.
I would almost not be mad if Pace was like, let's just trade back into the first and get him.
100%.
Just get 2 first-round talents and call it a day.
If you're looking at a team like teams that may be willing to trade back, let me pull up the draft order here. I would say New Orleans, but with all the rumors of them trying to trade into the first, I don't think they're really a possibility. Maybe the Colts. I could see the Colts wanting to trade back here just because they're probably looking at defensive, they're probably looking at edge talent anyway. They can get a guy like Paye or Russo a little bit later. You could see, I said it from the start, if the Jaguars, when the Bears were picking at 20, if the Jaguars wanted 20 and would give us their 2 seconds for it, like I would have done that in a heartbeat as a Bears fan. You can look at them, you know, we could see Buffalo willing to trade out of the first. Like if the Bears wanted to trade back in for a Tevin Jenkins or a Christian Darrisaw at 30 there, I'm not going to be mad about it.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly would like a Tevin Jenkins. Like, I know, like I think I've mentioned this before. Like, I always like having 1 or 2 guys on the team who have like a screw loose, who are like the guy who always like backs up their teammates, and I feel like Tevin Jenkins would be that guy.
He literally said in an interview, he was like, "I'm out here to kill a motherfucker."
Yeah,
Like, I love that.
which watch like 3 years from now he's gonna have like a homicide case where he'll be like, I mean, he told us who he was. Like,
He said it. We just ignored it. Oh, man. I like Jamin Davis a lot, though. I do like this pick for Washington. I do think they had needs that probably needed more addressing, but not going to hand it. Cubs won, by the way. We fucking won the game. Thank God. Our offense is so depressing, but we'll do a whole episode on baseball, and I'll bring you back for that episode because Kyle's a Cardinals fan, and I like to gang up on him.
I was at the Cubs game. It was the last game of the Mets series. I was in the right field bleachers, and I mean, I was there in a physical sense, but I was very much like gone mentally.
Yeah.
And like we're sitting in the right field bleachers, and I like look down, and I'm seeing like number 30 for the Mets, and I'm like, why does that seem so familiar to me?
Bro,
and I like put it together. I'm like, oh, that's Michael Conforto. I'm like, that's that dude who leaned into that pitch.
Yep.
So I stood up and screamed at the top of my lungs. I was like, that hit by pitch was fucking Bush League! And like a bunch of people were like cheering me on, and then I had like security come up and they're like, hey, you can yell, but
don't swear.
lay off the profanity.
Yeah.
And I was like looking up, I'm like, it's the second inning. Like they probably want us to tone it down. And the girl I was with by like the 5th inning, she was screaming like "suck my dick" to the guy. Like it was fucking hilarious. Like it turned into a goddamn circus out there.
Oh, bro,
They
just
can't
showed
hit,
the Bears Giants trade again, and I lost it again for a second. I was like, we traded a 4th and a 5th and next year's 1st for Justin Fields. Fields will be quarterback 1 in next year's class
for the rest of my life.
He's so good. I was admittedly one of the people who was down on Justin Fields early on in the process. Early in the offseason, he was my quarterback 4.
Mm-hmm.
And then I really watched his tape. I'm all 22, so I was watching literally like every snap that the man played that was on there. Mm-hmm. And holy shit, did I undervalue what he does on a football field. And then seeing like other systems coming out, like PFF coming out, and him having like one of the highest grades on passes to his second read. And yes, he plays in an offense and has skill position players that definitely allow him to play a different style of game than he will at the NFL. But his skill level transfers to the NFL so well. Like, he's an elite passer. The best way to describe him, elite passer probably isn't fair, but he is an elite running quarterback who has a pass-first mentality. That is also deadly at the NFL level.
I think the one thing that he doesn't get credit for that, like, I haven't seen Trevor Lawrence really do it. I haven't seen Zach Wilson do it. And, I mean, Trey Lance was never really put in the position that he had to. Like, Justin Fields has a great understanding, like, in-game of when, like, hey, this is not working today. So, like, I'm going to find a different way to win. Like, even when he's performing badly, he still knows how to, like, set up the team to win the game.
Yeah.
Which is, like, at the end of the day, like, I could give a shit if the Bears win by 20 or by 5. Like, if we win the game, we win the game.
Right. A win's a win at the end of the day.
I am also so happy that Green Bay is falling apart. Like, that to me is...
Yeah, those... So I'm really hoping those like Green Bay and Denver rumors are true, just because I do like Denver. I've always kind of been a fan of their team, and I've always liked, you know, just the organization, just because like that
was the first Pee Wee team I was on.
So yeah, I mean, I was wearing the jersey earlier, my fucking apartment got hot. But like they were one of the first teams that I liked besides the Bears, and like still to this day I follow the team a lot, and I like a lot of what they do. But
I
like
drove
them,
right past the stadium when I was driving home from Utah.
Denver was one of the first trips that I ever went on in my entire life out of the state of Illinois. I was 4
Really?
months old and don't remember it at all, but I was there. But like a team like Denver, if they manage to pull off this trade for a guy like Aaron Rodgers, like that team goes from being a bottom feeder to a contender very quick, which is scary
Right.
for a lot of teams.
I have no idea. Like, I don't know how. Like, I feel almost a little bad for Mitch because of like how much his former teammates are coming out and saying like
Ooh, this is
how
a
much more
very
excited.
interesting pick. I
Oh,
hate it.
I haven't seen it. Don't say
fucking
it. Don't say
hate
it.
it
Don't say it.
so much, but it's very interesting. I don't see why they did it, and I hate it because I don't think this guy's a first round
Literally,
talent.
one of the fans went like this. Like,
This guy, in my opinion, is like a 4th round talent. Like I don't see it with him. I don't get what people are so enamored with. I'll wait for the pick to be announced.
I've trusted your opinion on it, so I haven't watched much more than his highlights. And I've just been like, and even when I watch his highlights, I'm like, I mean, he's impressive. He seems like the standard Florida wide receiver.
Yeah. Kadarius Toney, for those who have missed what we're talking about here, but for me, like, so in 2021, in today's age, we have enough metrics that measure wide receiver success and position player success at the next level, at least from a fantasy perspective. And while I admit that the fantasy perspective is not always perfect, these systems have been proven to show success at the next level. And even though we're talking about fantasy performance versus real performance, a lot of fantasy performance is tied into real performance here. Kadarius Toney has he's an old breakout age. He's 24th percentile. So over 75% of players break out earlier than Kadarius Toney did. His dominator rating is 30th percentile. 70% of wide receivers break out and receive a large share of their team's rating more than Kadarius Toney does. We saw Kadarius Toney, in my mind, is like 5 plays away from being a 3rd or 4th round pick in most people's minds.
I also feel like he gets so much, like, he has those like wow factor plays, but I also feel like part of it is because his juke move is so exaggerated. Like, he puts so much, like, it's almost like a basketball Euro step that he's doing when he makes that cut. And it makes it look that much more impressive when you cut against a guy. But at like the NFL level, like most guys are going to be smart enough to read that.
Exactly.
And he's gonna catch a shoulder pad to the chest.
The
like,
shit he does at the college level won't work in the NFL level.
Like, everybody loves that Le'Veon Bell, like, look this way. Oh shit.
Yeah. Kadarius Toney, to me, like, he'll be fine at the NFL level, but he's not worthy of a 1st round pick. There's so many wide receivers I would take over him in the 1st. Oh, Ben lagged out here. We'll get him back in here. But anybody who follows me on Twitter will know that I absolutely hate Kadarius Toney, and I don't think he should be anywhere near the 1st round. There's so many more talented wide receivers than him, and it's just oof. Well, it's just me now. Thank y'all for tuning in. I do appreciate anybody who has especially stuck around this long. We're we're gonna continue here. Ben has had a laptop die on him. He will get that plugged in and get that going back real quick here. But yeah, I mean, Kadarius Toney's got an old breakout age, which is something that we've seen as being a negative of first round of success in the NFL. He also he's the epitome of a guy who broke out because of another guy's talent. Kyle Pitts really took a huge load of the targets and the opportunity there. The man had 84 targets this year in the collegiate level, which is not good. This season was Kadarius Toney's breakout age, and it was 21.6, which is, like we said earlier, 24th percentile. He's 28th percentile. Like, really nothing. His burst score is really good. His speed's obviously really good. He ran a 4.38 at his pro day, but like, we've seen that not be a correlation to success at the NFL level. Every team is chasing the next Tyreek Hill, and Kadarius Toney just does not shout the next Tyreek Hill to me. But that's what people are expecting out of him, and it's just not going to be a thing that happens at the next level. There's so many wide receivers I'd rather take over him, especially from the Giants' perspective. If I'm the Giants and I'm drafting a wide receiver, I'm taking a Rashad Bateman, I'm taking an Elijah Moore, I'm taking a Rondale Moore, I'm taking all of these guys over Kadarius Toney. Ben is back here. Ben, I've basically just been ranting about how much I fucking hate Kadarius Toney, and I think he's not worthy of a first-round pick.
I mean, I thought Rondale Moore would have been really good. I honestly, if they would have gone with the kid from Olosu Karamoa, if they would have gone with him, I would have thought that was a good pick.
I don't know how
Which is a shame, because I have been trying to fight and say, like, David Gettleman is actually not terrible at his job, and
No, he's so bad.
That was such a terrible pick.
He's the type of general manager where, like, you could replace him with like 4 hot dogs and nobody would really notice.
The fact that he picked Andrew Thomas over Tristan Wirfs still boggles my mind.
I was in we did Ryan, who's in a lot of my dynasty leagues, a good friend of mine from high school. We were in a it was
Where
like
did you go to high school, by the way?
I went to Caneland High School.
Okay.
So we were in a gambling thing where we picked who we thought would be picked at what spot of the draft. We picked like position, all of that fun stuff. Like, everybody in that draft had Andrew Jackson. We still had him as a first round pick, but we had him much lower in the first than he was taken.
Yeah,
And-
like, I mean, he looks like he could become the greatest left tackle because he looks like a fucking superhero.
Yeah, he fits the physical mold of what you're looking for. The talent and brain just isn't connected yet.
Yeah.
But like I remember texting Ryan being like, "What the fuck did the Giants just do here?" Like,
And that was like pick 4, wasn't it?
it was early. I want to say it was like 8. 2020 NFL draft.
They're like I follow them secondarily because my dad is a
Oh
Giants
no, yeah,
fan.
they were 4. Yeah, Andrew Thomas at 4. When you look at like a Jedrick Wills, when you look at Mekhi Becton, when you look at a Tristan Wirfs, like
Mekhi Becton actually looks really good.
Becton's a stud. People underrate him because he's in New York. Like, New York has really done a good job between like him and Quinnen Williams. They've done a good job with their first round draft picks. It's been at positions that aren't pretty, but that's what's setting them up for the ability to take a flyer on a guy. I don't want to call it a flyer, but like take a pick like a Zach Wilson at 2 and, sign a guy like Corey Davis and build around that. They've been so good at building the trench positions that like they can almost stretch a little bit on some of these other spots and get away with it.
Right. Also, I was gonna say, when Justin Fields posted that thing on his Instagram story at being at the Cubs game, like versus the
Bro.
it was a Braves game, but it was against the Cubs. I was like so reading into that. I was like, no, he's trying to
I
send a
was
message.
too.
I was like, I know it. I was like,
I-
he's a smart guy. He knows what he's doing.
I'm still so shocked. Like
That happened. I can't even It's
I
been
will-
so long since the Bears made me feel good about something.
for real. Like, if you look at like so many of the other picks that we've made, like Ryan Pace has done a really good job in the draft. I think he's an underrated drafter. Oh, the Colts pick is in. Kwity Paye. Okay,
Kwity
that
Paye.
makes a lot of sense. I said earlier they were attacking edge, and that makes a lot of sense for them. I was
Is he
expecting.
Puerto Rican? Or Dominican flag.
I'll take your word for it. I'm not 100% sure there.
I've been playing a ton of MLB The Show, so the Dominican flag has been coming up quite a bit.
He is of Liberian heritage.
Oh well, I guess I wasn't paying that much attention.
And he was actually born in a refugee camp in Guinea. Interestingly enough,
There's been a bunch of guys like that recently, which I mean, good for them. I mean, like that's like generational money to like get your family out of poverty. Like we've been seeing that more and more, where you get these guys who are like freak athletes, like Ziggy Ansah. There's another guy like a year ago. And there was a bunch of guys. I used to follow TCU a lot more before they told me I was too stupid to go to their college.
bro, the number of colleges that told me I was too stupid to go there.
I literally like I'm so annoyed now because I read for pleasure now, and I'm like annoyed with myself. I'm like, if I had like this level of like interest in learning when I was in high school, I would have been a straight A student. But
Bro,
like
same.
because
I've
it
got,
wasn't
like,
my
a-
concern.
I've got like a near 4.0 in my master's program, and like if I tried half this hard in my undergraduate program, oh man.
How are you liking Lewis?
I like it. You know, the professors are great. They're really accommodating to a lot of the things that, you know, have come up in my life over the time that I've been in the graduate program. I love working here too. You know, really good people that work here. My team is, you know, I couldn't pick a better boss. I couldn't pick a better coworker. So I do really love that aspect of it.
Yeah,
And
That's
being,
good. I'm glad. My mom
Yeah.
actually used to work there for like a hot
Yeah.
second.
yeah, Jess told me that. I was like, really? I had no idea.
Yeah, I mean, she worked in like the theater program and like not even like adjunct. Like she was like somebody who would come in to help with the shows. But so like I've spent a lot of time over there.
Yeah, man, it's a great place. And like people, you know, talk about like Romeoville not being like it's obviously not like it's not a Naperville, it's not a Geneva where like there's a ton of stuff like going on in the town itself, but like Romeoville, it's relatively quiet, but like if I want to go to concerts, I can go to Joliet or I can go into Chicago and it's not that far. If I want to
Or
go out to
Tinley.
like yeah, like nothing is that far away from me. Like if I want to go do anything fun, if I want to go out to bars, like there's so much in Joliet, there's so much in Lockport. Naperville's 20 minutes away. Like there's a million things that I can do around here. And it's, you know, especially from where I grew up, like I grew up in Sugar Grove. So I already had to drive 20, 30 minutes at minimum to really do anything. So like
Oh, I know.
Romeoville for
honest-
me,
I don't even mind like. So the girl I'm seeing right now, she lives up in Old Town, so it's
Alright.
like 45 to an hour to
Yeah.
drive up there, and she's like always like apologizing. I'm like, I honestly like driving. Like I don't mind it. Like so long as people aren't driving with a death wish around me, like I don't care whatsoever.
yeah, like I don't get me wrong, I hate driving in Chicago, but I also like
Oh, downtown Chicago, I agree. Yeah.
especially like since the pandemic has really started, like it's funny because I bought my car and I definitely like overpaid for the car that I have, but I'm very happy with it.
What are you driving now?
I have a 2015 Hyundai Genesis.
Okay.
So it's a very nice car. It's a luxury sedan. It's, you know, no complaints about the actual quality of the car, but I definitely like am overspending a little bit as opposed to like what I could be spending on a car and just be like plenty happy with it. But like I've had the car for almost 3 years now and I've put like 14,000 miles on it because of the pandemic. Like I just really haven't been going anywhere. I work from home for the most part. I go into the office, which is where I live, like 1 or 2 days a week. So it's really like made me appreciate driving more. Like over the past like 5 or 6 months, especially, like I've really been like, you know what? If I got to drive an hour for this, not that big of a deal. I especially if you like the car that you're in and you like, you throw some really good music on, or you throw a podcast like Two Average Husbands, the podcast you're watching right now. You throw something like that on, like you can just sit in the car and an hour just it's gone like that.
Yeah, dude, I did a 2 weeks ago. I drove basically 28 hours
Yeah, you
from
to
Utah
right?
back here. And I mean, besides driving through the mountains, it was a fucking breeze. Like I threw on an audiobook. I was like, and then I somehow stumbled on. I found the artist who made a bunch of the Last Dance, like cinematic songs, on Spotify. So I just kept playing them on a loop, like to keep me focused, because it was all like workout music. I was like, all right, just thumbs up, stay in the lane. Jake, are you on? Oh, I do have you on. Oh, maybe I don't. Okay, I'm following you back on Instagram because I'm gonna send you something.
Wow.
I didn't realize that I didn't. That's my fault.
No, you're all good. But yeah, man, it was funny. You were in Utah actually at the same time as one of my best, like Jess's and mine's best friends. She was
Where at in Utah were they at?
They were all over the place. They were in Utah for a bit, and then they were in Denver. They went to a Rockies game, and then they were up in Seattle. So they were kind of all over the place. They went like a whole East Coast road trip over there. But it was funny because you had texted me and you were like, when I get back from Utah, we'll go to Workforce. And
Yeah.
Jess was like, Alina and Frank are in Utah, and I was like, holy shit, small world.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, it's just like the whole like driving experience is really like COVID's really changed that for me, because like before, when we were both going to Aurora, I was working out in Wheaton. So I was driving from Aurora to Wheaton every day, and that was like 45 minutes in traffic no matter what I fucking did. And I was like, I hate this. But now that I'm older, and like especially with the pandemic and having not driven as much, like I really appreciate driving and like what that brings to me. And like I don't want to call it like a calmness, but like it's kind of like driving's almost like an escape.
It's
Like,
your own time.
Exactly. You can do whatever you want with the time.
Like when you're a kid, like playing video games in your own time, and like as you get older, that time gets cut into. So like I feel like driving kind of takes up that space.
Yeah, it's whatever you want it to be. If that's an audiobook, if that's a podcast, if it's just jamming out to some songs that you really are into at the moment. Like there's been a couple bands that I've been obsessed with recently, and like I'll spend the whole fucking car ride listening to two bands. And it's not skin off my back. But I'll throw on a podcast. I will throw on occasionally an audiobook. Like it's just there's so much you can do in the car. The Titans
I
pick is
honestly
in.
love doing where like either a new album has come out, or it's like an album that I feel like I have Oh, Caleb Charlie. All right.
That's not surprising.
I thought they were gonna go O-line.
I think defense is the right move for them. It's definitely their weakness. Offensive line for them was only somewhat sketchy because of injuries last year, but I do think the defense is definitely the move here, especially between them. They signed Kevin Byard, right?
I think so. But yeah, what I was gonna say, I was like, I love just like if I know I have 45 minutes that I have to drive or like an hour, I just like pick an album that I haven't listened to yet.
Yeah.
And then just don't put it on shuffle. Just listen to it like the way they wanted me to listen to it. Like I did that today. A band I really like. You ever heard of Kaleo?
Mm-mm.
They made that song like Way Down We Go. It was like played fucking everywhere. They just released a new album, and it was really good. So highly suggest anybody who happens to be listening.
I'll check it out.
Yeah, it says like out of sheer boredom, just like, all right, I might as well listen to something new instead of the same thing I've been listening to for the last 2 months.
Yeah, that's one thing that I've really appreciated recently is like getting more into. They're not newer bands, but they're bands that are like, I don't even want to call them newer to me, but they're bands that like I've regained an interest in. One of the bands is brand new to me. It's a band called Point North. They're more of like a pop punk band, but they've also got they've done collaborations with like Two Friends. They've done collaborations with Kygo. So they've got some songs that like have an electronic influence to them. They've done some songs with a couple like lesser known rappers. lesser known depending on your level of knowledge in the rap scene. So their pop punk is like what I'm most into from them, but they have really good songs from a bunch of different genres. Bands that I'm like getting back into, like Fit for a King, so some like heavier bands. So bands like and like little things like that, like that I kind of got out of touch with them a little bit. My wife listens to more like pop, more country music, and I love really like all genres of music. I really appreciate a lot of different things. Growing up, I listened to, classic rock. I listen to country. I listen to hip hop. I listen to electronic music. Like I'll listen to pretty much anything if it's got a good vibe to it. So just being around her so much, I got out of the vibe of listening to like heavier stuff and listening to more like pop punk and stuff like that.
Right.
So being like just driving, like going, like even driving like 45 minutes to my parents' house, like that allows me to get more so into the vibe that I used to be in. And I've definitely taken more of the creative control when it comes to the aux cord on drives recently.
You gotta do it every once in a while.
My brother has commented into the chat, the new A Day to Remember album. Ethan, I have not actually listened to that yet. When did that come out? March 5th. Okay. No, I have not listened to that yet. A Day to Remember is one of my favorite bands of all time, so I'll definitely have to check that out because
I think I saw them like 2-3 years ago.
yeah, I've seen them once and they were a phenomenal show. They're just as good live. The Vikings pick is in. Given that this is a draft special, we should probably talk about that once that's officially announced. But
I have no idea where they're gonna go. Like I have so many opinions on that team.
what is what are even being identified as the needs for that team? Maybe offensive line, defensive focused potentially.
It just feels like they're in this sort of weird flux where they're not necessarily contending for a championship, but they're not rebuilding. Like if I'm them, I'm just like load up on picks, take the most talented guy you see, and like roll from there.
So for them, it basically says edge, guard, center, safety, and linebacker. So you could see them if they, obviously teams don't necessarily draft for the biggest need that they have at the time. So you could see them going like Jeremiah. You could see them going Trevor Moehrig, Trevon Moehrig, whatever his name is. I'm kind of drunk now.
I think it's Moehrig.
I know his last name. I don't know it's either Trevor or Trevon.
I'll be honest with you. When San Fran took Trey Lance, I thought our ability to get Justin Fields was pretty much done.
Yeah, same. I thought
I was like, well, I guess we're drafting an offensive lineman.
Yep.
It's going to be the most depressing season of the
still
Bears I'm going to have to live through.
The most mind-blowing fucking thing for me that actually happened. I prayed that would happen, but
I had found I'll send it to you. But the last song from Last Dance, when it's like that game 6 against Utah, where it's like just the piano and then like the like Phil Collins drums kicks in. When I was driving home from Chicago this morning, I found it. And I kept playing it on a loop. I was like, I'm going to speak Justin Fields to the Bears into existence by this song.
I was hoping that my positive thoughts would work, and it did. But
Mike Zimmer's house looks exactly like you'd expect.
100%. Oh, man. I could also see, like, especially with some of the guys on the board, like, you could see, like, almost a surprise pick here.
Yeah.
I doubt they go, like, something really wild. Like, they're not going to go running back. They're not going to go wide receiver. But, with guard...
could you see them reaching for Pat Freiermuth here?
I doubt it. I think they believe in Irv Smith enough to let him and what's the other guy there, Tyler Conklin, letting those two be the guys there at the tight end position. I don't know. I'm interested here. Adding 2/3 in that trade is huge in this draft, in my opinion.
Christian Darrisaw.
I love that pick.
All right, smart pick.
Darrisaw is my O-line 2 in this class.
I feel bad about this. I was talking to a friend of mine who's a Lions fan, and I felt bad about saying this to him, but I was like, I was like, as a Bears fan, I was like, you and the Vikings are like an afterthought to me. Like, because it feels like unless we're in a bad year, we should sweep or at least win 3 out of the 4 against those two teams. And I was like, really, I only care about Green Bay.
Yeah, I mean, I do think the Vikings are probably one of the more underrated teams in the league. I think their defense obviously leaves a ton to be desired, and if I were them, I probably would have leaned defense here, especially when you consider that their best cornerback is who, like Cam Dantzler, who like graded out
Right.
pretty poorly, all things considered, last year.
I feel like the value with Darisaw, it's like as soon as I saw his name pop up, I'm like, yeah, I don't know how
Darisaw
you,
at 23 is a fucking joke.
especially after trading back,
yeah. To
and the
trade
fact
back,
that the Jets traded up and picked an O lineman that wasn't Darisaw.
yeah. To look at this draft and go, okay, I can trade back, get the guy that I probably wanted in the first place, and add 2/3 on top of it. Like if I give up a fourth to add 2/3, especially in this class where I'm honestly saying I think the first 3 rounds of this draft are as loaded as we've had in recent years. It's like the Vikings kind of look like geniuses here. To get Darisaw at that value is insane. And I think the rumors all day today were that Pittsburgh is 100% in on Najee at 24. I think that's probably the move here. I think it's the move that they go for. I would go offensive line personally. The pick
Don't they
is
still have,
already
they still have
in.
Benny Snell though, right?
Yeah, but he sucks. Compared to Najee, Snell sucks.
Where did Connor go?
Arizona.
And then so where did Kenyon Drake go?
He's with Las Vegas. He's the backup to Jacobs.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about it. I took over an orphan that has Kenyon Drake as like his third best running back, and I've been trying to I couldn't trade Kenyon Drake for Ryan Fitzpatrick in a dynasty league. Like
I am
that's
so
where the value is.
stunned that like if Washington doesn't pick a quarterback in the second round, and they just think like, yeah, we can ride an entire season with Ryan Fitzpatrick and still make the playoffs.
They could.
I don't know.
As good as Fitzpatrick looked last year, I think they could.
I
Let
just
me
feel
look
like
up-
though,
let me
like
look up the
Fitzpatrick at this point, he consistently shows that like his highs are extraordinarily high, but when he hits his low, it is like debilitating. Like,
But like if we really think about it though, like is his low that much worse than what you're gonna get out of like a Kyle Trask or a Kellen Mond? Like, I don't think so.
I feel like a Davis Mills for them wouldn't be bad.
I think Mills would be the guy that they're most likely to target. Let me look at the stats from last year, some of the metrics, and see where.
Oh, they went Najee.
Yeah,
All right.
that makes a ton of sense given all of the rumors and everything that comes out there. My bet of over 1/2 running backs taken in the first round cashed. I don't
I
talk
remember
about
during-
gambling a lot anymore. I used to talk about it a lot on the old podcast that I was on, but I have been rolling in it tonight. Okay, so here Fitzpatrick was 7th in the league in expected points added per play last year. I'm just saying. He's not, no, sorry, 6th. 6th in the league. He was so good last year, and people don't give him credit for it.
He to me is like if you took the best qualities out of like Kenyon Drake and Derrick Henry and kind of molded them into one guy. Like he's elusive, he's still extremely powerful, but like he knows when to use each like card in his deck.
My only issue with Najee, which is why I put Etienne over him a little bit. The biggest knock with Etienne is that he's a little bit too straight line. He has really good straight line speed. He's not the most elusive back. He's not gonna wow you with a juke move or a stutter step or anything like that. But he does have top end speed. He has really good pass catching skills. It's something that we've seen for like 4 years now. My biggest knock with Najee is just his awareness lacks a little bit. There's so many times where I've seen Najee just get laid out, and it's almost like he didn't see the hit coming. And that's my
Yeah,
only
'cause
knock with
he
him.
does like to go for that like flashy move, and he's not thinking that like, hey, even though if I beat the corner here, the safety's still coming.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
like maybe juking right back into the field of play might not be the safe move here.
Yeah, I don't like that. That's my big knock on Najee. That's why I have Etienne higher. Etienne in last year's class, if he comes out last year, like he's before 2020, he was considered the best running back in the 2021 class. Like before the season, like, and I'm not gonna hold this year against him that much. I do think, you know, it is to be considered, and, you know, what he's done definitely needs to be, you know, what Najee's done successfully does need to be considered. But you're also looking at a running back who is coming out of the draft. He's like 3 months older than Ronald Jones, who we were talking about earlier. If I put Ronald Jones in this 2020 offense, he's the running back one in this class by a fucking mile.
Yeah.
Like,
I also feel like I do not. I mean, granted, Tampa won a Super Bowl, so I'm not going to like question Bruce Arians. But like watching him, like Bruce Arians has a terrible habit of like running back makes one bad play,
and then he
and
benches
suddenly
him
they're
for,
off.
like,
They're off the field for the rest of the
they're
game.
in the doghouse for 2 weeks.
And it's like,
It was Detroit last year. After against the Bears, DeAndre Swift had that drop in the end zone, and then
Yeah.
like he didn't see touches for 3 weeks. Yet he's still arguably the best running back out of last year's class.
yeah,
It's
and
a
it's like,
consistent
did
thing
you
in the
guys
NFL.
not draft him that highly for a reason? Like,
Yeah, like you know the talent that's coming out of this pick.
and I also feel like there has to be more of a thought towards like the psychology of the player. Like, think of the message you're sending to a young player that first big game in the NFL, they make a crucial mistake, and now they don't get to play for 3 weeks because they fucked up.
But also,
Like, you
you're
got to show the
Detroit.
kid you trust him.
You're Detroit. You know you're gonna fucking suck. You're not gonna win the division. You're not gonna come in second.
They haven't won the division since like the 50s. So it's like, what is the rush for you guys?
Yeah, just let your rookie make mistakes in a season that doesn't matter, so they learn from that going forward and don't make the mistakes when it does matter.
Exactly. Like they're
Can I get hired now? Where's my $1 million a year contract?
yeah.
I'll quit my job right now if an NFL team comes calling. They won't, but
All right, let's see where the big board's at right now.
where does Jacksonville go here? I could choose Jacksonville. Let's see, what do they have listed as the needs for Jacksonville? Defense clearly is a need.
Bleacher Report has Dickerson rated as the 8th best prospect in this draft.
That's okay.
That being said, they got Fields at number 3, so I'll be happy with that.
I have made it very clear in the past that I don't like Bleacher Report. I don't like most things that they have put out. Not to knock them as an organization as a whole, but some of the employees that they hire, they're unoriginal, and what they publish is not necessarily fact.
I'll be honest with you. The only reason I still have Bleacher Report is because Fansided crashes all the time, and Bleacher Report was the only app that would keep working on my old phone. So I had to take the good with the bad in that moment.
Yeah, I like. There's definitely worse publishers out there. Don't get me wrong. Bleacher Report is not the worst by any means. It's just not, one of my preferred things. But if we're looking at best available and we're looking at some of the needs of this Jacksonville team, like offensive tackle, you could see them going like a Tevin Jenkins here. Safety, you could see him going with Trevon Moehrig. They could go running back. As much as people love James Robinson and what he did last year, I'm definitely an advocate of letting young guys who are on really cheap contracts who have shown success in the NFL, let them continue to show that success.
I could see a reach here. Did Urban Meyer recruit Wyatt Davis?
That'd be a big reach. I'm not 100% sure there, but I wouldn't be surprised. Let's see.
Like that feels like that's either at like the very end of Urban Meyer or.
Let's see. Davis is 22, so he came into USC or Ohio State in 17. I don't think Urban was...
That being said, if he falls to the Bears, I would be over the moon about that.
Yeah, I'd be happy with him. Yeah, so Wyatt Davis was recruited by Urban Meyer, so it's definitely on the board. I mean, like, he's clearly shown he likes the talent there. I think, a guy like Morig, I think a guy like Jenkins, I think a guy like Eichenberger, I think that probably fits the mold of what they need more. But I wouldn't be surprised to see Meyer reach for a guy that he likes.
Yeah. I also feel like Wyatt Davis is similar to Eichenberg, where it's like he's so technically sound that, like, even if you pick him a little bit above where he should be going, you're not going to get a bad player out of it.
Yeah, I think worst case you're getting a guy who knows how to play his position, which I think is it's something that I don't know. I almost feel like it's something that fans probably value a little bit more than coaching staffs do. I feel like coaching staffs are almost more willing to stretch for ceiling. Whereas, like, for example, like if I was picking this pick, I would probably take the safest guy on the board, who is Jeremiah. Like, he's a guy who's, you're going to plug him into your defense and he's going to do what he needs to do. Whereas, like, you could take a guy who fits a need a little bit more. That's why I like Liam Eichenberger so much. He knows how to play the game. He knows what his assignment is, and he will play his assignment every single play. Whereas you get a guy like if we look at, a later tackle on the board, like a Walker Little out of Stanford. He's a guy who he's well removed from action at this point. I don't think he's played a snap in 18 months.
Okay. That is not what I would have done.
Don't say it. It hasn't popped up for me yet. Don't say it.
Okay. I mean, I get it. I don't think that's the right move.
James Robinson shares just got absolutely fucking murdered. Holy shit. Etienne at 24.
Why?
What? Or 25. What?
Why? You could have gotten him with your second round pick. Do you really think Cleveland was going to take it? Like, why?
The guy who didn't trade me James Robinson for a second round pick earlier this week.
Jacksonville's going to Jacksonville. I mean, unless you're going to do, like, running back by committee or, like, yeah, if I'm James Robinson, I'm pissed right now. I'm like, did I not do enough to prove to you that I am the lead back in this team? Yeah, I'm going to grab another beer real quick.
Go ahead. That's fucking...
That is wild.
I don't like that because I do like James Robinson and what he brought to that offense. But holy fucking shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Hugo just woke up. His friend called him and he woke up. And he is livid because for those who did not catch that earlier, he traded from 101 back to 103. And that trade involved James Robinson. Hold on. Let me find the exact trade here in our league. Nope, wrong one. Hold on. He sent the 101 Aaron Jones and James Conner for the 103 James Robinson and Myles Gaskin. That trade looks fucking terrible right now. I can't believe that. That is the most mind-blowing pick of the draft so far. Even more so than the Bears getting Fields where they did. Like that. Oh my God. I'm so happy that I have like no James Robinson shares, but I feel so bad for any Robinson owner out there. I'm seeing people tweeting Etienne over Harris. I had that before this pick, and I have it even more so after this pick. That is absolutely insane, and I feel so bad for Robinson owners. I feel so bad. Holy shit. Holy shit. I tried to trade for him too. I'm glad the trade got denied. But man, Robinson did so good last year. Like it sucks, but anytime you have a new head coach coming in, you have to consider the fact that they may go towards a running back that fits what they want a little bit more. Robinson wasn't the best by like a yards per attempt or yards per game or attempts per game or anything like that. But the man had 1,000 yards. He had nearly 50 receptions last year. Like he clearly knows what he's doing in the NFL level. Being that he's an undrafted free agent, like it's hard to go from having such a cheap running back to having to spend like first round capital on a guy who maybe isn't that much of an improvement over the guy that you currently have. I don't know, but we'll see.
Sorry about that. I had left out a ton of food, and like now that like bugs are back in season, I didn't want a ton of ants. So.
No, you're all good. I basically just talked about like how crazy it is to have like such a cheap running back who did so well last year, and
that
then
might be my least favorite pick of the draft.
So far, I don't necessarily agree with you or disagree with you. I like Etienne a lot. Like obviously, I said he was my running back 1 going into this draft, but like, man, that's tough.
That's just, it's also like not thinking straight. Like you were the number 1 overall pick for a reason. Like your team is so lacking in talent, and the one position, other than like Josh Allen is solid. So like Miles Jack. But like outside of that, the one position I felt you were solid at was running back. So now you have 2 running backs that like,
yeah.
Was there not better value on the board? And if you didn't think there was, did you not think you were capable of getting him with 33? Like, just trade back then.
Exactly. How are you looking at this board if you're looking at the next picks in the draft? Baltimore's not taking a running back. They took J.K. Dobbins last year. They have Gus Edwards, who they're in love with. The Saints aren't taking a running back. They have Kamara and Latavius Murray. Green Bay's not taking a running back. They have Aaron Jones under contract and A.J. Dillon. The Bills, maybe, but they have Zach Moss.
And if you miss out on Travis Etienne, you grow up and you get somebody like running back is not going to be the make or break part of the Jacksonville Jaguars.
The Browns go Greg Newsome, which I do think is a really good pick for them. Cornerback was a clear position of need, and they definitely attacked that fully. But I'm still so stuck on this Etienne pick, man. Like,
I will say this though, I'm pretty cool with how the board is falling for the Bears because there was like a quick run on the top tier offensive line, but now it feels like everybody's going skill position.
Yeah, you're looking at like. I'm not going to say a guy like Tevin Jenkins is going to be available at our 2nd round pick, but like
watch him go next.
You could have an Eichenberger, you could have a Wyatt Davis, you could have a Jalen Mayfield, you can have a Quinn Miners. Like you could have there's a lot of guys who are going to be there in round 2. And it just makes the trade value, especially when you consider the value that we got. Like we essentially gave up next year's first, a 4th and a 5th to move up 8 or to move up 9 spots and take Justin Fields, the quarterback 2 in the class. Like oof, man. Like, holy shit.
A guy that, by all rights, we should have no business being able to draft.
Yeah, it's...
Like, he should have been the number 2, number 3 overall pick.
Yep.
Like if San Fran suddenly had a change of heart and took him at 3, I would not have blamed him.
No, me neither. He should have been New York's pick. The fact that New York went Zach Wilson over Justin Fields is mind blowing to me.
I know, and I am so happy we are going to be on this Justin Fields revenge tour.
Oh man,
I cannot wait. Like, Alexa, play Dreams and Nightmares by Meek Mill.
for real. Like honestly, it's.
I
Oh my
literally,
God,
like-
it's insane.
Look up, if you can find it, Vengeance by Zach Hempsey. I have been playing that on a loop and like just daydreaming of Justin Fields playing in a Bears uniform. I am so fucking hyped for this.
Jesus.
Now
man.
all we have to hope is that Andy Dalton can have like a competent season
Honestly.
and we don't have to rush him.
Now this is also an interesting pick, especially because they pick so quick after this. Does Baltimore go at 27? Do they look at the board and go, "I'm going to take the best wide receiver available," and they're going to take a Rashad Bateman or a Terrace Wallace, or do they take the tackle? They take a Tevin Jenkins, a Liam Eichenberger, and hope, or do they take Jeremiah? I know that their bigger need is outside linebacker versus inside linebacker. So maybe they go like an Azeez Ojulari out of Georgia. Like this. These
They
like,
have. I mean, the Ravens are so well run.
yeah.
Like they trade Orlando Brown, and now they have the benefit with this pick. They can either choose best athlete available or pick for need, which there's probably 4 tackles that I think they could just put in at right tackle right now and be fine. So if they go Tevin Jenkins here, I'm like, well, there might be a slight drop off from Orlando Brown. It's not significant. Or they can just take the best athlete available and then take the tackle with their pick at 31.
Yeah, it's
Brilliant.
there's a lot of routes that they could go here. I'm really interested to see how this pick plays out because I think this pick too kind of changes the route of the next few picks. Because if you're looking at the next couple picks, you're looking at there we go. So you're looking at the Saints who have needs at corner. They have needs at you could argue they probably have needs at wide receiver as well. You could say linebacker, defensive players, maybe offensive line a little bit.
Green Bay is going to be very interesting.
Yeah, I think this pick for Green Bay is very telling of what they're doing with Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
I think if they care about Aaron Rodgers at all, they're going skill position here. If they take if they take Jeremiah if he's there, if they take Morig, if they take Barmore, like I think that's very telling about their plan moving forward.
Right.
This whole Aaron Rodgers saga that is fucking
Which
rolled
again,
out.
the fact that Aaron is going to be getting out of the division just as we get Justin Fields.
The stars are
So
aligning.
happy about that.
The stars are aligning.
I literally, a friend of mine joked. He was like, "What are you going to say when it finally flips the script and the Bears are back to being the top team in the division?" He's like, "Are you going to feel bad running up the score in Green Bay?" Like, absolutely not. No.
No.
I was like, I'll ping 50 on those fuckers and not feel bad about it for a second. I was like, the beat downs I've had to live through with that team,
Yeah.
like, no.
Apparently, it was only early February when Urban Meyer decided that it was 100% Trevor Lawrence.
That's bullshit.
That up until that point, he had some really good conversations with various quarterbacks.
Right. Yeah. And his heart condition was a real thing. I hate Urban Meyer. That guy is such a fucking...
I mean, he knows what he's doing. Like
He knows what he's doing. I mean, he's a smart guy, but I just do not like that guy. Like, beating Ohio State was also partially fun because you got to beat Urban Meyer.
Rashad Bateman at 27.
I guess that
man.
now I'm starting to wonder, do you think the Bears are actually going to trade Anthony Miller?
I think it depends. I
You
don't
know,
think,
I honestly
I don't think
think
teams value Miller the way that the Bears are probably going to value him as a trade asset.
and I also feel like there was part of me that felt like they were playing like a psychology game with him a little bit this offseason of like, hey, you got to buy into this team.
Yeah.
Like we get you're trying to be like the emotional guy, but we need you to be locked in as the number 2 receiver. And if that's what they're doing, good on them. I do think the Bears should probably trade Nick Foles now at some point in the next 2 days.
Who's going to want him though? I mean, like,
Maybe the Jets for like a 6th, just to give
Yeah.
them like a vet so they don't have to throw Zach Wilson in week 1.
you'd say maybe the Jets, maybe who's the Giants backup? I don't even know.
I have no
so
idea. I think it was Colt McCoy for the longest time.
You might be right there. So you're looking at him. You know, they're a team that might look at him. Maybe Jacksonville. Well, they still have Minshew and Lutton under contract, so maybe not there. Maybe the Rams. I don't know. They got Wolford. Like, you're not looking at a lot. Like, the problem with moving him is you're just not looking at a lot of teams that have the need.
Which, to be fair, though, if they can't move him,
I'll
there
go
are
into the season
far,
with him as a third stringer. Like,
there are far worse things than being like, hey, Matt Nagy's going to focus on play calling to some extent, and I want Nick Foles and Justin Fields attached at the hip.
yeah,
And like Justin, anytime you have a question, you ask Nick or Coach DeFilippo, and we're going to coach you up on it. Like there are, like I honestly like this is. I would almost argue this is a better QB room than what Pat Mahomes was walking into in Kansas City. Like he's got a Super Bowl MVP and a guy who, for all his faults, was one of the most consistent quarterbacks in the NFL for probably 6 years. Yeah, just teach the kid how to be an NFL quarterback. Figure out if his throwing motion is as bad as Chris Sims seems to think it is. And then just roll from there. Like with him as quarterback, we can suddenly do these like deep routes that Matt Nagy always wants to do.
Bro, I'm so tired of the fucking throwing motion argument. Like, we've seen Phillip Rivers and Brett Favre put up some of the best numbers in NFL history, and their shit is so bad by NFL standards that it's embarrassing to consider that even being an argument anymore.
Look, everybody talks about it because he goes like this when he throws. But it's like, he's very quick with how he does it.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, when you freeze frame it, it looks ridiculous. But, like,
yeah, like
Drew Brees went here, Jay Cutler went here. Like, you can do that. You can put your arm way back here to develop power, and it's not going to greatly affect your throwing motion. Why is Dexter staring at me?
There's always
Whoa, they're doing a new season? Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah. It's like a reboot, kind of, sort of. But yeah, it's like the argument is like, they're like, his throwing motion is like Tebow's. I'm like, no, Tebow's fucking throwing motion was like,
he was like almost like shock putting it by the end.
It was terrible. And like you look at Justin Fields and you watch him throw a football and you're like, there's nothing wrong with that. Like the ball leaves his hand with plenty of velocity. Like he knows what he's doing when he throws the ball. It's not.
And he's thrown the ball in traffic, so it's not like I've seen him adjust the way he throws the ball to his surroundings.
Yeah.
Like everybody's so worried about him doing this and like a DN coming around the corner. He has good pocket feel to know, like, hey, I don't have time to completely uncork this.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't get the knock that people are making on Fields. There's knocks to make, don't get me wrong. He's not a perfect prospect. No quarterback prospect ever is, except for maybe Andrew Luck. But like when you compare him to Trevor Lawrence, like there's as many questions about Lawrence's game as there is about Fields' game. Like
Right.
Lawrence isn't perfect on his later reads. He stares receivers down at times. His decision making is questionable at times. Like there's as many knocks to make for him as there are for Fields.
Yeah.
It's just
I also feel like Fields, when he knows, like, he has to put a ball on the spot, it can't be a foot to the left, foot to the right. He nails those throws.
yeah.
Where he knows he has to put this thing on a rope. Which was going to be, like, I was terrified if the Bears drafted Davis Mills because I was looking through his tape, and there was, like, a good 4 to 5 of his, like, impressive throws that just by looking at them, I was like, that thing's picked off at the next level.
Yeah,
Like, there's
I mean,
no way you can hang that ball in the air that long and expect an NFL level corner or safety not to jump on that.
that's what I hated about the rumors of Mills is like people were acting like the Bears were going to treat him as like a first or second round pick. And like everybody and their fucking grandma knows that has watched any college football or has watched any like quarterback tape at the minimum knows that Mills is a full experimental prospect who's going to be a day 3 pick.
Right.
Kellen Mond is going to be at best a 3rd round pick. And
He bugs me so much with how high he holds the ball. Like, it just doesn't, like, which is such a stupid thing to nitpick, but, like, to me, when you're holding it, like, I almost don't mind when a quarterback holds it around his waist, as long as you know, like, how to get to here fast. Like, and I feel like the NFL is going through almost like a Moneyball moment where, like, you're like starting to see more guys who do things that don't necessarily look right, but like it's effective.
it works. If it works,
Yeah.
it works.
It's like not every guy has to. Who the fuck is this guy?
Saints with a surprise 1st round pick, Peyton Turner, defensive end out of Houston. Guy that myself and most probably did not have a 1st round prospect, but I've heard a lot of rumors that he's been flying up teams' draft boards recently. So
I mean,
I'm not
big kid.
Yeah,
But
I'm not overly surprised to see him taken. Not who I would have gone with in this scenario.
evidently they didn't like Barmore.
Yeah, I mean, I don't love Barmore. I'll admit as much as that.
Sean
But-
Payton loves his or who's the GM out in New Orleans?
That's a great question.
Isn't it like Mickey Rooney or something like that?
Mickey Loomis.
Mickey Loomis. He likes his big athletes, that's for sure.
That's true.
I mean, him and Marcus Davenport playing opposite of one another is a pretty scary prospect.
Yeah, I mean, defense makes a lot of sense for them. You know, they lost Trey Hendrickson, who was their sack leader last year. You know,
Where did he go? Did he go to Cincy?
he went to. You might be right there.
Packers pick is in.
Already? That's fast. Yeah, Hendrickson went to Cincy. The Packers. So my personal like. Purely from a fantasy football perspective, which is where my brain admittedly goes a lot of the time.
They're showing photos. They're just showing highlight tapes of Aaron Rodgers. How cruel!
I think Elijah Moore is the right pick here. He fits the needed slot role that Green Bay has been lacking since they lost Randall Cobb from that role. And Elijah Moore is probably one of the more underrated wide receivers in the class and probably the guy who fits that mold the best.
Dude, when people were having him to the Bears at 52, I was like, are you insane to think that he's going to drop that far? Like,
That's where he was though for a lot of until very very recently. He was considered by most to be a 2nd or 3rd round pick, which is absurd when you consider the talent level that the man has. But like, I don't see any way this pick isn't receiver unless, like I said, unless they really are committed to moving on from Aaron Rodgers, then maybe they go, you know, defense here and they just try and shore that up. And they're convinced that if Aaron Rodgers didn't have enough fucking talent, I don't know how they think Jordan Love does, but
I yearn for the days where the Bears could play Jordan Love. I am so looking forward to that.
I can't wait for Jalen Johnson's first 4-pick game against Jordan Love.
Dude, that kid is so. Jalen Johnson is so talented. Like, I mean, in just of like, there's something to be said for it's like hard to quantify that, like, the guy who just seemingly makes the play when you need him to make that play. Like, it's almost like having a guy on a baseball team where you're like, he might not hit the ball very hard and he might not do the flashy thing, but like when you just need a base hit, he's always the guy who does it. Like, that is Jalen Johnson. Like,
Yeah.
he might not always get the pick, but he always gets that pass breakup that we
Yeah,
need desperately to end a drive.
His pass breakup numbers were great. Apparently, this is a surprising pick incoming here. Green Bay apparently went defense with this pick, which not saying. I'm just saying, but I'm not saying.
Did they go Jeremiah?
Nope. Hearing Eric Stokes, cornerback out of Georgia, which is surprising because he was my cornerback like 6.
I mean, I'm not going to be mad if they just want to reach their way out of the franchise. That's fine.
If they're trading Aaron Rodgers, I could see how shoring up defense makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, but wouldn't you rather go like Asante Samuel Jr. at that point?
I would.
Like, I feel like
If you look at who's still available, if you're looking exclusively at the cornerback position, I have Samuel rated higher. I have Tyson Campbell rated higher.
here we go.
Kelvin Joseph, he comes with character concerns, but I have him a little bit higher. But man,
Jesus.
I mean, as a Bears fan, I love this pick because
Yeah,
I
I'm
think it's
pretty
fucking
stoked.
dumb.
Like, every time Green Bay reaches on something, I'm like, thank you again. Like,
Yeah.
thank you. This will pay off 3 years from now.
Bro, I'm not gonna go there. But it's just I feel bad for Aaron Rodgers. I'll go there.
I do, especially after like this year of like listening to his interviews on the Pat McAfee show. Like, he does come across like an incredibly nice guy.
He's a good dude. Like, people
Yeah.
want to talk about the family shit, which I think is wildly overblown. I think you should disassociate yourself from family if they're toxic to your mental well-being.
Yeah.
And, like, that's very clearly the case that was there. But if you look at the Packers, their last 9 of their last 10 first-round picks have been defensive players. And the one player that wasn't a defensive player was Jordan Love.
Yeah.
If you're Aaron Rodgers, I don't see a world where you don't want to get the fuck out of Green Bay.
Well, that's the thing. Like, did you watch that video of that? I think his name's like Pi or something like that on the Pat McAfee show.
Yeah.
When he was just like, I don't know what. He's like, I can't even blame him. Like
Yeah.
that organization has done everything they can to piss him off at every impasse. Like, of course he wants to get the fuck out of there. Like, you know, he sees how Tom Brady gets treated as soon as he gets to Tampa. Like, of course he wants to go somewhere where he's going to get treated
Yeah.
like the player he is.
I don't blame him. I don't blame Russ. I don't blame these elite quarterbacks who want out of shitty situations. Like, teams are treating them like they're not the fucking top 5. Like, they're not within the top 5 quarterbacks in the NFL. Aaron Rodgers, in my opinion, is probably the best pure passer that we've ever seen.
Oh, he's the most talented quarterback I've ever watched in my life.
Like, how are you not supporting this man? Yes, he's immensely talented. He can make anything work. But why are you not going to make him better?
Did you ever meet my roommate Connor?
Probably,
He's on
probably at
lacrosse team.
some point.
But so he's from Green Bay. And me and him would always like, and he's like a reasonable Packers fan where like you can have a conversation about like what makes your team good, what makes my team good. And I was like, the thing with Aaron Rodgers is like every time we like stop a drive without you guys scoring, it feels like we had to really pull that off. Like every single drive Aaron Rodgers is on the field, I am like, please don't let them score a touchdown. That's all I'm thinking. And it's literally like they should be able to score every drive with that guy, but they don't support him nearly enough. because he's throwing to like dudes that are like
Who the
fifth
fuck
round
heard of
picks.
Alan Lazard until Alan Lazard had a good game? No.
Yeah,
No one. Anyways, I gotta talk about this shit because it's still in my mind here. Urban Meyer referred to Robinson and Hyde as his 1-2 punch. We want to be top 8 in the league. And with James Robinson, Hyde, and Etienne, we think we're there. Etienne will be used as a speed guy and will be their third down back. Why are you using a first-round pick on a fucking third-round back? If you want a speed guy, take Puka Williams. Take fucking Michael Carter. You can get both of those guys in the third or fourth round, and they can fit the same role that you're trying to have Etienne fill. Take Kylan Hill. Take Elijah Mitchell. There's
or
a
you're
million
telling
other
me
fucking
there's
things you can
not
do
a guy
there.
on the free agent market who could feasibly fill that role for you? Like that. Why didn't you sign Kenyon Drake then? Like, why didn't you find one of these fucking guys and sign him to a veteran's minimum contract?
Bro, reading that just pissed me off. Like, I as I said earlier, I have 0 James Robinson shares. I don't care about the running back situation there because I'm mostly just fucking playing those, like, against those guys in leagues.
Right.
How are you taking Travis Etienne at the 25th pick in the draft to be a third down guy? Given you made that, this may all be eyewash. This may just be shit that they're saying to make teams think something different. But why? You have so many needs.
And
This
on
isn't
top of that,
college.
like,
This isn't
James
college.
Robinson showed you everything you need.
This isn't college football where you can win by just scoring 60 points a week. The NFL doesn't work that way. If you want a speed
I
guy,
could fully see Urban Meyer as an NFL coach turning into a fucking tire fire. Like, I could see this going bad so quickly. Where are they going with? Really?
oh, you're ahead of me. Don't say it. Who'd they take at 30?
This is a reach, but I actually like this.
Javante?
No. Or, well, maybe not. They showed a clip of somebody and, like,
I was gonna say I don't have anybody with the pick yet.
it
But
looks
I
like they're
mean-
going edge rusher, and they've shown 2 people.
Rousseau?
They've shown Aziz and Jason Elway.
I don't know how I feel about Owe, man. I'm gonna be honest.
I mean, I like him. I mean, obviously, it's a homer field because I'm a Penn State fan, but high character kid. I mean, crushed the combine numbers. And if Buffalo feels like if they put him in that system, they can make him work, then all power to him.
Rousseau.
Is it?
Rousseau. Wow.
All right, good for Buffalo.
It makes sense. That's probably that's a pick that I don't disagree with. It's definitely, probably their biggest positional need. Besides offensive line, I think their offensive line could definitely use some improvement.
Yeah, I mean,
their secondary needs help, but yeah, I don't hate Rousseau. I probably would have taken Ojulari over him and just played him at edge and just made it work. I think that'd probably be better than Rousseau. I'm not a huge Rousseau guy, but it makes a lot of sense. It fits the mold.
I mean,
there.
he's one of those guys where you're like, he's just so big and like freaky athletic that you're like, if we can even half get this guy to his potential, he could become a devastating edge rusher.
Yeah. Baltimore, you got to think they go O-line, right?
Yeah, I feel like Kevin Jenkins.
You got to go Jenkins here. Like if they don't go Jenkins, I'll be surprised. But also, with the way these last few picks have been, I don't know how surprised I'll be. Maybe they go.
What do you think Tampa does here?
I'm surprised Tampa may trade back.
Surprising.
See, I like, what does Tampa really need? Maybe
I almost feel
defensive
bad
line?
for Buffalo. Like I feel like they are like they finally get their team together after the four falls of Buffalo, and now they're running into they're going to just keep running into Kansas City, which I mean, it's going to be the most entertaining AFC championships.
If I still like, if you have a healthy offensive line for Kansas City last year, it's an entirely different game. That offensive line was so bad. It was embarrassing watching that game. It felt like I was watching a Bears game.
Would you, as like a Bear, like take a flyer on Eric Fisher?
Yeah, I mean, why not?
Yeah, like I feel like
He can't
I
be
don't know why that guy's still on the open market at this point. Like I get he's coming off an injury, but
Didn't he say he was retiring after he got cut?
I don't think so. I thought that might have been Schwartz. Because Eric Fisher, I think, is still only like 28. He's still a young guy.
He's 30, but
Yeah.
he, as of 6 days ago, anyway, he apparently is talking to multiple teams. So maybe there still is a potential there, but like, yeah, I mean, he's an improvement over Massey at worst, and probably an improvement over Leno as well. I still think if the Bears get a left tackle, I think if you move Leno from left tackle to right tackle, and you have an interior line of Daniels, Whitehair, and Ifedi, I still think that's a massive improvement over what we've had over the past couple of years.
You know what? I honestly think Whitehair might be better off at guard.
I agree. I
like,
agree with you.
I feel like if Mustipher can win the center job,
I don't think he can though. I don't think.
Yeah, that's why I honestly
Mustipher's a good run blocker, but I think he lacks so much in the pass blocking game that I think he'll never actually win on it. My uncle Kyle has reached out here and asked what I think on the Dallas pick. I think Dallas trading back was a huge play for them, being able to move back to 12 and probably still get the guy they would have taken at 10, going defense there. Micah Parsons, Ben will tell you here, he's the most talented defensive player in the draft here.
I am absolutely fucking in love with that. That guy is... Well, hold on. Finish your thought, and then I'll give my...
No, you're good. I think if you can't go cornerback there, which with Horn and Surtain off the board, any other cornerback is going to be a stretch. I think Parsons is definitely the pick to take there. I love it for Dallas, especially since they're moving up from the 4th to the 3rd to still make that pick as well. I absolutely love it.
Yeah, I agree. Like, Micah Parsons is... Like, I honestly wanted the Giants to take him.
He's a stud.
He is just a straight-up football player and just such a disruptive force. And on top of that, he's so big that you could play him on the line. You could play him as the like.
Yeah, you could treat him as an edge. You could treat him as a coverage guy. Like, he can do a little bit of everything. Like, there's no reason not to.
Yeah, if your uncle is a Cowboys fan, I highly suggest anybody who's questioning Micah Parsons, go watch his tape against Memphis in the Fiesta Bowl. Or it might have been, I can't remember the exact bowl, but we played Memphis. And when I say he personally, like, took over the game, like, he had an interception, he had, like, a strip sack that led to a fumble, like, he was, like, clotheslining people. Yeah, and it wasn't even because he was trying to show off, it's because, like, Memphis running backs were too short for him. Yeah. So he was, like, just grabbing them and throwing them back.
Well, yeah, I mean, Jarrett Patterson's what? Or was Patterson there or was he at Buffalo?
It wasn't, no, so Patterson's at Buffalo. Yeah, Buffalo. It was, like, Kenneth Gainwell.
Yeah, Gainwell, who I think is also only like 5'11". But yeah, Parsons is an absolute stud. If it weren't for the character concerns, he probably would have been a top 10 pick. But also, if you look at this draft, like the top teams weren't as needy on defense as they were on offense. I think the offense really proved to be the bugaboo for a lot of these top picks. Yeah. Parsons probably got picked in a range that makes a lot of sense. But when Dallas was picking at 10 and those two cornerbacks go off the board, you know, moving back a couple spots to still get the most likely guy at the spot, it just makes too much sense.
How lucky Detroit got with Penei Sewell at 7.
That's
like, that is going to be an issue for
I don't
10 to 12 years.
Everything stems from that picture that they posted of like all of the Bengals players and like Mixon sitting on the or was it Burrow sitting on the throne or Mixon sitting on the throne But like you see all the players, and then you just see the ACL surgery scar on Burrow's knee. I don't
Yeah.
know how you can look at that and go, let's not protect this guy. Let's just give him a third fucking guy to throw to. Like
Right.
you're
Which also, it doesn't make sense to me because it's not what they normally do. Like, I get they had AJ Green for the longest time and all that jazz, but like, Cincinnati is a very like conservative city, and like their owners don't like to pay a whole lot of money for players. So
The-
to me, it felt like the most wise move was to take a tackle and protect your investment.
as a Penn State fan, you're gonna like this pick here at 31.
Is it away?
Yep.
Good for him.
Yeah.
Good for him. Good kid.
I'm surprised he went in the first. I'm not gonna lie.
And it helps our recruiting.
Yeah. We got two guys taken in the first. Why don't you want to
That's
come to
literally
Penn State?
like, that is the only thing that has kept Penn State in games is like, Penn State is a little bit, it's kind of similar to rooting for the Bears. Is like, we have a stud running back, our quarterback for some reason can't figure shit out, and our defense is just keeping us in games that we have no business being in. That was literally the Ohio State upset. Was like, Saquon is doing what he can, and this defense is like dragging this team, kicking and screaming through this game.
Yeah, man. I don't love this pick for the Ravens. I feel like Owe probably could have gotten taken in the second. But as we've seen, teams love to pick talent over production. And while Owe had no sacks this year, he did lead the FBS in quarterback pressures. So clearly the talent's there. Sacks, as we're learning, aren't everything with the defensive end position, with the edge position. It's a pick that I don't love, but it's a pick that I'm, especially with the Ravens, I'm not surprised about. They're a team especially that I feel like attacks talent over production.
I also feel like he's the type of player that like he's going into an incredibly good defense.
Mm-hmm.
That like he's going to be most likely to be put in a position to succeed.
Yeah, he's a guy, and that's the nice thing about. I mean, obviously, anytime you're taking in picks 25 through like 32, you're going to good teams, so the pressure on you is going to be much less than it would be as if you're a top 5 pick in the draft. And being a guy, especially in a Ravens defense that has clearly been very good for quite some time, like the pressure is going to be less, and you're going to be allowed to kind of just, go out and impress. Apparently, the Cowboys have said, by the way, that Parsons was rated higher on their board than Surtain and Horn. So take that for whatever Jerry Jones speak that is.
I mean, I would personally agree, and I get the argument that like corner, like defensive back is now becoming a more impactful position in the NFL. But in terms of pure talent, I would give Micah Parsons a slight edge over those two, because I feel like he's such a good blitzer. He reads run gaps very well, and for how big he is the perfect answer to like, who do you have cover a tight end?
Yeah,
we've got a 6'6" linebacker who can run a 4.4.
Yeah, his relative athletic score was 48th out of 2,100 linebackers taken since 1987. So, I mean, the athletic talent is clearly there. I would probably have leaned corner a little bit more personally, but I can, especially with Dallas and the way that they run their defense, they've always been more preferential to those linebackers and to edge guys who, provide pressure to the quarterback, which means that you don't necessarily need your cornerbacks to be as good. They just need to be good enough to provide basic coverage.
I mean, I am extremely interested to see what their game plan is with. You're going to have Micah, you're going to have Jalen Smith, and, I mean, Leighton Vander Esch for like 8 games because his neck gives out.
He's going to get hurt.
Like, I just don't know, like, from that standpoint, I get why you would rather go corner, but I feel like at the point they were at, like I felt like if they had traded back with the Bears, that would have been maybe a more wise move, and like maybe trade like get Greg Newsome or something like that. But if they were just going to sit at whatever it was, like 12, you might as well draft the guy. Joe
Yeah.
Tryon, really? So Aziz makes it all the way to the second round.
Huh.
And didn't Quiddy pay?
Yeah.
Huh.
Tryon makes sense. I like Tryon a lot. I think he's probably underrated on most people's boards.
That means Jeremiah made it to the second round.
How Jeremiah fell to the second round is fucking mind blowing. I think Quiddy Pay was taken.
He might have been.
I don't see him on the big board, so I think he
I'll
was
say
taken.
that. But, I mean, whoever gets Jeremiah in the second round is going to get a fucking steal.
I'm against the Bears going linebacker, but if he's there at 53,
I mean, yeah. As much as I love Danny Trevathan, like at some point you're going to have
sucks
to.
in coverage.
He does, but he is like sort of like the.
He's the epitome of fine though. Like he's the
Yeah.
like he's a fine linebacker, but
I feel like what he adds is not as much on like tape. Like he's more of like the spiritual leader of that defense. He's like, to me, I am perfectly fine with him being the least athletically talented guy on the field for like what he brings. Like I think he's actually the only Super Bowl winner on that defense, isn't he?
I don't know.
I doubt it. Sean Gibson, I don't think did, and the team definitely didn't.
Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah, I mean, so it's like it's kind of nice to have that in the back pocket. And I mean, they'll probably either try to draft a guy late that they're high on, or maybe that's something we'll address next year in like the second round.
Yeah.
But that being said, Justin fucking Fields.
Let's fucking go. I think that's a perfect note to end it on. As Bears fans, we're obviously ecstatic about Justin Fields to the Bears. Something I didn't think would happen, but I'm so happy that it did
I'm gonna
happen.
go duct tape over my Mitch Trubisky jersey while I watch Justin Fields highlights.
Hell yeah. That is another episode of Two Average Husbands. Anybody who has stayed with us for the whole 4.5 hours that we've been live, I definitely appreciate it. Make sure you guys give us you subscribe to us on YouTube. If you're listening on Spotify, make sure you give us a follow on there as well. We appreciate all of the support. And until next week, we will see you guys later. Thank you for joining us, Ben.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me.
All right. See you guys.
All right.